Mic check. Hello, everybody. If you are here in real life, welcome to Miami. How many of you guys have been to Art Basel before? Awesome. And how many of you guys, this is your very, very first time? Well, you're in for kind of a crazy week, I would say. For those of you who are joining us online, a big thank you to Binance. Make sure you like and follow the DCentral page. Right now is an interesting time because the markets are down, but the best part about that is it's a natural filtering system. I think you'll find that the people in this room are people that are actual builders. There's like this correlation between the price of Bitcoin and how much people in the room are full of shit, right? Thankfully, you guys are here, which means that you are more likely to find people to do business with. My name is Erica Gemma. I'm known as the Bank of Erica online, also the godmother of the Miami Bitcoin scene. Now, how did Miami become this mecca of technology, of decentralized technology? Why is it that so many people are moving here and house prices are going up? It's because, back in the day, we opened up this thing called a Bitcoin Center. And what we did was we educated people and we brought people together. And that's kind of what's happening right now. Although it is a decentralized technology, it's very important to meet people in person, make in-person connections, form those bonds, and really build community. And that's what our first panel is going to be talking about, so I'm pretty excited for that. But really, you guys, this is a unique experience for you to meet with your community at DCentral, which this is the largest Web3, DeFi, and NFT conference in the entire world. So without further ado, I'm just going to give it up to our sponsors. Our big sponsors for today are Candy Club. Thank you to Candy Club. Make sure you check out their booth. Mythical Games, X Metaverse, Secret Network, and Binance for streaming. Make sure, you guys, when you're here, that you dive deep into the technology, you make friends, you learn something new, and smile at people because you're definitely in the right place at the right time. First thing, I would like to welcome up Laura Walsh to the stage. And they are going to be talking about building Web3 communities. Give it up for Laura Walsh.
We are serving Miami. We are serving. Good morning, everyone. We are your first panel. We are building Web3 communities. I'm supposed to be up here with my merch, of course, because this is the company I'm promoting or representing is Natives Gaming. It's esports, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I want to introduce, well, actually, I want them to introduce themselves to you, and I'm just going to try to sit my old butt down in this really low chair. But it's my first time in Miami. It's only my second time in the United States, and it's my first time at DCentral, so I'm like really, really excited. So thank you for having us, and let's get to it.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming so early today. My name is Victoria. I'm in Web3 and crypto space from 2013. I was with Cointelegraph for many years, serving as a CEO and bringing it to the top positions on the market. And a year ago, I founded a PR and marketing agency called Encryptoland, and we have worked with many different brands, building communities, doing organic PR. So we'll be happy to share some insights today with you.
Hey everyone, my name is Jay Kurahashi Sofue, the VP of Marketing at Ava Labs. You guys might have heard of the company. We're one of the main companies behind Avalanche, the layer 1 blockchain. Have been in, let's go. I've been in the space since 2015, working mostly as a marketing leader, ran an agency for a few years, and then also was working in the Ethereum space. So I think the kind of diverse perspective is usually what I like to bring to the conversation. So excited to be here. Thanks.
Hey, I'm Zach, CEO of Genzio. We do Web3 marketing, community management. Been in the space since 2011, worked at Ripple and OKX, now doing marketing in the space. So really excited to speak about community with these other legends on stage.
Hi everybody, my name is Benji Friedman. I'm the founder and CEO of Everse. We're building a social networking platform and community building platform through the use of Web3 technologies. Prior to this, I was pursuing a career as a professional gamer during high school, and it gave me a lot of influence into the creator economy and all the issues that they're dealing with, which influenced me to try to solve those problems. Super excited to talk about community building.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So I'm going to start us off with, when we say the word community, what does that mean to you? Because if we're talking about traditional, not even just tech industries, we're talking about traditional businesses. When you say a community, they're going to look at you like you've just grown and spread an extra head, like, what? Sorry, I don't know what you mean. But as we know in this industry, without a community, you might as well not exist. You will not be successful. So I'm going to ask each and every one of you, and whoever wants to go first, I'm not going to enforce any type of order here, but whoever wants to go to first, what does the word community mean to you?
Yeah, I can take that. For just the quick and short expression here would be a group of people who have shared common beliefs and values. And this can persist both online and offline. And so that's kind of the long and the short of it.
Yeah, and I just want to jump in there. I think the main difference between Web 2 and Web 3 is that in Web 2 or traditional businesses, you have customers, right? So people buy your product, they go home, they consume it, maybe they leave a review online, right? In Web 3, the community are people that you interact with every day. They're on your Discord, they're on your Twitter, your Telegram. And so when you build a community in Web 3, these are people who are actively using the products that you've built, and they have passion about it. Like people who are really passionate about Dogecoin, for example, or different crypto, that makes them a community, or different tokens or NFTs, much more so than if like you were just a bunch of people buying a certain product. So I think community is really about people coming together over common ideas and products. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think when you're building a community, you need to target people with a shared identity around the project that you're executing on. I feel like this is very important because when you find the right people to target while you're building a community, you want to make sure you're solving a problem that actually matters in life, where people can participate and be incentivized to engage consistently in a positive manner.
For me, community is when people are together and they all have some particular problem they need to be solved, and they're doing that together.
Okay, thank you very much. To kind of put it in a bit of a nutshell, almost in no other industry, well, except Twitter right now, in no other industry are you going to be able to connect directly with the C-suite or directly with the CEO founder and have that type of instantaneous feedback and iteration and ideation with some sort of business project or concept, as you will in this industry. So for me, I'm going to answer my own question, but for me, I think community is absolutely essential because they're kind of in it with you. It's more of a collective building exercise than just, hey, here's my product, I'm throwing it out to you, you buy it. It's more of let's build it together. And I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm reading my question. So number 2, we've all been in this space for a while, some of us longer than others, but I'm sure you guys have seen some successful examples of quote-unquote good communities, and what do you feel is the #1 component of a good community?
For me, following from the definition of community, really community should have some problem. It has the goal to solve this problem, and also I would say shared values and rituals. I feel like when people are engaged in some internal culture and they understand they can really influence their decision making and understand how to do it and how to help their community grow, then like it really drives the growth.
I think the most important component in a community is bi-directional communication. You really need to allow people to be vocal and be comfortable in expressing their ideas and opinions inside a community. This can also more incentivize participation and engagement while also being in a very positive ecosystem that you're participating in.
Yeah, and I think you asked for like a really good example of a community that's successful. I think Bored Ape Yacht Club, has done phenomenal in terms of community building. You meet someone who has a Bored Ape, they will tell you within 10 seconds of you meeting them. They probably have a hoodie on, they probably have the hat on, they definitely have it in their Twitter picture. So I think that's community, right? It's like repping what you have on all fronts. And I think they've done a phenomenal job of building that community. If you see someone who's literally wearing a logo of something that they own every day on every piece of clothing, that kind of brand loyalty is insane. And that can only be built through Web3. And I think that's a huge part of what makes this industry unique in terms of what we can do with people who are working with us and building with us, especially building in public. So, publicly showing everyone what you're building as you're doing it and getting community feedback while it's happening. I think that's very innovative as well and didn't really happen before Web3 became mainstream.
So Benji touched on a point with bidirectional communication. For me, I think I'm taking that maybe a step further and really highlighting the idea of empathy. And when you think about communities, in bull markets, usually they rally behind you. Especially in crypto, there's tokens associated with a lot of the things we do. And so it's just only human nature to really feel very euphoric during times of massive value accrual. And then also, the opposite is very true. During bear markets, you're going to have almost kind of like the pitchforks and sticks and whatever weapons you might have to kind of rally against what you're doing. And for someone that has been in the position, like actually all of us, where we've been in marketing organizations within Web3 or crypto, before it was called Web3, really trying to push our core narrative far and wide, you start to notice it's not necessarily about being right all the time. It's actually rarely about that. It's really understanding what people want out of your project. And I tend to find that, especially during the bear markets, this tends to be one of the best kind of pieces of advice. And I think the complexity of our space is with those tokens associated, like I mentioned before, any crypto brand, any NFT brand, anything that has a token gets treated like a publicly traded company on day one. That is an insane, insane, insane standard to be held at. And we are held accountable for that because of the new community building platforms like Telegram, Discord, all these tools that are very new to all of us. And we are sometimes navigating how best to use it. And also the dehumanization of these platforms. When you're behind a screen, your voice is arguably the most loudest it can possibly be in any human interaction, for better or for worse. And so sometimes, as weirdly as it sounds, I tend to just talk to community members on a one-on-one basis, if time allows, just to kind of take some sampling of, okay, here's one person who's super frustrated, and his or her gripe is the only gripe that he has is really related to the token price. And if you kind of start to internalize these things and really understand where you sit at when it comes to your brand and all of the people that you're talking to, then I think you can actually start to understand, okay, well, some things you can't change and they're out of your control, but maybe there's communications and marketing that you can kind of push through to buy yourself more time. And then similarly, if someone's actually showing positive signals, then you could say, okay, well, let's double, triple down on these people and see if we can, like we were saying before, in terms of like, how do we amass people to be on our side so we can actually amplify our effects larger than we could as a core team, but also broadly with everybody else that's part of the movement. So kind of the empathy point is really what I always touch on when asked this question.
No, that's actually an amazingly good point. And you and Zach, Zach, you mentioned Bored Apes. Now, I don't think they're bad per se, but it kind of leads me into the next question. And Jay, you picked up on on some ways the toxicity as well in communities, because we all know it's there. Sometimes we've been guilty of it. but we all know it's there. And the people behind the people building, like the builders, can be absolutely just bombarded with negativity and toxic messaging and, you know, go to hell, or they're going to attack you for something you actually do not have control over, because we are, and as you said, it's treated like a publicly traded company from day one. A lot of us are just starting out, and this is our first business, and to be held to that standard is amazingly difficult. So again, but Board Ape Yacht Club, oh my goodness, sorry. It's not that I think it's bad, but I think sometimes in that way the exclusivity is a bit exclusionary. And this kind of goes to a different, you know, it's a whole other different topic, but when you talk about adoption of Web3, of tokenization, when you're talking about, yeah, my club's better than your club, we're just kind of going backwards. It feels like sometimes we're regressing into, you know, cliques from high school, where we should be a bit more, you know, it sounds a bit utopian, and I don't mean to be, you know, kumbayaing, but we really should be having a much bigger tent than we have right now. So I agree with you with, hey, you're wearing what I'm wearing, and hey, you know, we support this too, and that's great. I think we just need to open the tent a bit more. I mean, as a marketing strategy and as a, you know, a money-making endeavor, yes, absolutely. I think from an inclusion point, I don't think it's there, if you get what I mean, if you get what I mean. So again, I am getting to a question. What makes a bad community? And what makes a toxic community? What do you avoid, or do you try to avoid?
I think Jay spoke on this well about how focusing on token price too much is like not a great way to go. I mean, he's talking, I thought about like, you know, like an iPhone or something. It's like everyone loves their iPhone or their Apple product regardless of the price of Apple's stock. The technology is great. That's why we love it, because they build amazing things. And so I think that's why people use it. And I would say, I agree, some of the Bored Ape stuff can definitely be you know, exclusionary, and that's not a great thing. So I think you really want to find communities that are focused on the products that they're building and the problems that they're trying to solve. In terms of bad communities, I'm not going to call out any communities or anything like that.
No, not by name, but like what, as a general concept, makes a bad community? Or well, what kind of ruins the vibe, if you're getting
Ruins
what I mean?
the vibe?
Yeah.
Man, I think a lot of things can ruin the vibe. If you have like all dudes, that can ruin the vibe for sure in a crypto community. I think that's a big part of it. Definitely people who are like Bitcoin maximalists.
I think any maximalists in general will ruin a lot of things, to be fair.
That can ruin the vibe too.
I think the best example of a bad community are ones where the founders are executing on a certain idea that hasn't worked in the past. Also, where the community members are specifically just there for, you know, financial gain and don't really care too much about the long-term vision of, you know, participating in an idea that could potentially change humanity as a whole.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that when the first target is financial motivation, then when you go to all these toxic messages every time the token drops, and the founders like, oh my God, what's going on? I think it's also coming from when the team does not understand who is the community for, and then they just start targeting all the random groups, all the people, and then you just have the community which does not understand what's the purpose, what's the target, and they just want the token to grow in price. Second, I think many community leaders do not actually engage community in growth enough and just like make a decision on their own. And on the one hand, you go and see a lot of people there, but sometimes it's just kind of announcement channel. Also, I think it's a very like bad thing when you're not transparent with your community, and for example, you just ignore some difficult questions, try to avoid them. It's really like good even to be vulnerable with your community and discuss the problems together. And I have seen like really great examples when projects were in a very complicated situations, but when you just bring problems up as you are, you can be very surprised how community can actually help you.
I think one of the main themes I'm thinking of would be going back to the misalignment of values. Once those start to happen within your community, that could actually lead to negative results because it's not actually aligned to what you as a project lead or a project team is trying to accomplish. And I think that could happen from all of the different examples that we've been told, where it's like lack of diversity. I'm not saying like just gender or even ethnic, but could also span socioeconomic. I think socioeconomic diversity is extremely, extremely hard in a highly risky asset class like ours. To usually people who don't have means to really take large risks can't enter the space. And I know that that's kind of one of the narratives that we tend to push as an industry, and one that I think is actually the hardest to accomplish. So again, like kind of goes back to, let's just keep really understanding people. What do they want? And if you actually have to segment the community, that's actually okay too. No one ever said that you had to have one unified group of people leading the charge. And if you think about the internet, there's all these different types of personalities. I love electronic music, cats, Shibas. Like I'm Japanese, not because of the crypto reason. But you guys might not like any of those things. To rally behind the same thing doesn't make sense. And we have really unique backgrounds. We have incredible journeys that we've come to experience, and we also have so many more things to experience in the future. And so I think it's kind of goes back to scale, which seems really ironic that in marketing also we have this problem and this challenge, not only just on the technology side.
Thank you, everyone, for such thoughtful answers. And I wanted to touch upon authenticity. So, and what Victoria talked about, community growth. So, as founders or marketers or community builders, how do you ensure authentic community growth? And by authentic community growth, I mean, let's kind of not go with the bots and not go with the paid followers and try to weed out the airdrop hunters and the snipes. And so what has worked? What have you seen that's worked for projects really well, and what has not worked?
I mean, you got to be on Twitter Spaces. That's like a huge one. I mean, we're running a lot of different Twitter accounts for our clients, and I think, you know, directly engaging with your community, talking to them, being on Twitter Spaces is huge. Keeping up with the latest technology and replying, engaging directly. So if you can have AMAs talking to people, like at Genzio, anyone can contact us at any time and directly speak to us. You can't do that at a lot of traditional companies, so I think that's pretty important.
I think one of the most important things in getting authentic growth inside of your community is having a really thoughtful PR strategy with your project. You know, consistently speaking out to the public, joining spaces, communicating in, you know, your Discord server, and also developing as many partnerships with great companies you possibly can. This will allow for, you know, many more people to, you know, see what you're working on and participate inside the community.
I think partnership strategy works very well when you are able to find like good partnerships with projects with which you are able to build a win-win cooperation, and then when you do some collaboration with this community and help each other with cross-marketing, it works really, really well. And for example, even with the airdrop can be used in a very bad way. You would drop everything on the airdrop sites, and then you get all this toxic audience who just want airdrops and tokens. But airdrop itself is just an instrument, and if you use it through the right channels with the right messaging, it also works quite well. Yeah.
I think the combination of audience segmentation and also understanding your tools is super important. For example, if you think about Telegram, for some reason, we've all co-opted to be like the #1 platform for communicating to our community. I think it's useful in that you actually get into people's pockets basically instantaneously. But as you scale, that effort, it starts to become a little bit less impactful and I think less authentic. That's kind of the issues that we found at Avalanche. We again like had a community of like tens of thousands. Now we're probably closer to 100,000, or at least a channel with members. Sorry, and so now with audience segmentation, we're seeing, okay, well there might be pro day traders. They actually should be in a smaller Telegram or maybe a different platform that might be more conducive to that work. On the flip side, developers, usually it seems, at least the ones I've spoken to, don't really like Telegram for the noise to signal ratio. And they're really looking for tools and peers to help them build and improve their workflows. And Discord, for a hot second, was actually that platform. But then interestingly enough, the NFT community really co-opted that, and all of a sudden the noise for developers started to get much larger. And so at Avalabs, we're really trying to figure out, okay, what makes most sense. Weirdly, we've kind of come full circle, and I think one of the options might be a very plain static, like Stacks Overflow or like a forum of some sorts, just to really take things down. Reddit was the same thing. You saw Reddit boom in the ICO era. It was like the main thing everyone used to get information. Now it's a little bit noisy, and so I think the filtration and the natural course of these platforms is really something marketers should be in tune with. Otherwise, you're just going to continue to think that a strategy that worked 5 years ago is also going to work as effectively now or in the future, and I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Back in the day, we just had web forms. We had like our own form.
Yeah.
This is only for this, and they're all subgroups. Like developers had their own, and so they didn't have to mix with the day traders. That's absolutely correct. And I really like your point about segmentation. Actually, like I mean, you know the basics. Here's your announcements channel. Here's your trade channel. Here's your main community, what have you. But I think even diving a bit deeper into that specialization, makes a bit healthier communities. And Victoria, you used the word airdrop, so that makes me want to ask everyone, first thought that comes into your mind when you hear the word airdrop? No think, just say.
Fancy crypto term for giveaway.
Diluting your valuation.
I don't know if I have a single thought on airdrops, but I believe that they can be super beneficial and kind of containing a community for the long term if you do it right. I think one good example of a project that's executed on this pretty well is Artifact and their kind of strategy on an airdrop to airdrop to airdrop basis. You know, when you purchase their first digital asset, every airdrop that you got after that came from the previous one. And they also gamified it to kind of keep people engaged and participating inside the ecosystem to get these airdrops. And I think that, you know, keeps people in the project for the long term and gets them to consistently hold on to them. So I think that, you know, they did a really good thing.
I think maybe my word would be think. Just take a second to think about it. Really understand what your role is within that airdrop, if you have one. Is it a long-term situation? Is it a short-term situation? Even before that, you could actually think about it and say, like, is this a scam or is this legit, right? Like, maybe that's actually the first test. So really take your time. No one's really forcing you to hold these things. Not to say that also to suggest that you have to sell it, but really just like understand where you're at in the situation and how this can take you forward if it can, or if you believe in those values that is shared by the community that had given you those tokens or that airdrop. Great, that's a positive signal. If not, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah, I think I've already shared that I think airdrop itself is just an instrument which can be used in a good way and in a bad way. I think like now it's already a little bit overused and everyone is so fed up with those airdrops. Everyone is doing it. I would focus more on a content strategy and building storytelling around your brand rather than just doing airdrop, airdrop, airdrop.
Absolutely. So this is our final question, and if I could get possibly just a really short answer and everything, because I know we're coming up on time. What is your top tip for founders, community managers, and just general moderators on keeping communities healthy and happy?
I think the top thing for community managers is that, you know, you all have the ability to spark a positive conversation inside a community, and you set the tone. When it comes to founders, you have to consistently be engaged and participate and be communicative with everyone who's participating within your project and who believes in it. If you don't do that, there's a lot less engagement throughout the process.
I think it's just regular events, communication, and also just being very transparent with what you're doing, letting the community know what you're building, keeping them informed so that at every step they're pretty aware of what's going on, and so that they can be a part of the process as you're going through it. I think that's really important.
For any team member or even community members, I would say know your value as a project, and to kind of quickly expand on that. How are you competitive against your other competitors effectively? What is the thing that makes it so someone should choose you over anyone else? And I tend to find that in Web3, it gets a little bit convoluted. And if you can't articulate that well, then you should go back and figure out how you can do that. So then you can actually go out and empower everybody else to be on that same page.
I think it's super important to put a lot of energy from the start and think deeply what you want to build a community for, who you target, and really have thoughtful community strategy. Because if you start building a community and you don't understand what you are building, then you have this group of people, and it is much, much harder to transform this community into a high-quality community. Then I think it's also super crucial to identify the core members of the community who really want to participate and grow, and to come up with some engagement mechanism for them and incentivize mechanism. And it does not even have to be always financial incentives. People just love when you value what they do and show that you want to be with them, and do some kind of rituals, appreciations, and stuff like that, and really engage your community in growth of your product.
Thank you, everyone. I think communities feeling valued is a big thing just across the board, and it doesn't have to be monetary. Just showing them that they're valued, their opinion is valued, and their voice is valued. And I know we're coming up on time, so we're going to do really quick shout-outs before I'm kicked off the stage. I'll let all of you do yours. Well, I'm representing Natives Gaming, natives.gg. We have an event on the 30th. I know you'll probably all be here, but it's in Dublin, and we're an esports company. So we're finally bringing Web3, well, not finally, but we're bringing Web3 into European esports. And we're in Division 1 in the NLC in Ireland, and so please go check it out, natives.gg/events. It's going to be pretty cool. And if any of you guys have anything to shout out, do it now because we're live.
No,
online.
I'm kicking you off. You gotta go.
Oh, we gotta go. Come on, quick, man. Shout it out.
You guys give it up for our amazing panel.
Thanks, everyone.
You guys, community is all about bringing people together, which is what we're doing here today. And it also is important, because what's happening is that you have this new monetization structure where you're able to timestamp and incentivize your followers. But if you are someone who is joining someone's community, it is changing. So don't be afraid to be able to pay those people upfront that you want to support. So up next, I do have a Crypto Wendy-O. Wendy, please come up to the stage. How many of you guys follow Wendy online? Yeah, Wendy. Personally, Wendy is great. She's humble. She also has the largest following on YouTube for a female. So please follow her on YouTube. And Wendy, take it away.
Hey everyone, thank you for being here. Big shout out to DCentralCon. They actually put on the best conference ever in crypto, and I've been to a lot. Also too, shout out to everybody that is watching from home on the Binance live stream. Make sure to smash the like button, drop a like, comment, all of that fun stuff, subscribe and set alerts. And today we're gonna be talking about the NFT wave and how it is just starting. So if my lovely, amazing panel guests would like to come on up, give them a round of applause, please. They deserve it, they deserve it.
Hello everyone.
All right. So the way I like to do these panels, I like everybody to chime in. I want everybody to talk because your opinions matter to me, and this is how we all learn. So please go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us where you work, and give us a quick shill of what you're doing in the space.
My name is Vlad Panchenko, and I'm CEO and founder of D-Market, the biggest in-game items marketplace and NFT marketplace for games in the world since 2017.
Hey everybody, I'm Alexander. I work at Coinbase, specifically on Coinbase NFT as a design lead from the beginning of the project and currently what I'm building.
I'm Alexander as well. Yes, I'm Alexander as well. Alexander Salnikov, one of the co-founders of Rarible and doing strategy. And the main thing Rarible is focused on is to give you a marketplace if you want your own.
And I'm Michael Turpin. I'm at Michael Turpin on Twitter, Instagram, and a bunch of other things. I am with Transform Ventures and Transform Group. Transform Group has done a lot of marketing for crypto over the years, and Transform Ventures is incubating and venture studio for a number of projects, including Open Carbon, which we're looking to be the first enterprise NFT marketplace for carbon offsets.
Amazing. We've got an amazing lineup here. You guys give them a round of applause again, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're talking about NFTs because essentially we're still early. I think that we're still early. So before we get into the nitty-gritty stuff, I want to know what made you excited about NFTs. When did it finally click? What was it? Because for me, I heard back in 2018 how NFTs can kind of solve the problem in the music industry. So, go ahead.
Well, for me, it was a life journey. Since the first games, we actually been trading in-game items like Ultima Online. But the best and most miracles case, which I've seen in my life, was in February 21st, when the Russian invasion started, the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. And in 48 hours, all crypto community all over the world donated over 20 million in crypto and NFTs to the government to stop the aggression. And then within the next couple of months, actually, we got over 200 million in donations in cryptos, in NFTs like CryptoPunks, like Bored Apes. So that was one of the use cases which actually inspired me, probably mostly in the last years. And once again, I just want to thank to the whole Florida and Miami community for all the support from the government, from the governor of Florida and mayor of Miami. However, it's worth to mention that NFTs could be used for good and for evil as well. And for example, there are lots of cases when the Russian-founded companies were still having their employees in Russia, paying taxes in Russia, in the country, which was 4 days ago, by the overwhelming majority in the European Parliament, was proclaimed a state sponsor of terrorism. They're still paying taxes there, making business there. So that would be my question. How do you feel about that? Not you, another Alex.
Well, let's not get too wild because we only got 30 minutes. But so NFTs can be used as a way of social good, but at the same time, because we are trying to operate in a true decentralized economy, there's always a negative aspect, which is fair.
Yeah, so for me, I'm a big foodie, so I'm in a big chat with my friends, and I think maybe 4 years ago, some of them sent me a message saying like, hey, have you heard about these new NFTs? And I had no idea what they were talking about, and I thought it stood for new food trucks, which I was very excited for, but it obviously wasn't that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm really into NFTs, specifically around the technology that comes with them, not necessarily the art or the collectibles, even though as a designer, I really do love art and have grown up, with art in my life. But it's really, I think, the technology that's behind it, being able to authenticate your own artwork or creative means or even assets, whether it be digital or in-world assets in the future. And some of the gates and keys and stuff like that NFTs might open up for people to either build or maybe even merge part of their life into, which is really, really exciting. And if you think about the metaverse, if you're into that type of stuff, it gets to that place even faster. So
that was nice. For me, I think this CryptoKitties, of course, we all remember how it was, a living creature that exists on the blockchain in the form of NFT. That is cool. But so it like half clicked at that point. But the real click was when we were just about to start Wearable, and we just uploaded a picture to the blockchain, created an NFT out of that, and then we sold it to each other, like just internally inside the team. And at some point, like I bought an item from my friend, and it's just a picture uploaded to blockchain, but I can see it in my wallet. I can change my wallet to another wallet, and it still will be there. So this consumer experience, it felt almost like, I don't know, going to Amazon and shop something cool. So this emotion of this thing actually feels like my item that is in my wallet, in my pocket, and like I'm ready to pay for it. I believe that this drives like half of the consumer experience with NFTs. There is just people that are ready to pay for this beautiful thing to be theirs, just theirs.
So I would say I've gotten excited about NFTs a number of times with false starts. The first time was in 2013. I started a group called Bid Angels in early 2013, and by late 2013 there was a group trying to do some fundraising through us that was for colored coins. And I thought colored coins were like, wow, you can actually take one Bitcoin that at the time was worth maybe $100 and divide it into 100 million pieces. It's still worth the same one Bitcoin, and the 100 millionth is still worth that same Satoshi. But you could buy, say, $1 worth and have 1 million NFTs that you can structure. Colored coins never quite got there because it was just too difficult to go and attach a JPEG to it, for example. But that was the original concept. After that, I was working very closely with the Counterparty team in 2014-15, and that's where Rare Peppies came out. And there was a frenzy among the small group of kind of Counterparty users, which was also built on Bitcoin, and they figured out how to go and attach something a little better than colored coins. Then 2017, I think everybody had their kind of first experience in Ethereum with CryptoKitties. That's certainly the first asset that I bought on an ETH background. And then it kind of was fallow for a while and went through crypto winter like we're going through now. And I will say that the first thing that I saw that this is going to stick was the very small but vibrant NFT NYC conference right before the pandemic kicked in February of 2020. Every other conference was doom and gloom, and people were just going nuts buying CryptoPunks, which had been given away for free, and they were paying $4,000 or $5,000 for them. And obviously, they went up 100x within the next year. And so the frenzy, obviously, was kind of the final, like, okay, this is happening to the point where when Beeple and $500,000 Bored Apes were the thing, that you could see that it had to pull back.
So with that being said, the industry has advanced quite a bit, and it's going to continue to advance. And I personally believe, not financial advice, but I personally believe the next bull run that we see is going to be driven by NFTs. It's going to be driven by metaverse play to earn. It's going to be driven by platforms that are actually solving real world problems and make everything more accessible. Woo, yay, yay. Make sure to smash the like, guys. But with that being said, what are you all working on to help advance the industry forward? Because let's face it, we're in a protect your capital market, also known as a bear market. So we do have a little bit of free time to do things. So what are each one of your companies working on to help advance the industry?
I think the biggest advance and the speed to make it happen would be delivered by the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3. At the moment, we can open up to the general public and like the average Joe to enter the Web 3 and do something with the items, being that a video game or streaming platform or something like that. That would be the moment when everything will just become a real business for tens of millions of people.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I can't talk about too much just from being, from a behemoth of a company, but
Come on. You got to give us some alpha. Any alpha?
Sorry,
loops.
you guys don't pay me that much to be here. No, but what I can say is I think from the beginning, Coinbase NFT has always been about communities and really trying to enable the communities and the people that surround those communities So I think that what we're trying to do to advance is just bring more people into the space in general from different parts, whether might not be specifically a financial interest that they might want to join or something like that, but might be a friend of theirs or somebody is a part of a community and find places where they can meet, because all those places are so disparate now between Discord and Twitter, and a lot of that stuff doesn't necessarily live on chain or anything like that. So kind of bringing all that stuff together is really, I think, a big mission of ours, and enabling new artists to come in and be able to, drop their artwork and give it out to those communities that are really kind of dying to see it. So, yeah.
So, Rarible, not many of you probably know that, but okay, it's a marketplace. That's many of you know. But what are the two things that we're working on today that are advancing the space forward? The first one is the open source API that indexes all NFTs on Ethereum, Solana, Tezos, Flow, and you can spun up your own node of the indexer and you can build your own NFT project on top of that without relying on a third-party API that can shut you off. So that's one thing. And the second thing is the Shopify. Shopify for NFTs, you can create your own marketplace. We work with brands. We've built like 10 marketplaces with brands that are big. One of them would be like Pixel Vault. And there is like 1,000 marketplaces generated by other people using the tool that allows you to spin up your marketplace. NFTs are e-commerce of the metaverse. Let's move it forward.
Don't forget you're working in Russia, paying taxes in Russia, and sponsoring
Hey.
I live in US.
No, I just asked you a question. What was your opinion about it? You live in US, but half of your company is paying taxes in Russia.
I would like to get Michael's point of view first. I would rather, if you guys want to come on my channel and debate this, more than happy to have it, but not here. Go ahead, Michael.
So I've got three things at Transform Ventures right now that are sort of in the NFT space, very different. The first one is MegaMask, which is going to be previewing next week at Puerto Rico Blockchain Week. And it is, as it sounds, a MetaMask competitor, but it's multi-chain. I'll have a couple of cool features, and it'll launch in Q1. Second one I mentioned was opencarbon.net, which, again, enterprise. I think enterprise NFTs are going to be something that really advances during the bear market, because enterprise software is getting funded. And it's not about like how much can you get for your 17th derivative of a Bored Ape. It's how can you use the properties that are built into NFT marketplaces for supply chain, for other types of real-world applications that are better done with non-fungible token technology than fungible or some other form of like private DLT. And the third one is I've got something called SimDogs, which I launched a few months ago to help raise visibility and funds for my big lawsuit against AT&T for SIM swapping. It's simdogs.com. I commissioned Andrei Mirapolsky as an artist, so you can just go and see it.
So with that being said, I really want to hit hard on how important it is to use NFTs for fair licensing, because let's face it, when we talk about a lot of these third-party predatory industries, they make you sign your life away if you're a creator, if you're making art, if you're making music, if you're a writer, et cetera. And then I do want to hit hard on community, because to me, community is the way that we teach. It's the way that we get more people excited about NFTs, involved, educate, so they can essentially take their power back. So when it comes to NFTs and licensing, I would really like to hear everybody's thoughts on why that's important and if your project is helping to move that forward.
Well, intellectually wise, it's very important. And this is, for example, how NFT and OpenSea started, with paying all the royalties to the artists, creators, and etc. But in the last, 3 to 6 months, OpenSea is losing tens of percentages of market share, because there are lots of other markets, trading marketplaces, or trading NFTs and art NFTs, not paying any royalties at all, just cutting those like 5%, and people are going there, buying it, selling it, and it just how market decides that somehow we don't have to use NFTs to pay royalties to actual IP rights holders and those who create. And again, it doesn't make me happy. We have to fix it somehow. But yeah, but this is the reality we live in, and this is what's happening right now.
Yeah, for us, it's royalties in general are fairly new for us. We are trying. Again, I can't really talk about too much of it.
You can't talk about anything to us. Come
on,
come on.
I'm so sorry. If you guys
Can you
wanna
tell
ask
me
about
backstage
design.
then? I'll sign an NDA.
Maybe. Everybody get on NDAs, lock the doors. Yeah, so I mean, but what I can say is that we really respect the artists in general and want to give as much back to them as I think most of our team got into it for that reason. Most of the reason why Coinbase NFT at Coinbase was created was around that reason. So again, it's not always going to be perfect, just because there's money being involved in a lot of those things. So yeah, we as a team definitely have that as a major top of mind thing that we want to continue to work on and push and make sure that we're giving back to artists as much as possible.
If we just talk in broad about like why NFT licensing is important, first of all, I love crypto for the fact that you don't need legal for it to exist. So like everywhere in the world, you need to have the legal ground and then something happens. In crypto, it can just work and then the legal can catch up. So now we're seeing the legal to catch up with NFTs, and of course to connect with Web2, to connect with everywhere, we need licenses to just exist in the legal sphere. So like projects like A16Z, open licenses for NFTs, absolutely love it. One really great example of licensing that I saw recently was like Animoca released a license that preserves royalties. You can actually like sue the marketplace that doesn't respect royalties, or you can like DMCA yourself from that marketplace. So those are use cases that are really cool. We need licensing, we need CC0, and this is the absolutely must-have for the wider institutional adoption. It's period. But great, we can even work without it. That's what I love.
Question though, is Rarible, is it making it optional for people to pay royalties like some of the other platforms?
No, we support royalties and we won't support royalties, and all of you should support royalties, and that should be an artist's choice.
And then Michael, can you talk to us a little bit more about, because you were the one that mentioned it on stage about the licensing and the IP rights. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So of the three projects that I mentioned, the only one that's relevant as being a consumer, kind of rights-based offer would be SimDogs. With Open Carbon, we're just selling physical carbon largely to Fortune 5,000 companies and using it as a method to be able to track it cradle to grave to retirement. With SimDogs, first of all, what you were saying about kind of the legal catching up, it eventually catches up. I think for the most part that there are very few courts that are going to say, well, the smart contract overrules the written contract. There haven't been a lot of cases, but in most jurisdictions, they're going to say, yeah, no, the smart contract didn't follow the written contract. We're going to enforce the written contract. But I think right now what's happening is that there's just so many early examples, and I believe what you're going to have is best practices like a common commons type approach. I mean, with our one-of-ones, with SimDogs, the more expensive ones, we basically just copy and pasted the Bored Apes rights. And we're giving everybody who has a one-of-one the ability to go and monetize it, without paying anything to Andrei Maripolsky, the artist, for their one-of-one. They just can't say they own the entire SimDog series. With the generative pieces that are going to come out that'll be lower priced, they won't have that.
So as far as moving forward, because let's face it, crypto, Bitcoin, NFTs, they're still a little bit complex to use. It's kind of hard for people to mint NFTs, especially if you don't come from a tech-savvy background like myself. But how can we start to break down some of these barriers and get people that aren't super tech-savvy excited about NFTs, continue to use them for social good, and also continue to educate?
I'd say that we go through the regular media, like through the video games, through the live stream broadcasting, when you will not actually understand from the very beginning that this is NFT or something is happening. It's just an entertainment mechanism, like a meta game, where you're being part of it. And then at some point, you just don't realize that you're trading something, collecting something. If you want to dig further, you will have that possibility. But if not, it's just another live show, but with interactive communication and interactive engagement. And the same why I'm 100% sure that the locomotive of engagement would be video games, because this is where we can build the business, have fun, make money, and also it's all around the virtual items and NFT.
So I got one more question for you though. So let's talk about it. Some gamers are not very excited about NFTs.
Most of them, like 90% of them. I've been there and I totally understand, because 99% of NFT cases for the gamers, you can see on top of the news media and etc. are all scams. That game A just released NFTs, sold them, and just ran away. Game B promised this and this and that, and it never happened. But as I just said, I've been trading in-game items when I was at like middle school, and I really believe that that virtual world opening up possibilities for entrepreneurs through the NFTs, that's a $1 trillion possibility. But we still are missing a good AAA cases to show off around and say, look, this is kind of a Fortnite, but with open economics, with NFTs, where you can have fun, build a business, but everything is safe and trustworthy. At the moment we see the AAA case, lots of things will change. But I honestly understand gamers who are infatuated because of all what's happening and what they see.
So do you think it's going to take for a AAA game to launch the NFTs successfully for in-game items for the rest of people to be like, oh, this is great, we need to do this, I like this better?
To turn around the narrative, that will take a AAA game. For example, how it happened with free-to-play games. Fortnite wasn't the first free-to-play game where it was completely free-to-play but made billions of dollars trading skins. But it was the first game to convince the video games publishers and creators community to create more and more free-to-play games, because that was an example. There were free-to-play games before, but this AAA multi-billion-dollar example turned everything into a positive way. That's why we are building, we're helping to build, and I see those examples, and I'm excited to see them coming.
I think I'm going to get kicked off stage, so let's wrap this up really quickly. Would you like to tell us really quickly how Coinbase NFT is going to kind of help bring the new people in?
Yeah, for sure. I think from the beginning, we've always wanted to bridge that Web 2 and Web 3 vision. A lot of us that work at Coinbase NFT, specifically myself, I came from Instagram and from Facebook for many years. And a lot of us have that knowledge from Web 2 deeply ingrained. And a lot of that stuff starts with, communities and social. I know I've been harping on this community thing, but that is kind of where it is. It's, you build it, they'll come type thing. And a lot of us have really just trying to, find ways to, whether it be from an educational standpoint or from an interest standpoint or whatever it might be, to bring people from that Web 2 side of things to, fully being integrated into Web 3. And yeah, that's what we literally do every single day.
It's coming.
It is coming. It's technically here, but it's more, a bigger wave is coming for sure.
Alex and then Michael.
Sadly, the biggest barriers for adoption are out of our hands per se, because most of them are okay, the biggest problem is probably when your Ethereum transaction fails without being tech savvy. There's no reason you can cancel that one and send a new one. So the biggest adoption hurdles will be solved on the wallet, L1, L2 layer, and we can only pray for the gods that will be doing that on Ethereum. What is in our hands is the interoperability and partnership. So the more NFTs are integrated into different companies, into different products, the same NFTs, the more interoperable they are, the more reason there is to create new technologies for them. So that's what we all can do. Let's go to enterprise. Let's go to software. Let's integrate MetaMask there. Let's integrate more wallets. Let's integrate NFTs. If you know anybody who has a company who has something, allow them, help them integrate NFTs there. That will help the space.
And finally, Michael.
Yeah, so two things. Number one, what you're talking about with the technology integration, that will be fixed. You know, I'm probably the oldest person on this panel, and I remember very vividly the problems with the internet in the early 90s, and people were saying it's never going to get fixed. People are not going to go and put up with, like, you know, an hour to download a video, and, you know, if all the things that are just, you don't even think about them anymore right now. There's no way that if you saw the 1995 era internet that you would think that you would ever have 5 billion people on the internet. And similarly, you know, I originally thought that the main way that we get to 1 billion users was through the phone companies. Having dealt with a few phone companies now in my lawsuits, I don't think they're going to be the followers, not the leaders. Video games, game adoption absolutely is something you can move it up slowly. But honestly, I think that the biggest driver right now that's going to fix all these other problems is going to be Web 2 users being seduced over to Web 3. Twitter alone with Twitter Blue, Instagram, Facebook, all having you being able to go and put your NFTs on in the next wave is going to drive everybody to want to have them and to know how to use them, and that will drive funding for the tools.
Agree. Thank you all so much. Please give our amazing panelists a round of applause.
I hope you guys got some great alpha from that panel. You have a lot of really intelligent minds, which in general, crypto is filled with really intelligent minds. The next panel is called Just Dow It. Now, I'll tell you that all of these people are lawyers, but like they always say in crypto, this is not financial advice. My next panel wants to make their way up to the stage.
Oh wow, big crowd. It is, it's a nice crowd. Hey guys, I'm Josh Hale. I'm one of the attorney panelists here for Just Dow It. We are joined with LC, Dave Rodman, Mr. Beal, and Moish. 4 of us are attorneys, and we're going to be discussing the idea of the DAO, why DAOs are becoming more and more a thing, and also maybe some of the things that you should be thinking about if you're getting involved in that. So I'm going to structure this a little bit more like a conversation than a moderator. And we're just going to kind of talk about this and see what the other attorneys have been seeing, and also why we're all interested in DAOs as attorneys. And obviously, are you also an attorney, George?
I am not.
Okay. So, George, regardless, none of this is legal advice. Obviously, consult your own attorneys, and make sure you pay them lots and lots of money, especially if they're us. So, why DAOs, guys? What has brought you into the world of DAOs, and why is it a thing for your office or your business? Elsie?
I like DAOs because I think it's reissuing an idea of what is community and how community can affect change, essentially. I think DAOs as an alternative to business is not really where we're headed in blockchain. I think we have yet to see really the impacts of DAOs. I personally think that DAOs will be more effective as an alternative to collective bargaining for trying to really impact or change a very myopic idea or run something akin to a union.
I have a sort of cynical answer to that question, and that is the way that most people consider DAOs result in a lot of work for people like us. and when I say that with love, though, because it's just not possible to really create a DAO in the US that really follows the existing laws. So while they do have utility, they need to be structured in a specific way offshore so as not to run afoul of a myriad of issues. And so we help people do that. And then once you have done that, there are some very, very unique things that you can achieve with it, almost like a synthetic company where you can create something and have it operate and have it be less rigid than just a US C Corp. And I think that there's some real utility there, but only if done in the right way.
A lawyer with a cynical answer, I would have never expected. Go ahead.
So I have a different point of view from you guys. So also background, I'm the head of business for a company called Commonwealth. We're one of the leading DAO tooling companies. We're used by Axie, 1inch, MFers, DYDX, Osmosis, a list of others. Anyways, I think the power of DAOs is really in like human coordination. And so like what does a DAO truly do? It's a set of agreed decision-making rules for a group of people. Those group of people have some sort of shared mission of like, you know, they like a certain piece of IP, they want to like build a certain kind of products, it's a social club, whatever. From there, like why DAOs versus like a corporation or like an LLC or just like a group or, with DAOs, you're able to get more effective decision-making that places more power in the hands of people that actually know what they're doing. And so in a corporation, everything's very top-down. You know, if there's like a VP of marketing who makes the wrong decision to spend $200 million on Meta's new, you know, VR experience, you know, it's entirely his prerogative. There's no, you know, real external inputs. With a DAO, you can start to say, as a group, how much money do we want to allocate towards marketing, towards R&D, towards whatever. And then from there, you can start to contract sub-DAOs almost as like external contractors to complete these different RFPs or like requests for proposals. And so in there, you then get a bidding process of these different subgroups who you can evaluate on who's the most like expert at this job, slash, you know, who's not going to try and gouge the DAO for, you know, $7 million. And I think that's interesting. So I think from there, you can start to work on projects in a new way. I do think right now most DAOs are not doing this. I think probably the only DAOs I've seen that do this well are Osmosis, and DYDX is moving in that direction. And so, you know, I'm really excited to see more DAOs adopt sort of this mental model of, you know, how do you actually do things?
Yeah, I share a lot of the similar thoughts among everyone here that DAOs are really interesting, especially as George is saying, optimistically what they can do, what some DAOs are doing, which is definitely not what all DAOs are doing. But if you think about LLCs and corporations and other corporate forms, that there's all these investor rules and minority protections and all these things, and as DAOs, as we currently construct them, kind of wipe that away and say, hey, you get a token, vote it how you see fit, and kind of build up your, you know, internal company rubric and framework and structure as you see fit based on a smart contract, right? So definitely allocating human capital in a new way, which can be used for good or evil, and can go awry or have success just as any company can, including centralized ones, as we've seen very recently. Yeah, but I think all of that makes it very exciting, and I also think that there is still a glimmer of possibility for domestic DAOs, but without improved regulatory outlook, it's going to be difficult in the long term. So we'll see.
You know, interestingly, George, what you were talking about is new efficiencies based on DAOs. And I see what you're talking about, but I also see that DAOs lead to new inefficiencies as well.
Oh, yeah.
You have a decentralized power set of which you can't get anything done without a vote in many instances, if it's like truly a DAO, right? And what that leads to is, particularly the people that are coming to the DAO from the outside, of being unable to transact any business, even if they wanted to transact with the DAO in a manner. So many times when my clients are discussing like the idea of DAOs and should we do a DAO, is this what we should be doing? I generally advise with my clients, say, look, you know, you're going to have new inefficiencies that you're not even like ready to expect. Maybe the way to do this is not do a pure DAO, and not do a, the way a C Corp used to work, but maybe have the DAO act as, the so-called board that you would see in like a C, where you have people that are assigned to specific tasks to get rid of the inefficiency, and they can do things up to a certain, dollar amount or, certain power amount, whatever. So it's the idea almost of a centralized, decentralized autonomous organization, which obviously makes no sense, but it kind of does.
So I agree with the sentiment you're going. I think the better mental model in which it doesn't sound bad is, I think there's two sort of ways of thought. So first is Jesse Walden from Variant proposed this idea of progressive decentralization. When someone comes up with the idea for Uniswap, at its initial beginning, it's in one person's head, 100% centralized. He talks to someone, gradually the team grows, they build the product, gradually they get users, gradually governance takes control, et cetera, et cetera. And so, there isn't really a black and white, like you're decentralized or you're not decentralized. There's like a whole spectrum. And then from there, I think it's important to then think about DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. Everyone puts so much emphasis on D and not enough on A. At the end of the day, these organizations do need to get things done. You can't have checks and balances at every single decision point. We don't need to vote on should we pass payroll for every single employee every 2 weeks. And so from there, it's a matter of how do you have a decentralized vote to allocate powers, much like you were saying, and so you can say, okay, we're gonna scope out a project, and this is all of the detail of what you can and can't do, how much funding you do and do not get, resources, whatever. These are your expectations, your milestones, et cetera. And then from there, you can have the decentralized vote around that, which sets up all of the parameters to which the centralized contributor is able to work within. And I think that still feels very decentralized to me. Again, the decentralization is much more important at the board level, like you said, versus at the actual operational level, which just let people do their jobs.
That's all good and well with theory, but when it comes right down to it, people are creating general partnerships and they do not understand what that means. They are going to get fucked from ultimate liability for all of their personal assets. And then, given when DAOs took off last year and a half ago, I predict within 3 years, we are going to see a massive amount of pain at the IRS level, because how the hell are you possibly filing K-1s correctly when you have DAOs that are cross-border international organizations, much less violating securities laws, being over 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 people, depending on the various criterias? Everything you're saying, sure, you can do that. There is good precedent from a theory and a smart contract governance, we are thinking about this the right way manner, but when you get down to the brass tacks of dealing with the IRS and the SEC, which are probably the two most important regulators in this country for this issue, no one is doing this right. No one.
So where do you see the IRS issues? Is it more at is it the contributor level? Is it the investor level? Yeah, just curious.
Well,
yeah,
yes, all of them.
I don't know if you can make it, depending on what you've structured your DAO as, I don't know if you can make a distinction between a contributor and an investor, because if you have I'm assuming it's token-based, but even if it wasn't, let's just say we're all in a Discord together, you've come together as a group to do a business purpose. You have a general partnership that has partnership interests, whether it's, written as an LLC and membership interest, whether there's nothing written and it's just a group of people, or whether you've got tokens. That means, as an American citizen, you've got to file a K-1. Everybody who's a part of that DAO has to file a K-1. But then you get one person in Canada, one person in Mexico. Go to a CPA, go to an international CPA and tell him or her that you want to file taxes on an international general partnership and be laughed out the door on how ridiculously expensive that is. It's just mind-blowing that no one really considers this stuff, which is why what our general strategy here is to sort of take the whole DAO or the client off the board and use a very specialized vehicle in the Caymans to ring fence all of that into a structure that is an actual person, like for purposes of law, can sue and be sued, is in a tax-free jurisdiction, and then we deal with sort of this synthetic component in returning value to the participants.
Gotcha. So if you go offshore, then like the IRS concerns like disappear?
Well, they definitely don't disappear. But if you have a corporate form somewhere else, they are more manageable and they are more precise. And we've been dealing with, the law has been dealing with international structures like that for decades.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll throw out, like, I honestly don't like the U.S. DAO legal entities. I think they're just kind of for show. Almost all major DAOs are either in, like, Cayman's, Panama, or, like, Swiss, or, like, I guess, like, you get some in Guernsey and Malta. But, yeah, so, all of this, there are definitely a lot of legal complexities. Again, pay your lawyers lots of money. It is just a nature of the game. But, again, I do think there are ways to work around it. You just need to make sure, like, you're asking the right person and not a Discord member.
Fair.
Yeah, and I think you touched on this idea of just being thoughtful as you move through the space. I think people just like to rush into stuff, and that's great because there's a lot of innovation that comes out of that. But you also have to really considerably be thoughtful along the way. So if you've got an idea and you just want to go for it, and there's not a lot of capital or equity in it just yet, maybe you just go for it and see what happens. But every time you start to increase and be successful, you've got to come back, reassess, and then invest in these kinds of protections along the way as you can.
Yeah, and I think that balance, right? It's really a balance of what kind of DAO are you thinking of? What's the ultimate purpose of the organization? What are they doing? And then thinking through what is the legal framework that can support that based upon your, the purpose of the organization, your risk tolerances, your budget, all these different factors. It's a really complicated question and answer, I think. And people say DAO and probably mean 100 different things. But then, some of these Cayman foundations, which we've also worked with, I think end up basically just reinventing like a Delaware C Corp, but offshore, right? And it's the same. You have a board that's very centralized. People are suggesting proposals to the board, but it's ultimately not really decentralized, I think, in the way you've described, at least at optimistic.
Well, the thing about the foundation company is that you can actually legally have it governed by the vote of a smart contract. So yes, there has to be at least one human in between the governance and the company, so that if the vote of the governance is, let's move to North Korea, the adult in the room can say, no, we're not doing that, or let's send every member $10,000 without KYC, and no, we're not doing that. But everything else can be absolutely tied to a full decentralized vote by majority of token holders, legally and enforceably. So, that really does kind of speak to a new paradigm. It's not reinventing the Delaware C Corp. It is creating a governable entity that can be truly democratized.
Well, you also have that idea, right, of when you have the idea of DAO, and this is what I hear by a lot of non-attorneys, right, of, well, it's decentralized, it's safe, I'm fine. And, yeah, right. And, some attorneys have T-shirts. The idea here is that you have people that are not attorneys basically giving each other legal advice, saying, man, it's decentralized, you can't get sued. How are they going to know you? And I always go back to the same framework of what happened in BitTorrent. When BitTorrent was, this huge thing years ago, what did they say? They said, well, man, nobody knows who I am. And the RIAA proved that wrong over and over and over, and they sued a lot of grandmas. And that's what's going to happen in DAOs as well. Your wallets, while you think they are, anonymous right this second, it's only a matter of time till that's not the case. And because of that, DAO is obviously not spelled with the letters SAFE, because they're not. They are this thing that has a particular usage, but that usage does not mean in and of itself, we are safe from scrutiny, we are safe from lawsuits, we are safe from somebody else figuring out who we are, and we were the Do Kwon of the world, and we screwed a lot of people through a failure, or even other things that are happening. People want to know who they're dealing with, even when you say, well, it's the contract, it's the contract. No, bullshit. People still want to know. And ultimately, while a DAO can be anonymous, we're seeing less and less DAOs that are anonymous getting it done. Why? And partially because of the damn lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, to put that another way, it's like DAOs are a way of making a decision. If the decision you make is illegal, like, you still have legal liability. So again, it's like, I guess jumping off that, like, most things shouldn't be a DAO. And, I think when should something be a DAO? The right time is, I think, once you really hit product market fit. So, Gnosis Safe is probably the one that's the best example here where, they built a product that was battle tested, used by the industry, secures billions of dollars, and then finally they were like, okay, we're gonna like pass the keys to the kingdom off to the community. What are DAOs not good at? DAOs aren't good at deciding where to go. Like, you shouldn't have 10,000 people acting as the CEO of like Google or Facebook or whatever. You need some leadership to decide where you're going. And so from there, like, you need to like have a team that's figuring out going from point A to point B, and eventually once you're at point B, it's easier to just like pass the keys. From there, what are DAOs good at? DAOs are good at figuring out what's the best way to get from point A to point B. You can say we want to launch this product, and hey guys, like, what do you want to do? Like, what are your ideas to go from here to here? And then you can make the decision on what's the best path.
George, let me stop you for a second and ask you a question based on what you just said. What makes DAOs the best vehicle to make that decision? Why do you feel that? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying what has led you to that conclusion?
So I think you're able to get more information from your community about what they're willing to take. So, like, best example is Frax, where you can have an internal team that's like dictating, what is the reserve ratio of this currency? That's the Fed for us in like the total economy. But at the same point, as we're seeing, oftentimes like the Fed differs from like even some of the smartest people in the United States. They decide that like this is their mental model and how they want to pursue things, and there's no external insight. It's next to impossible to try and change that. With Frax, you have all token voters get a vote on what percentage they want the reserve ratio to be. You're able to get total feedback from people, and if they disagree with the system, they can sell their tokens and leave. And so with that, you are able to get a much better product that fits the total needs of the community, and really get a better insight about what should be happening.
So the one problem I have with the better needs for the community idea is, having ran businesses, having been part of a lot of businesses for 30 years, their communities are notoriously fickle, and just because they think that there's something that is going to be of benefit to them doesn't actually mean is of benefit. And that doesn't mean that they're always wrong. But I don't know that the word best that you were describing it as the right word to describe a DAO. I think they're just another structure of which may be able to give very good advice in certain instances and very good direction in other instances. But I don't know that the word best is going to ever be a way that probably an attorney would describe any entity. They would probably use, this might be a good entity in this situation, but maybe not.
Fair. And the life is all about trade-offs. There is no perfect solution. There's only like the solution that has trade-offs that are maybe most favorable to your situation. I think going off of that, like another just example is like with all of the DeFi meltdown we've seen. It was purely centralized organizations where they had incredibly brilliant people that are best at their jobs, figuring out what is the collateral that Three Arrows or FTX should be having. Versus you have decentralized lending products where, A, code is law, and B, they were very strict on having like heavy over collateralization. And so again, I think like like we shouldn't trust smart people. And I think much of corporations are just like trusting smart people to like do their jobs. And at least in DAOs, you get more governance. I think also like maybe different tangent that we can jump on, but like plutocracy is definitely very prevalent in DAOs today. I think to a certain extent that's a feature, not a bug. You know, again, it's like, yeah, maybe a bunch of people in Frax don't know what's best for them, but I think the majority of capital, i.e. like voting share, probably do know what's best.
So we're going to have to start wrapping up. The panel with DCentral today is being shot out live via Binance's channels. If you want to see more of this sort of stuff with other attorneys, other people that are speaking over the next couple days, go ahead and get out to their channel, like, subscribe, whatever. But with that being said, I think that there's obviously usages for DAOs. I think any of the attorneys up here are interested in this topic because it's something we see, and maybe it's just something that we think is very interesting, right? Like, you have Marshall Islands having a specific type of entity, DAOs, right now, and they have rules for how DAOs have to operate. And then you have other places like Caymans that have differing sets of rules. And each time you get to a different jurisdiction, you're now dealing with, well, of what a DAO can or cannot be, or maybe even what it can be, maybe it can't be that for other reasons, like in the United States, a Wyoming DAO may not be able to offer securities without, you know, registering. So there's a bunch of things that you have to keep in mind whenever you're dealing with any of these issues. And obviously, I would say, you know, out of the attorneys here, if I could just see hands, how many of you would say, talk to an attorney when you're doing it? Probably all of you.
I mean, the title of this should have been just DAO it, but talk to your lawyer first.
A little asterisk.
Our mini DAO right here voted talk to an attorney. So I would say we all should be cognizant of, you know, what a DAO can do. And more specifically, exactly to your point earlier, everybody focuses on decentralized without thinking about the term autonomous, because I don't know many DAOs that are actually autonomous, and more specifically, are they autonomous in ways that are helpful? Because what you were talking about was the idea that they're good at making decisions for things that they want to do. But what about somebody else who wants to interact with a DAO that's coming from the outside? Are they very well set up to take on something new? Many instances, the answer is no. So how do you deal with that? Probably have a centralized person deal with that particular thing. How do you do business with the DAO that you want to do business with? Talk to Bob.
Yeah, we don't even have time to get into it, but the whole agency thing around from outsiders working with the DAO and who can bind the DAO. I think there's going to be lawsuits out the wazoo in 2 or 3 years on who, you know, breach of contract, who can bind.
Yeah, but I think also one of the interesting things about just different corporate forums is being able to specialize. And you see that with DAOs already, is that, you know, the vast majority of people don't want to have active participation in every issue. And so it's solving that same problem. How do we create a permissive, you know, working global, like, co-working environment where people can work digitally across borders, but then also be able to check in, vote, or delegate on things that matter to them, and pass off or delegate things that don't, but then also be involved in that ecosystem. And so I think that whole element of how that works at a high level is still in the experimentation form, and I'm really interested. And that's what makes me excited, is to see how you can kind of structure that and make the incentives work right from like an economics perspective, and then make it like safe and sound from a legal perspective, which is a really tough challenge, I think, right now.
Well, not only that, but if you're part of 73 DAOs, and of course they're all in Discord or wherever, right? Do you have time to be looking at 73 DAOs, you know, votes every day? Probably not.
I'll push to say that literally no one is in 73 DAOs. I don't think there's probably very few people that are even in 10 DAOs. I think, like, if you look at like Olympus DAO, for instance, they like to say that they have like 20,000 DAO members. They don't. They have like 50. I think DAO member is like you're actually participating in the organization. who are actually adding value. And then I think the other subsection is like investors. Like I think if you own Uniswap token, you're not in the Uniswap DAO. If you're active in governance, maybe, but like if you just hold the token, you're not a DAO member. I think that's a better way to like think about allocating contributors and also participation, because then again, it's like, to your point, like literally impossible to be an active contributor in 73 org.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not us who gets to decide that. It's an 80-year-old judge who's going to see that case come across his desk and he's going to be like, oh yeah, wait, what? You think you're not part of this partnership? You random person with 10 uni tokens? Like, I think there's a real risk that could be, oh shit, you are part of that partnership and you're the person that we were able to wrangle into court. You've got joint and several liability for all of Uniswap. I mean, those are the kind of things that we're going to see in the very near future. I mean, Uki is a good example of like, I mean, I was calling that 3 years ago. And that's a real thing that a lot of these projects that got real big real quick are going to have some serious issues with. Or I should say their members are going to have some serious issues.
Even with Uki, though, it was only active governors, right? It was only active governors for Uki. Like if you voted on decisions, you had liability of like making the decision.
I think we could debate this all day, and I think it's
it'd
a
be
little
new rabbit
unclear where
holes.
this is headed, but just so that people can catch us if we want to, I think if everyone can say how they can be reached, or maybe their Twitter. I'm Learned Chaos on Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, any of that, and my firm is International Blockchain Legal.
That's a great idea. My name's Dave Rodman. You can reach out info@the Rodman Law Group or @Rodman Law on Twitter.
George Beal, I'm hiring devs.eth, George P. Beal for both Telegram and Twitter.
I'm Moish Peltz at Falcon Rapport and Berkman, so it's frblaw.com, or I'm at PeltzM on Twitter.
And I'm Josh Hale. I'm non-fungible counsel. I'm the attorney for DCentral, and you can find me pretty much anywhere under the name Josh, because everybody can find me that way. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So I hope you guys got some not legal advice from this panel. Definitely we have a nice treat for you up next. We have Sheila Lirio Marcello, and she is head of MetaCrafters. She'll be talking about 5 minutes about learning to earn.
Thanks, Erica. I know, are my slides up? There we go. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be one of the speakers to kick off DCentral, and thank you to Binance and DCentral for having me. As Erica said, I'm Sheila Lirio Marcello. I'm CEO and co-founder of a company called Proof of Learn. And our first project is called MetaCrafters, which is where builders learn from blockchain experts, earn rewards in stablecoin, and get hired. But before I kind of jump into this lofty ambition that we have to really help Web3 in the metaverse, I thought I'd just go back and just talk about my background. So I founded a company 16 years ago called care.com. Some of you probably have used it for childcare, pet care, senior care, tutoring, housekeeping. We grew that to about 20 countries, 38 million members, and then we took it public in 2014. And around 2015, my husband and I went to World Economic Forum Davos, where we heard Jim Breyer and Reid Hoffman on a panel talk about how blockchain was going to be the multi-trillion-dollar industry. From a logical economic perspective, it totally made sense that after care.com, my husband and I jumped in when we sold it in February 2020 to jump into Web3. And it's really interesting. So I started on the internet in Web 1, jumped in the 90s. I know that I'm dating myself. And then built and grew care.com in Web 2. And now I'm in Web 3 for a mission-driven company. And it's just beyond economics. And it's all about social impact, which is what I've been doing my entire career. And one of the things we're focused on in building Web 3 is really how do we address the number of builders? Because as I was peeling the onion and looking at this industry, less than 1% of all developers around the world know how to code in blockchain. But yet it is high growth and there's a huge demand, and the shortage we have for growing this industry is overall developers, and thus MetaCrafters. So what we wanted to do was look at what was happening with Play to Earn and instead migrate that to Learn and Earn. A very dear friend of mine, Gabby Dizon, who founded YGG and scaled it, had a vision for the future of work, but it had to be more than Play to Earn. And one of the brainstorms we had at NFT New York last year was Learn and Earn. And he said, Sheila, what are you doing after, because I was also a venture partner at NEA, are you just going to invest in this? And I said, no, I jump in, come out of retirement or my sabbatical, and operate again. So what we wanted to do was imagine a world in a metaverse where we would build and pay students to learn, to build, code, and earn while they were doing it. Learn and earn is what we were building. So now we are on a mission to advance the next million Web 2 developers into Web 3, and we're doing that on MetaCrafters, where they can learn and earn, and really important, land Web 3 jobs. And so let's start with Learn, really focusing on using mentors and working with the community overall and inviting them in so that they can help us build courses. Think about it as competency frameworks. The first one we just launched last month in Lisbon was the Soul Proof, which I'll talk about in a second, but we're doing this with the community. And we're doing it with mentors and practitioners, not on our own. And where the earn kicks in is beginners courses are for free. They can come take a basic course on metacrafters.io. And then when they're taking intermediate or advanced courses, they pay $100 just to make sure they have skin in the game. And they win back twice as much upon course completion. So pay $100, get $200 back. Where do you get to do that when you're going to school? We just launched it also at USC, and we announced it, and the students were all laughing and excited because normally they pay tuition. Said we're paying them to learn. And to become apprentices, learn USDC stablecoin, we call creds, that they can use towards income. And on top of that, they also get to own, our crafters get to own MetaCrafters through our craft governance token, which they'll be able to trade also once we launch that overall. And then once they complete a course, they get a proof of learn NFT inscribed on blockchain. And that's one of the critical things around Web3, that transparency and accessibility across the globe of skills that is viewable by employers. And then, of course, it's landing the job. Overall, it's not just enough to learn and earn, but making sure that you're working towards employability. And that's really the mission of the company. So we've launched Soul Proof, but we got 3.5 million grants from Solana, Avalanche, Dapper Labs, which is the flow chain, as well as Polygon. I want to thank all our partners for doing that. And that's non-dilutive grants that we got, apart from the seed raise that we raised in January. We also launched a Creator Cup, which we wanted to announce today, another big Creator Cup, winning prizes in Lisbon, USC, and in Web3 Festival in the Philippines. We invited the winners and announced Team Zevel from the Philippines and Kodimas from Japan, and they won prizes helping us really develop metacrafters.io from a design perspective and the Solanite house. Think about it as like Hogwarts. We're having the chain houses in competition, and it's being designed in Metacrafters. And we're now launching Flow Night. 6 teams have the chance to win up to $20,000 in prizes, and we're kicking this off globally again to design the Flow Night house within metacrafters.io. So we're really focused around building community. And we're not doing this alone because of the social mission to build Web3 together. So it makes sense that we're inviting the community to craft Meta, thus the name MetaCrafters. And you can go to metacrafters.io. And some of the best Web3 developers are still out there. It's still early, something we're always emphasizing. And some of them might be here in Miami, which you're going to run into. So we're really focused on inviting the community. If you already code in Web3, come be a mentor, come be a practitioner, because we share the income and earnings with you. So we're building for the builders, as we call it. So now I just want to quickly play our launch video.
As a blockchain developer, I believe Web3 is the future.
How we build the metaverse now will unlock unstoppable potential, experiences and advancements we can't even imagine.
It feels like we're on the brink of something huge, and there's so much to learn still. But learning something new is hard. It's 100 times easier to learn something together. accountability, and support are necessary.
If we really want blockchain to be successful and grow, we need tools to scale it. We need a way to train more creators to bring Web3 to more people.
MetaCrafters, we're on a mission to advance 1 million Web2 devs to Web3, where devs learn and earn and land Web3 jobs. We are the platform for builders to learn from blockchain experts, earn creds, and get hired.
Join your chain's house and invest in skills you'll need to succeed. The Solonite House has just released Soul-Proof courses, where builders can learn JavaScript, Rust, and earn rewards as they advance through the Solana track.
The Solonite House is the first to be designed by creators in our own community. We're on a mission to advance 1 million Web2 devs to Web3.
Our doors are officially open to devs ready to learn, earn, and land their next Web3 job.
We'll see you there, MetaCrafters. So thanks again. Go to metacrafters.io. I want a special thanks to DCentral and a shout out to Binance for sponsoring this amazing event, and hopefully Binance will be a partner soon too. Thank you so much.
That's awesome, you guys, because I always tell people that the next illiteracy might be the inability to code, especially for young people. So if you guys have family members, nieces, nephews, kids, it is important for them to learn how to code. And blockchain developers already get paid a fraction more than regular developers, which is pretty good. So definitely check out MetaCrafters. Up next, I have Hotep Jesus, and if you're a local, Hotep Jesus. He is a cultural architect and representing Hotep Nation, so come on up. He is going to be talking about the snowball effect, scaling Web3 for the masses.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm going to start off with a little story here before we bring the technology guys on stage. I was teaching blockchain technology to a guy named Vitalik. Yeah, I was teaching Vitalik. And he's telling me, he says, "Teacher, I have this idea called the trilemma." I said, "Okay, tell me about this, Vitalik." And he says, "It's about decentralization, security, and speed." And I said, "Junior blockchain developer, you're missing a piece here. We also need cheap transactions." So today, our speakers are going to tell you how we're going to solve something I have called the Hotep Quadlemma. I'd like you to put your hands together, first and foremost, for Near Foundation, Robert Smith. Next up on the stage, representing Syscoin, is Jagdeep Sidhu. Clap it up for him, clap it up for him. Today we are going to start this conversation off with talking about, well, I want to loosen it up a bit. Let's loosen it up a bit first. What I want to talk about is a very important interview question. Whenever you go into a job, they want to ask you and they say, well, what have you messed up? What mistakes have you made? So when I talk to these guys about blockchain tech, let's move over a few seats. Let's get in the center of the stage. Yeah, let's even this out a bit. So I want to start off with Jag. Can you please tell me a time where you messed something up developing your blockchain tech?
Well, back when we started out, we were trying to figure out what belongs on the blockchain, what doesn't belong on the blockchain. Obviously, when you start out, you're thinking, okay, Bitcoin is a great store of value story. It's the money preservation of the future. But what else can you do with this blockchain? How can you bring about utility? So the first thing we thought about was, okay, let's do digital identity, let's do marketplaces, let's do certificates, which are so-called NFTs. And we started to go that way, and we realized quickly that even though we had an innovative strategy to prune stuff off the blockchain in a unique way, you still won't be able to get economies of scale if you're pushing all this stuff as data on the blockchain. Everyone is having to reproduce these databases and resync everything from scratch. At some point, you're going to need a supercomputer to sync up. And we realized that that strategy is not the right way to go. We saw ZK coming in the future, and we're like, okay, well, there's going to be a better way. So the mistake early on was realizing that, even though the blockchain exists and you can throw data into it, you don't necessarily want to throw just every piece of data into it. Just specifically stuff that needs to be double spend protected or stop from people cheating each other from financial transactions is what we found.
Real quick, Robert, raise your hand if you guys understand blockchain technology at an expert level. Okay. Raise your hand if you understand blockchain technology at an intermediate level. Okay. Raise your hand if you understand blockchain at a very basic level. Raise your hand if you have no idea how blockchain works. Okay, all right. Robert, what have you messed up when it comes to blockchain technology?
I actually agree with what he said because a lot of times, anytime a new tech comes about, we try to shoehorn the old into the new. We try to say, let's do what we've always done and just put it on this new platform. And I think that's a mistake. We should allow the platform to drive the innovation and let the use cases speak for themselves. And we see that every single time, Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. Let's have an Uber for X. Let's have a Shopify for Y, and on and on and on. And that's exactly what happened with the blockchain. Also, I really think that the music and art sector is so desperate for change, so desperate for innovation, so desperate for freedom that they become the early adopters and the loudest voices. And that's with every platform. And it's the same thing that happened with blockchain. NFTs were embraced early on by the art community, and that became the loudest voice. I really think that obviously we should embrace everyone, but letting NFTs, for example, letting the immutable chain speak for itself and drive the new use cases and allow other voices to rise as well.
There are, in my opinion, the two most important conversations surrounding cryptocurrency. Number one comes down to legal. Gary Gensler, Janet Yellen, FinCEN, CFTC, et cetera, et cetera. What are we going to do to protect the rights of individuals to transact in a diversity of currencies? The second most important, in my opinion, is scalability. How do we process a lot of transactions at a high speed? So I'd like to start off with Robert. You hear this term called TPS. Now, TPS stands for transactions per second. I'd like to know how your technology is going to advance the speed of transactions.
So you just lobbed me a softball because the near chain specializes in horizontal scalability. Near has something called sharding, which allows us to process hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. It's unique in that workloads can be divided up among shards and individually processed instead of every node having an entire copy of the blockchain and processing. So the entire chain becomes the speed of its pretty much its slowest node. With Near, it's different, and I highly recommend everyone check out the Near project, Near blockchain, because with sharding, it allows you to scale infinitely based on a number of validators, and that's really something unique to Near. We see Ethereum 2 also just implemented sharding as well, but I really think everyone, if you need that kind of scalability, is to look at the Near chain first.
Jack, how do you handle speed of transactions?
The core fundamental tenet of scaling blockchains is you have to avoid the re-execution of transactions. Like if you're having everyone reproduce the same state over and over, it becomes really slow. So as Robert said, you can either split the blockchain up so some nodes are avoiding re-execution of others by separating the state, or you can try to create a modular separation of concerns. In software speak, we try to keep separation of concerns by keeping the system separate, meaning there's no actual information being transferred between the layers. So the Ethereum roadmap is definitely going towards modularity. I think what Near is trying to do is the earlier on roadmap of sharding, execution sharding, where you actually have separate shards executing smart contracts, and when you need to talk to each other, there's a communication in between them. And now what Ethereum and what Syscoin is doing is more of a modular stack where the layer one essentially has just the data availability for censorship resistance for a layer 2, layer 3 roadmap. What that means is you want to move the transactions off of the base layer. I personally think that users will never actually touch layer 1. They'll always be on layer 2, layer 3. You may use layer 1 maybe once in a while if you're settling, you're going away on a vacation or something like that. So separating the concerns, your layer 1 essentially becomes a court system, and it becomes a data provenance system which stores the critical information required for your exits in order for you to say you've inherited the layer 1 security, moving off to layer 2. When all the transactions are on these separate chains, you definitely avoid the execution on the base layer, and the base layer becomes really cheap and fast, and it's not concerned about having everyone re-execute everything and keep in sync with each other.
Raise your hand if what they're saying is going over your head like carry-on luggage. Okay, so you guys all, okay, just a couple of people here. All right, we'll get there. We're going to get you there. The next piece of the Hotep quadlemma. Actually, raise your hand if you know who Vitalik is. Okay, you guys didn't laugh at my joke earlier when I said he was my student. Oh my God, it must be early. So the next piece is, we've talked about speed of transactions, but we also want the transactions to be cheap. We want low gas fees. How do you create cheap transactions with Syscoin?
So the key issue there is for scalability and for cheap transactions, they go hand in hand, right? The trilemma is connected. You definitely want to create something called economies of scale, which means the more users jump on this thing, the more agents, the more bots jump on this thing, it's got to get cheaper, amortized over the number of users. It's just how every technology stack has scaled, like Web 2, Web 3, it doesn't really matter. Even our society has scaled with compliance and legal frameworks. As more people get in the system, it's got to get cheaper and cheaper. Otherwise, if it doesn't scale that way, you end up creating bottlenecks. And so if you have a modular stack where everything happens in one layer, of course it's going to bog down as more users come. Of course it's going to get more expensive. And it doesn't really matter for Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's not a utility-based system. It's a store of value. But it does matter for something else that's trying to add on utility through smart contracts. That's where we expect users to come and do transactions daily. They might be involved in some IoT or AI or smart cities sort of transactionality or metaverse or GameFi. But it's got to get cheaper and cheaper because you're going to be using this thing on the daily. So in order for us to do that, there are different ways we're thinking about that. In the modular stack, at least, what the Ethereum roadmap is and what ZK is saying, Starknet, Matter, Polygon, they're all doing this is creating a layer 2 that's going to be decentralized with layer 3s stemming off of that, which means that now the layer 1 actually doesn't even learn about layer 3 really. It's an indirection, and you can put all the users on individual ecosystems like Microsoft, IBM, they can have their own layer 3s. By the way, those could be compliant as well, and offer their own ecosystems without affecting the gas fees of one another. And at that point, you do start to see a semblance of economies of scale. Some of the technologies, there are, and when you get into the layer 2 sort of mindset, there are two types of technologies that exist there. There's optimistic rollups, which involve fraud proofs. So someone has to say that you've done something wrong, and you have a delay period where you hear something wrong, then you punish that person. Or there's this new technology called zero-knowledge proofs, and we think that's going to really change the world. It's really like a black box where it cannot be wrong. You do your executions in that black box, and you post a proof back to the base chain, and it cannot be wrong. It's guaranteed mathematically to be correct. And that in itself is going to help us scale up the layer 2s and layer 3s and increase economies of scale.
Robert, how do you handle cheap transactions or create them for the people?
I'm actually looking forward to this project and what they're doing. It started as a Bitcoin fork, and to do all of this on top of that is very interesting. So I'm looking forward to what you're doing. I agree with that. With scalability comes cheap transactions. We do it because with the NEAR, the validators can be run on a regular computer. You don't need specialty mining. You don't need ASIC or anything like that. You can run a node on a regular computer. We just had something called Stake Wars, which allowed people who maybe don't have a lot of NEAR to participate. And with that, we just have that economy of scale to allow very, very cheap transactions, sub-penny transactions.
Okay. Now we have to get down to the nitty-gritty. Security. Now, it is my understanding, just give me a head nod, that you represent proof of stake.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And Jag, you are proof of work, right?
I mean, you can have proof of stake running off of proof of work, but at the base layer, yeah, we're proof of work.
Excellent. So I want to know, why did you guys choose proof of stake over proof of work? And then I want to know why you chose proof of work over proof of stake, Jag. We'll start with Robert.
So they started out as a Bitcoin fork, and they're building on top of that. So at the very lowest level is proof of work, but they're building on it. Also, going back and forth between layer 1 and layer 2 does give you a extra security concern, which they are working out. As far as NEAR is concerned, they started as proof of stake. And the proof of work, proof of stake debate will rage on, and we will see what falls out in the next year or so. But it seems that at this point, proof of stake allows cheaper transactions. It allows you to use hardware that's not specialty hardware. And look, it's fashionable. People care about the environment. People care about being green, and that's proof of stake.
Jag, do you see any security risks using proof of stake?
I mean, I think so. The state of the art of proof of stake is you will remove the physical constraint of resource consumption, what I call digitization of work. So you're taking work, putting it to use, and making a digital token out of it. The state of the art of proof of stake is you hold some money, and then you do some work, and other people will keep you honest because you're holding a stake. And at the same time, if you do something wrong, you're punishable. So there are some new game theoretical attacks to that situation, because now there's more games around being able to bribe people or be able to fake that that person did something wrong, therefore his stake should be slashed. And on the other thing, there is also the nothing at stake, and they say slashing actually mitigates that, but I would argue against that. In my mind, nothing comes for free, right? And so if you're taking away the resource consumption and you're replacing it with a staking assumption, what I like to talk about is the proof of work is more inflation resistant. You cannot synthesize energy, right? Energy is something that no matter what the inflation metrics look like with US dollar, it's going to cost more and more to extract that same amount of energy. Where proof of stake is really backed by whatever the instrument is the global economy is using to barter, so if it's US dollar today. In the sense of hyperinflation happening with the US dollar, the energy consumption cost will go up and the staking cost will go down. The ratio between something like Bitcoin and ETH will tend towards infinity in that situation if the theory is correct. But in the same scenario, how expensive will it be to attack something like NEAR or ETH? It's still going to be astronomical, because at that point, the cost of attack is still fairly large. You will still lose a lot of money if you try to attack that. And is it going to be useful to attack? Why would you attack? Why would you throw money away? But if the ratio is tending towards infinity, Bitcoin, Satoshis, you can start to attack it cheaper and cheaper. At some point, there's a threshold where it becomes really cheap to attack. Now, how useful is that? And the takeaway from the ETH community, the proof of stake community, is they can simply reset the system. If something happens, that you can fork out these bad actors, and it will reset the system. And proof of work, it's meant to be anti-fragile in that if you're doing a 51% attack and you borrow all this energy to be able to attack Bitcoin, all you can really do is censor the blockchain. In that scenario, it fixes itself over time. You're going to put a lot of money, buy a lot of energy. It's going to cost you a lot of money, more money than yesterday because of hyperinflation, if that's the scenario you're playing out. And at the same time, it fixes itself. There's no fork needed because the proof of work system finds the longest chain over time. In proof of stake, there's really no such thing as longest chain.
I agree with that. One thing to add on to that is proof of stake is inherently centralized, and it's up to each chain and their foundations to force decentralization in something that's inherently centralized, and that's the whole idea of the blockchain, to be decentralized. So you have human beings behind it forcing decentralization to something that is easily centralized, and that is going to be a huge deal. You're going to see it in the next few months. Some chains out there are, because of their centralization, may not make it.
So there's let's clarify the metric of decentralization here. I think that's important for the audience here. When you're talking about decentralization, how do you measure that? And what we call that something called Nakamoto coefficient, right? It's how many groups or how many different sorts of nodes or different sorts of softwares does someone have to consume or collude with to break such a system? And I personally think that in proof of work, because you're going to be reproducing your own state, you're not trusting anyone else, you're not able to collude with others to change the state of the system, aside from being the miner. You actually increase the Nakamoto coefficient every time you run a node, right? Because you are your own security model. You are your own bank. In the staking model, you can technically collude with others. The Nakamoto coefficient is actually a lot less. Every time you run a node, it's the group of validators, the group of stakers that actually become one, a value of one of the Nakamoto coefficient. Whereas in Bitcoin, it would be each node is going to increase. You know, if we in the common speak, the software is actually one piece of thing that could be attacked as well. But that's the same in proof of stake or proof of work. If there's a bug in the software, the entire system breaks. But if we assume that the software is safe, then every person that runs a node is going to increase that coefficient and therefore become more decentralized. And that's what I mean by inflation resistance and stuff, because you're not going to be able to trick other people into running fake consensus in Bitcoin. It's going to be much harder and much easier if it's cheaper and cheaper. My same Satoshis go farther and farther to try to help someone collude. That's the concern. You know, how viable that attack is, it's really up to the academics to prove that out, but there is something there that proves that it becomes cheaper and cheaper to attack if the base common denominator currency for barter is hyperinflating.
Wealth inequality is a huge problem in America. A lot of people are complaining about it. As we wind down here, it's about a minute left. Your 30-second pitch on how proof of stake isn't going to widen that gap of wealth inequality. Jag? Or might attribute to it.
Yeah, I mean, like the wealth, I think in the mining model, it's the barrier of entry comes from who's able to mine, and the wealth inequality there is on the mining side. Whereas on the blockchain, proof of stake, the blockchain nodes running the staking validators actually increase create that segregation. So I think in both systems, there is a little bit of inequality. There's a first mover advantage. In our scenario, like we try to create our tokenomics to cater towards population growth. So in our view, we don't want to follow the Bitcoin philosophy of everything has to go up only over time exponentially, because at that point, people are going to be priced out no matter what the gas fees are, no matter if you offer economies of scale. That one Satoshi ends up being equivalent of $1 million, for example. It doesn't make sense. You need to figure out what it looks like in a utility perspective. And for us, we try to model our tokenomics based on population growth. So 1%, around 1%, and it's going down over time. And we feel that that is a good metric for long-term, long-term tokenomics model that removes that segregation.
Robert, how do you feel about the potential of wealth inequality in the blockchain tech, POS, POW?
Well, with Near, like I said, you can mine on regular hardware. You can run a node. You can stake on regular hardware. So it really opens it up to people who maybe not have specialty hardware, they don't have ASICs. Anyone with a laptop can do something with near, and that is the big difference between the arms race that's happening on the proof of work side.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the snowball effect, scalability. Clap it up for Jag and Robert, please. My name is Hotep Jesus. We have our lovely hostess coming to the stage. Thank you very much for watching.
That's such an interesting conversation because it is important to note that when it comes to money, you need something that is truly decentralized. You need something like proof of work. But when it comes to other technology, proof of stake is good enough in terms of decentralization. So my next speaker has a story to tell you. And his story is about how he's actually made money every single year since 2016 in the crypto space. How many of you guys have that type of track record? Sounds like nobody. So you're going to want to listen to his story. You guys, this is Calvin. Calvin has a fund called Plutus VC. They are the main investor in Candy Club. Shout out to Candy Club. Thank you for being a sponsor of DecentralCon. How much money did Plutus raise?
We are a 200 million US fund based in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong's a good place to be. Well, take it away and tell them a good story.
Thank you. Good morning, Miami. And first, thank you to Binance for streaming this event and on stage to millions of people worldwide and recording it on the Binance live stream. So, my name is Kelvin. Today, actually, I want to share a real story about my fund on how we actually got to where we are today. So here's a quick story about me. This is basically my logo wall. This logo tells you everything about myself. Oops. The PPT does not work. Okay, anyway, so the logo wall that was on display just now tells you everything about myself. Basically, I started with Daytona, USA, which is an arcade machine, and then I took World of Warcraft to China. And all the time I've been, you can say, from an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, to a venture capital company that I founded in 2013 in China, investing specifically only in the Chinese TMT technology, mobile, and telecommunication industry. We had, from 2013 to last year, 3 IPOs on our fund belt. And then in 2016, and then in 2016, my partner introduced me to crypto. So 2016 was the first time that my fund actually spin off 20 million US to be invested in the crypto space. So this graphic here shows the entire history of where we were. 2016, 2017, 2020, 2021. If any one of y'all is in this space during these 4 years, y'all would have made money had you have sold your tokens. If you have not sold your tokens today, any $100,000 investment, today you are left back with probably $300. Some tokens drop 90%, right? The chart shows, I think like Solana went down 95%. So any 100,000, you have back 5,000. So these were the few years that we made a lot of money for the fund. Basically, from a $20,000, $30,000, 30 million fund, we became a 200 million fund with an AUM exceeding 690 million. So everybody always asks me, why crypto? Why do we want to be in crypto? So my answer is always, it is the fastest way for anybody to become a millionaire. Throughout my history as a serial entrepreneur, I found out that doing business is actually very, very hard. It takes years for you to build a business, from startup to incubating it to making your first revenues and then making your first dollar in profit or even break even. But crypto in 2016 made the big change in us. Why? We saw that, you know, in crypto, this market is going to change everything. It's going to disrupt even the venture capital market. That was why we decided that let's form a fund that invests into tokens and move into this particular space, because entrepreneurs, startups are going to be able to raise money so easily that they need not listen to the VCs anymore. And we were right. In 2017, every fund, every project that we approach them or they approach us, we told them, like, this is the best part. We told them, I need some documentations and I need to check, verify that what is the ownership. And you know what some of the big projects told us back then? Calvin, sorry, you have 24 hours to invest. Otherwise, your allocation is going to the next guy. And we were like, what? But that's true. That was exactly what happened in 2017. So, but these good times never last that long, right? So we are in the bear market today. How can projects survive, continue to survive, and so on? But what I'm going to share with you all today is that the former slide, that 4 golden years, we made a lot of money. But what was our biggest score in Plutus was that what we invested in the bear market in 2019 made us the most money. Okay? So I just give one specific example. In 2018, the whole entire market, crypto market, dropped like flies. Literally like what happened today, this year, right? And then in 2019, majority of the crypto funds in the industry actually lost confidence in the crypto market. Exactly what is happening today as well to many people. That was when we decided to buy distressed assets. So any of you who are a fund, you have invested in some assets and you have no more confidence in crypto, that's where Plutus came in. We told you, hey, you can sell it to us at a discount. So that's when we bought those assets. And when the end of 2020, we just waited like 18 months or so, those assets went up 27 times. And we started selling, right? So what we need to know about the crypto winter is that literally not every distressed assets you can buy. You have to choose. 80 to 90% of projects will fail, right? So how does projects needs to stay relevant in the market? And you have to stay alive. If you are able to stay alive, you have a chance. So these are some of the stuff that projects can do. You can need to maintain an active community. You need to create activities over your tokens, right? And most importantly, every token project has 2 main duties. You have to reduce the amount of tokens in the market so that people have more confidence in the token itself. Reducing market supply equals demand is higher than supply, right? So you have to create some form of demand and you have to increase your own treasury. Because if you do not have a healthy treasury inside the company, you don't have a team anymore. So crypto also needs real business. Today, I can dare say that 95% of all projects in crypto are playing with what we call air. So that's where the terminology comes from pump and dump, right? You basically pump it up and then you can dump it back down easily. So crypto needs real business. So today I'm going to introduce to you all a social gaming market, or in the US it's called social casino market. This is a $8.7 billion market. And I want to highlight a few companies. One is Zinger Poker, which was acquired for $12.7 billion US. Another company is Playtika, which did last year's biggest IPO of $11.1 billion US. So what does Playtika, Zinger Poker, and all this offers in the United States itself? The games that you see up there. All these games are social casino games. And this is a multi-billion-dollar business. So I want to introduce, Candy Club came to us about 4.5 months ago. When we saw this project, we told ourselves that, hey, this is something that the fund is looking for, because 6 months ago to 8 months ago, we have 28, 29 companies, portfolio companies, looking to us to raise additional money. They need SOS, emergency fund, because they're running out of money. They need to survive. Their tokens are dying. The price is dropping. There's not much use case to it. So Candy Club is here to create one key big use case for every single token. What we do here is that we bring the world's biggest and best casino games onto the crypto platform in a very legal and legit manner. This is how it works. Ethereum as an example. Ethereum goes up into Candy Club, you get Ethereum credit, 1 equals to 1, and you are able to play all the games inside there. It works technically with every single token. Currently support ERC20, BNB, Binance token. And the whole entire platform is equipped with all kinds of functions, features, tournaments, championships, where we can actually work together with each of the communities or the token to create activities specifically for each token. That's how it works. And then this, as I said, this is designed for the crypto world. There's no entry barriers. We guarantee the rewards such as like 50%, up to 50% of whatever tokens that comes back in, we pass it back to the partners. So in short, you have a platform that provides you with a huge use case that helps you to collect your tokens and give you back 50% of it. What you do with the tokens is entirely up to you. And what Candy Club asks for is very simple. Allow them to promote into your social media that now XYZ token supports Candy Club. You can come in and use that over there. So this is, as I said, we are creating a very big, legit third-party platform that allows people, companies, their tokens to be used on. Currently, we have legal opinion obtained from US, UK, Hong Kong, Singapore, UAE, Philippines. We are increasing. In the US, federal legal opinion is already out. We are now going for each jurisdiction and states individually. And as I mentioned, this project, when we invested, they intend to raise a token, but we told them that no token sale, no NFT sale. The whole entire project today has been specifically remodified to only support what tokens that is outside already in the industry itself. So crypto is about, we always believe crypto is about sharing of wealth, right? That's the biggest difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3 that I see. I came from Web 1, moved on to Web 2, and now I see Web 3. One of the biggest difference between this Web 1 to 3 that I see is that Web 1 and 2 is walled garden. When it's my community, it's all mine. Ask Tencent to share their community with you. Tencent will give you the middle finger, right? So, but Web 3 is totally different. Web 3 is about community sharing. I have a community, I'm willing to open it up and share with you, provided you also open up. That's how Web3 is built. This is the fundamentals. And if you do not believe me, just look at AMAs. Ask me anything, events, Twitter Spaces, and all this. What are all these sessions all about? All these sessions is actually about community sharing. That's the spirit of Web3, right? So we have the Candy Club affiliate program that's specially designed for every token company to actually share back this whole entire ecosystem with their users. That means their users can actually expand the business of using each of our partners' token. Now, if you just have to log in to candyclub.io, check out our World Cup, which is actually generating millions in wager today, using only crypto, right? I myself, this morning, when I was walking here together with my partner, David, I just won Ghana 3-2, right? And that's my social media. We have a booth downstairs. Feel free to drop over at Candy Club booth to understand better, or check out candyclub.io. Thank you.
I hope you guys learned how to make money. Mic check. I hope you guys learned how to make money from him, and your track record is as good as his. So next up to the stage, I'm going to welcome Charles Anderson. He is the CEO of Nest, Own Your Own Assets. And really, in this new world, owning your own assets is the name of the game. If you have digital assets, they're now bearer assets, and you can hold them in your own wallet. So go ahead, Charles.
Thank you very much. All right. I've never tested this before, so let me make sure the slides. There we go. You don't own an asset until it's encrypted to you. So at Nest, we build for your confidential, real-world control, and we give you autonomous rights to your data, right? And with decentralized ownership control, for us, what's truly exciting is how you each may choose to use that for and between yourselves, right? So in the next few minutes, we'll put a spotlight on some of the usually silent but fundamental issues around assets and ownership and storage. And we'll outline the answers to this, which kind of impacts everything that is on-chain. When you look behind most NFTs, the entry may be on-chain, but the master asset is typically sitting with the issuer on their server, held by a marketplace, or just publicly available, right? And typically, the only protection for access are your pseudo-anonymous keys, your wallet. And MetaMask, as a quick side note, is going to be capturing your IP addresses for analytics, so even pseudo is turning into a bit of a misnomer. Pseudo-anonymity is insufficient. If there is no real-world you in the equation, if there's no actual control of the asset, then it's just the term access, which is being mislabeled as ownership. If you woke up to find out you didn't have your bank account anymore, it had gone, disappeared, totally vanished, you guys would be pretty pissed off, yeah? I know it's an insane idea. You've got your identity registered with a regulated business. It's your signature on paperwork. You've got statements and receipts showing history and transactions, and there are lawyers and systems to help you sort out any mess. But right now, if I got your keys to your hot or cold wallet, basically it's all mine, right? It can all be gone. So if our future economies and structures are to be built on NFTs, stablecoin, crypto, and decentral control, how do we somehow assume that digital assets don't require equally strong real-world supports? The problem, quite simply, is that we're playing with decentralized tools, yet we have not truly decentralized ownership control of identity and data. So Web3 or Web5, whatever you want to call it, is largely differentiated by user to own and control, right? It should be that in Web3, users can decide on everything, from data to connections, from exchange types to service selection. That's awesome, fantastic. But until a user's data and digital assets are owned and controlled by them, they don't really have a choice, right? So if users do not own and control their data and assets, it's open for someone else to use or to be kept by a third party. So generally, we're living somewhere in between that second arrow, right? So right now, instead of owning your assets, you just have access. Right? So your access to Ethereum, Solana, Clayton, or various systems can be distributed, right? You can tap into it, you can view it from anywhere you like, and you can hide this ability, like in a cold wallet. But just as we're here in Miami, together in this room, talking about blockchain and decentralized tech, we necessarily have a physical presence. We have a real world grounding, right? And it's the same when you're accessing these tools. It cannot be avoided. So in the most fundamental and practical sense, without this grounded individual attribution, data and assets have not been decentralized, right? This is why we've just seen something like FTX, and billions vanished, and it's harder to justify mirroring of centralized controls for borderless asset types, right? So true decentralization is a fragmentation of ownership control, and it is giving not just access, but real world rights. So how do we do that? The confidential self-sovereign ID, provenance and control is hard-coded. So this is stage one of actual ownership. And at Nest, we believe in giving you every tool to allow you to define and execute personal choice. And how we do this is through your individual encryption. From your device to any blockchain, network, asset, or exchange, the interface is simple, doesn't require specialist knowledge, and it's open to everyone. The result of this solution is real-world ownership control of digital assets, but also legal monetization of confidentially secured exchange, right? So it starts with your individual encryption. And only with private control of your identity can, say, NFTs be considered genuine assets, because you cannot own an asset like tickets or contracts and so on until they are encrypted and belong to you. You cannot own an asset until you have control of it, right? So the type of control required for decentralization is individual. So DLT, or blockchain, is a mutable ledger, right? It's mathematical proof that something happened. So our layer 0 is a DAG EVM hybrid, and it permits device-side contributions and user-led distributed content delivery networks, right? So meaning individual users directly verify individually encrypted entries and data, and then recall and decryption abilities are also individually held. This is a user-led foundation. And from this, it is your choice selection of secondary networks and L1s for minting, exchange, contracts, transactions, and so on. But hard-coded ZKP and encryption must begin with the device and define all on-chain data, right? So this is also the answer to GDPR compliance. The individual is the only actual decentralized element, right? Their control must also be network agnostic. So this is fractionalization, from identity to even custody, and subsequently it's fractionalization of risk, right? That may be tied with any transaction, because events too have also become individual. To own an asset is not the ability just to view it or to trigger a preset event, right? To own something means that you alone have the proof and rights to that clearly identified or set property. There must be this positioning of decentralized tech. We must be fighting for removal of any and all intermediaries, because with individually secured implementation of blockchain and DLT, it becomes your rights, your assets, and your choice that are immutably secured. So, if we cannot decentralize real-world ownership control, we can't justify the phrase, he or she owns it, basically. And if we can't justify that phrase, then the power and potential of blockchain and distributed tech will be limited to the promotion or support of centralized systems and traditional solutions. So NFTs and digital assets have the power to revolutionize and democratize entire industries. And today we have the capacity for micro-capitalism, wherein each user is tangibly autonomous. But these technologies and digital assets can mean little until you are confidentially certified and can act directly as the real world owner. And that's about it. I went through quickly. Cheers.
Awesome. Charles, tell us where can they find you if they want to learn more about your project?
Nest.tech, nes.tech.
Yeah, nest.tech. And you know, it's this not your keys, not your coins whole thing that we're talking about, but not your keys, not your NFTs, right? Very, very important. Thank you, Charles. Give it up for Charles, you guys. Okay, so we have one last talk before lunch. And this is pretty interesting. I'm going to invite Sunny Patel and Austin Childs up to the stage. They just raised a seed round at a $200 million valuation. What I like about this project is that we're seeing every vertical is going to be disrupted by the blockchain. And now we have this real world vertical of healthcare, which we're going to see how the blockchain can affect that.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Austin. This is Sunny for Neural. We're really happy to be here, and shout out to Binance for live streaming this. Appreciate it. We have some friends at home watching, so I'm really happy to be here. I'll pass it over to Sunny. Actually, everybody stand up. Looks a little sleepy here. Stand up for 5 seconds. I see you back there. Come on. Stand up. Stand up.
Everybody got to stand up. All right. Who wants an Apple Watch? You guys want an Apple Watch? All right. All you got to do is follow Neural Labs on Instagram and Twitter, retweet, repost, tag 3 friends, and we're going to announce the winner tomorrow. Next, I need 3 volunteers.
I like that hat. There we go.
All right. We got another one right here. All right.
Yes, sir.
One more in the blue shirt. All right. Get up here.
All right, so full disclosure, we did warn these 3 last minute that we're going to pull them up here. And we sent them something. They're going to do a skit for you guys because we thought we'd change up the energy a bit. And I think it'll be some fun here.
All right, we need some mics. You guys got mics? Hello?
Mic check. Mic check.
This is it's a team production, guys. So.
Mic check. Here you go.
All right, so you guys have read your skit. You ready to go?
How's it going, everyone? My name's Patricia. I'm a 38-year-old based out of Chicago. I like cycling. I like staying fit. I like my matchas. And this is my son, Billy.
What's up, everyone? My name's Billy. I'm 18 years old, and that's my mom.
So, Billy, you're getting a little bit older now. We definitely need to start talking about your health a little bit more.
Why would we need to do that? I'm 18 years old. I'm in my prime right now, Mom. Plus, I could just download an app or something, right?
You kids, you guys have apps for everything. Hinge to find relationships, Uber, get everywhere. But there's not really something like that for healthcare.
Why not? There should be.
When you think about it, that's actually a very good question. Let's talk to your doctor.
Hey, Billy. I'm Dr. Rodriguez. I got 25 other patients to see today, so let's get right into it.
Sounds good.
So let's start nice and easy. So how much alcohol do you drink on a given week?
Well, considering that I just moved to Miami, drinks are a little expensive out, so I'll be at the pregame and drink 3 to 5 drinks usually. I'll go out to the bar, maybe 1 or 2, and then I did have that one birthday that one time, so let's put it at 3 drinks a week.
Fair enough. Do you smoke as well?
No, I usually never smoke, but I mean, occasionally I will vape or smoke a little bit of ganja here and there.
Come on, Billy.
Let's get to the juicy details. Are you sexually active? If yes, how often? How many partners?
Well, I would say I'm pretty active, but I would say around like 10 partners the past month.
Miami.
My own son.
Yeah, this experience sucks. I hate coming to a doctor, filling out paperwork, asking these super personal questions. I wish there was just an easier way. This is too much for me.
Come on, Billy.
You know, I just want to help people. That's why I became a doctor in the first place. But I admit that this process can be frustrating at times.
Eric, I have a solution for you. Let me see your phone.
I'm listening.
All right, I'm just going to download Neural really quick. There you go.
Let's see what we have here. Oh, wow. I'm able to see Billy's real-time heart rate, sleeping pattern, diet, genomic sequence, and more. With this information, I can take a more holistic approach to my treatment and recommendations.
You should download the app too.
Let me check it out. Oh, that's awesome. Whoa, check this out, Mom. It's my neural avatar. I have access to all my data in one place, and I just got paid a bag for connecting my Apple Watch. This is crazy. Let's share this with my doctor. App says that the doctor can reach out to me if anything. I'm getting paid just to share my data.
Really cool.
All right, so I've been monitoring Billy's health data via his avatar, and I've noticed some changes in his health as of recent. I'm gonna have to reach out to him. Okay. Ring, ring, ring.
Oh, I'm getting a FaceTime. What's up, Dr. Eric?
Billy, I've noticed a few changes in your data. I'd like to have you come in for a checkup. You can schedule directly via the Neural app.
Is everything okay? Okay, that's dope, though. I'll do that right now. Thank you, Eric.
Until then.
Give it up for our volunteers.
There we go. So we thought we'd just start with something a little cringeworthy for you guys, so I hope that was enjoyable. You know, last year we were here, but we were sitting right there, and we didn't have a company. We had a very early stage idea, and we were joking that upon leaving the conference that next year we're going to be on the stage and we're going to be presenting something that hopefully can change some people's lives. And it came true. We're here. And it's pretty fun. And what it really came down to for us was a very personal story of experience in healthcare. And it started as how do we revolutionize healthcare, and then it became how do we create a holistic medicine approach? How do we empower people? How do we take the word patient and replace it with person? Prioritize the individual. And so over about 50 iterations of developing Neural, which will be coming out soon, 2023, we got to a place where we realized that the only way you're going to create change in an industry that is so heavily regulated as healthcare is to actually change the way the experience operates for the person, for the individual. And so Neural is the first ever health and wellness ecosystem that empowers you to collect, store, and monetize your most valuable information. And it starts with the Neural Portal, which is a gamified web mobile application where you can manually or via API integration, automation, upload your personal medical records, your genetic information, any and all retail purchases, and connect IoT devices. Now, for doing all these things, you're rewarded in what will be our monetized Neural token. Taking all of this data that is siloed now is already, that'd be great to have it all in one place. But what if, after having it in one place, you have the freedom to decide what to do with it? And this is my favorite part. From background in finance and getting into crypto and trading, we thought, let's make a marketplace. And not a art marketplace, but a real utilitarian marketplace with the goal of expanding humanity's longevity and asking and answering the question, who am I? And so the Neural market is an open marketplace where you set the price, determine what data you want to sell, and who can purchase it. Now, your personal data is 300 times more valuable than the depersonalized data that a lot of Web 2 companies and others are making money off of. In fact, a full genomic sequence can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. So what if you could sell your full genomic sequence as many times as you would like? Now, the goal here is really twofold. One, create a competitive environment that facilitates preventative care. No longer do you go to the provider, now the provider has to compete for you. As a person, not a patient. And the second avenue is personalized goods and services. Why would I be paying Meta hundreds of millions of dollars for a less than a 1% customer acquisition rate, and I don't even get the actual direct access to you as a consumer? What if I could just directly engage you and provide personalized goods and services that actually meet your profile and your needs? And that's what we're building. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And in this time when there's a lot of things going on, a lot of people are getting fired, we're hiring. So come find us. We'll be around. We're hard to miss. Look for the white hats. And thank you for your time, guys.
We're here to change the world, guys. And the choice is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, it's lunchtime. It's time to get some food. Unfortunately, there is no lunch provided, but some suggestions for you. On site here at the hotel, there's Riverview Bar and Grill. There's a Joe and the Juice. There's a Whole Foods. There's a La Granja if you want to try some Latin cuisine, which is walking distance. If you guys cross the bridge after you leave and you go to Brickell, there's a ton of food options there, but just be warned, it's a little bit pricey and you might have some longer wait times, but Whole Foods is here. So yeah, please enjoy some lunch. Check out the booths if you haven't checked out the booths. And if you are joining us online, make sure you like and subscribe and get some food yourself. It's always good to eat. Doesn't matter what time zone you're in. See you guys back in about an hour. Mic check. Welcome back from lunch. Did you guys have anything good to eat? Anyone want to share what they had? Water, wow. No, I'm on the same thing. I'm a person that likes to intermittent fast. I feel like my brain works a lot faster when there's not food in my stomach. So during lunch, I definitely checked out the booths downstairs. If you guys have not checked out those booths, make sure you walk around, make sure you grab the pins, make sure you grab their flyers and talk to people. You know, a lot of times, especially with new technologies like this, the best way to learn is just by communicating with people, asking them very specific questions, and also, obviously, to attend events like this. So to you who are online watching from Binance, I hope you enjoyed your lunch as well. I'm sure it was delicious. But I'm going to welcome up our next speakers onto the stage. Now, this is called D-Cloud, Decentralized Cloud and Storage. Now, how many of you guys know that there is no such thing as an ethereal cloud? It's really just somebody else's computer. And this is the big difference between blockchain that's decentralized and something that's a cloud, is that it's more BitTorrent, where you're storing portions on other people's computers, but it's not necessarily like a cloud. So I'm not the expert on this, but I do know enough to be dangerous. But I will welcome Seth. Seth, aka Mind Your Biz Estrada. And he is joined by Greg Osuri. Greg, make your way up. And Joshua, did we find you? Joshua Noble? What the heck? Sorry, it didn't work. You should have warned me.
That works like 50% of the time, every time.
All right, well, guys, please enjoy, talk about the cloud, and hopefully how we can get away from the cloud, right?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Erica. Gentlemen.
Hello, hello.
It's been a long time coming.
I know.
Right? So this is a transition I think a lot of people in Web3 or that in the blockchain ecosystem have been talking about for some time, dreaming about in some cases. They don't even sleep, right? They're thinking about solutions to these problems. I know that you two, that might describe you a little bit. So let's talk a little bit by way of introductions. I'd like you to introduce yourself and your project and what problems you aim to solve with your project. Let's, if it's all right, start with Josh and then finish with Greg.
I'm Joshua Noble. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Filebase. We're not a token, we're not a coin, we're not a blockchain, to be clear. We are a layer 2 solutions provider that sits on top of multiple decentralized storage networks. If you're trying to put data on Zaya Network, IPFS, working with NFTs, soon to be Filecoin and Arweave, we make that process really easy for you. No technical hoops to jump through.
My name is Greg. I'm the CEO founder for Overclock Labs. We created Akash Network. So Akash is the world's first decentralized supercloud. So it's essentially a marketplace where you can one can acquire unused capacity, and if you have unused capacity in your data center, you can provide that. The goal really is to decentralize cloud deployment, right? What that means is avoid vendor lock-in and be able to leverage the most optimal pricing and do so in a censorship-resistant and open setting. Currently, Akash serves about, I would say, 25 to 30% of Cosmos ecosystem, and now a lot of our users tend to be in Web3 because it's very aligned. But now we are slowly reading into machine learning, and where GPU cost on Akash is significantly lower than what you would otherwise pay. So we're very excited. The problems we're trying to solve is really get to true price of computing and really solve the censorship attacks that you have that's been increasing lately for computing.
Awesome. Well, let's talk a little bit about sort of in broad strokes. The industry has taken a hit by way of regulation, in some cases seeking clarity in terms of regulation. And I know this has been one of the biggest pain points that a lot of projects this year have faced. Without getting political, I know it's a bit of a minefield, without getting political, ESG and decentralization. Some people would set that up as a little bit of an opposition. I think it's probably an opportunity as well, but from your point of view, is decentralized cloud in any way at odds with this? And I mean, if you don't think so, why not? If you think it is, then let's talk about solutions in a minute.
odds with it? No, I think it's very aligned with the goals of ESG, right? So like, if you think about what Akash is inward looking. That means anyone, that has capacity that's not being used, it's already burning carbon, so why not, sell that capacity? It's about improving efficiency of underutilized resources. So it's inherently better for the planet, right? Whereas most commercial cloud providers are external, they're expansionary. So they look to acquire more compute, more chips and whatnot. So it's not odds, it's actually very aligned with the ESG and the value set of that. From regulatory standpoint, yes, there's quite a lot of attention on proof of work, and there is very little attention or even education, as a matter of fact, on anything that's not proof of work, for rightfully so, because there's just so much money involved there. But as people get more, as we start seeing a lot of use cases, like one of the recent use cases for Akash was with the US Department of Defense, using Akash network to secure group communications. So when people start seeing some of these advanced use cases used by the government, I think the government and regulators will have a different opinion on how Akash is used and how Web3 is considered in terms of regulatory sphere.
Okay, awesome. So you're already seeing a bit of that really great alignment then in your business.
We're seeing government using Akash. We're seeing, non-Web3, non-crypto folks using Akash. There's even argument about how Akash is going to make America more competitive when it comes to machine learning by enabling and unlocking this inherently unused resources. So, it's great for the country. So there's this whole notion and the narrative that's building up, saying that Web3 is actually used to secure our borders and secure America's position in the world as a leader.
Okay, awesome. That's great to hear that you're finding opportunities there. Joshua, how about for Firebase?
Yeah, I would agree with a lot of what Greg just said. I think governance is something that's always going to be present in society with governments around the world. I think one thing that's really a unique trait about decentralization, whether it's on the compute side or the storage side, this is a worldwide thing, right? And so it's not just a case of, the US government, controlling or trying to oversee decentralized storage or compute. It's a worldwide thing, and governments talk to each other, of course, but when it comes to governance and decentralization, anybody can spin up an Akash node, anybody can spin up a SIA node or an IPFS node, and so the ability to leverage the underutilized capacity, like Greg said, on the storage side is also very present, and we've seen everybody from small individual hobbyists who have massive network-attached storage devices in their basement, all the way up to enterprise-level data center providers who have storage capacity online, running, needs to be available for their own forecasting of their own customers, but they'd like to also get something for it while it's idle. And so I think across the world, bringing all these folks together and uniting them, I think is pretty powerful. And I think there will be some level of governance, maybe on a per-country basis over time, mostly in regards to safeguards and malicious content, of course. But I think at its core, decentralization really kind of unites everybody together.
Awesome. Let's talk about a little bit of pain. So you talked about some of the aims of your projects. Talk about the history till this point. What would you say have been the biggest pain points that you've had to address in order to get to the current working state of your platforms and of your projects?
Well, so
I know it's a broad question.
There's so many pain points, right? Like the biggest, most obvious was scalability for us. Historically, Akash began working on the product like 7 years ago, right? And we really started putting the Web3 and the blockchain sphere maybe 5 years ago, like 2017 timeframe. So the options to build a blockchain were very limited. It was Ethereum only, and we built on Ethereum and failed miserably. I mean, CryptoKitties launched with 40,000 users and took down the entire network. So Ethereum was not the ideal platform to launch a decentralized cloud that's supposed to solve scalability, right? So we have to go build our own L1, and that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. And so we chose Cosmos, and I mean, this was before Cosmos existed, but so we went with Tendermint And Tendermint had its own set of like issues, just in terms of readiness. It's very early, and then just lack of technology to build a layer one was a big hurdle. And now we have a full working product, and we have product market fit and whatnot. Now, a big challenge is engagement, right? Just lack of engagement infrastructure. Like there's lack of emails, there's lack of messaging. There's a lot of like traditional tooling that Web 2 developers are used to that don't exist in a Web 3. I mean, there's not even credit cards, right? So even with all these limitations, we are able to see quite a lot of adoption, quite a lot of interest, and that speaks volumes in terms of value that we provide. So we're not too worried. I mean, this is a time game. It just, we keep solving the problems. And a lot of times when we solve problems, we're actually solving upstream problems in the sense like we recently introduced IP addresses in Akash network. I mean, this seems to me like a small problem, but there was no way, actually, if you think about it, to create an IP address marketplace before Akash, right? So, and we introduced storage, block storage, which there's no generic solution to attach block storage, right? So we had to invent a lot of like new ways to do things, and now we're doing GPUs. GPUs, there's no open market for GPUs. We're actually inventing, and we are, contributing to the Kubernetes of the world, right? So technology is not anywhere close to ready in terms of like what we can deliver, but just chugging along and delivering those things, and then the moving away from core technology to the engagement infrastructure, I think is very, very challenging. And that's where people tend to take shortcuts with Web 2.5, but doing it truly decentralized is very, very, very hard, like truly non-custodial without taking shortcuts, right? So, and that's always a balance that we have to face.
Awesome. So it sounds like in your case, I mean, there's always the analogy of building the plane mid-flight, but it sounds like in the case of Akash, that's very applicable.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Joshua, how about for Firebase? What's some big pain points?
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges building for enterprise scale, like we try to do at Firebase. Probably one of the biggest challenges is, for us at least, dealing with data. Finding a data center provider or partner really that could deal with the gigabits and terabits of capacity for bandwidth utilization that we actually needed, right? Whether it's to send data, receive data, processing billions of files. It's not an easy task necessarily when it's going across the internet, each individual request one at a time. Evangelism is probably another big challenge, and this really spans not just for Firebase, but I'm sure for Akash and other platforms as well. Teaching people about how these things work. I mean, not a day goes by where we get 20, 30 potential users of Firebase who think they can just upload to IPFS, and they think it's free and it'll live forever, and that's not always the case, right? I mean, somebody's always paying. That data lives somewhere, and so teaching people where that data lives, how long it lives there for, and then how they can retrieve that data. We spent a lot of time on it, and so we do that through blog posts, documentation. We've done a couple videos, of course, as well. But really taking these concepts that have been around forever, compute and storage, and putting them into a Web3 ecosystem, or candy wrapper, as we sometimes like to say. These concepts have been around for a long time, but having to explain how they work in this new Web3 world has its challenges at its time. So I would say those are probably the two biggest things for me.
Awesome. Okay, so it sounds like you're still having to educate your users that the decentralized cloud is still somebody else's computer. That hasn't changed.
That has not changed. That is still very much the case.
Okay, awesome. So simple user onboarding sounds like.
And also, like, to be intellectually honest, like, this from education standpoint, right? People, when something is broken, like when Hetzner, banned Solana, they were like, Akash fixes this. Like, Akash was trending on Twitter and all that stuff, right? It's amazing people think, but again, like, people, this whole, like token holders going and, like, shilling your project is great, but I think there needs to be a level of intellectual honesty, right? To build a really high-scale decentralized solution is very, very hard. So instead of, like, using the term X fixes Y, I would hope that people have a lot more sort of like intellectual conversations, and this whole educational piece. Akash and like decentralized cloud in general is a very technical product set, right? How do you like explain such a heavy technical product to not so technical user base? I think is going to be a huge challenge. And when people make like claims that Akash fixes or file-based fixes or any X fixes Y, we come off as not sophisticated products, right? So I think in the mainstream, when they're looking at it, they just get disgusted, right? So there's this like mainstream, people not taking cloud seriously is because there's just a lot of noise on Twitter. So we had to battle that as well, right? So I wish there was less shilling and more intellectual honesty in our community for mainstream acceptance of decentralized products in general.
Yeah, I think that's a really important one, actually. Building tools and/or services for everyday users. I sometimes call this the grandma use case internally. Like if grandma can't use it, it's not going to go mainstream. And so, that's actually one of the reasons why kind of file-based exists entirely. Is some of the networks we support, it is so cumbersome. There's so much technical complexity and hoops that one has to jump through just to store a hello world or README text file or something on this network of distributed computers all over the world. And as companies can build services and tools to streamline that process like we do, this is what's going to take Web3 and all of its associated projects and networks to the next level. I mean, another common thing I like to throw out there is 100 million people are not downloading the Bitcoin blockchain. They're downloading the Coinbase iOS app, right? And they're opening it and they're buying and selling crypto through Coinbase. So Coinbase is like the ultimate layer 2 aggregator of coins to buy and sell crypto. We're doing that for decentralized storage, and Akash is very much doing something similar for compute. And it's really these tools that kind of bring people together, make it easy to use.
Awesome. Let's talk on that note, as far as the difficulty of building these platforms and the struggle to make sure that there are at least a shared vocabulary so you can have that conversation with that level of honesty needed to discuss where there are opportunities and, all, and need to build and need to improve and all the rest. What do you think about standards and best practices for the decentralized cloud? We have our standards, right, in Web 2. We have our standards in Web 1 that Web 2 is built on top of, and it seems like these are layers, not so much like a brand new phase, but layers where you're building on top of older standards in some cases. Is there a need to slash and burn? Do we need to start from scratch in some cases? What does that look like with what you're building?
No, we're not scratching. We're not starting from scratch. Like we're actually building on shoulders of giants, right? Like Akash is not a protocol that's built from scratch. It is a decentralized cloud marketplace, right? So you're essentially the compute is coming from a provider somewhere. So it's built on existing cloud infrastructure. Heck, it could be an Equinix, or it could be before Hetzner was actually. There was some supply that was coming from Hetzner. It could be Google, it could be Microsoft, it could be Amazon. It doesn't really matter. The point is to create a homogeneous layer on a heterogeneous provider set. So you can have the abstraction when it comes to fault tolerance and scheduling and orchestration and identity management and all the stuff that you normally expect from a cloud provider. You can have that at a higher level so you're not locked into a single provider, right? And you can leverage the best provider that gives you the best price and the best attributes you're looking for. So we are standing on top of giants. I mean, Akash Foundational is built on something called Kubernetes, which became like a de facto, container orchestration standard, right?
Right, at scale, yeah.
So it's not we're not building from scratch. It's a layer on top of other protocols that are built, and it's a protocol, right? So you can build other stuff on top of Akash. And most of the adoption, I would think, would come from verticalization, right? So Akash is a general purpose cloud. So that means it's meant to do everything, but not great to do any one single thing. So okay. What that means is like it's really good to do. You can do. It's got so much freedom, but but you need to really know how to use it. It's like taking an F1 car to buy groceries. So it's like very hard to drive, right? But it's very powerful. So I would imagine you would build additional like verticals on top of it that optimize for single use cases. And we, Overclock Labs as a company, are building some verticals. There are about 7 different companies working on building different protocol clients on top of Akash, all having a different flavor in Firebase, at some point you guys were considering compute as well, an aggregator, right? So I think like a lot of the Firebase obviously makes it extremely simple for scheduling your storage, especially when you have so many options on decentralized cloud storage. They provide a vertically integrated solution for ease of use. So I would imagine most of the usage will come from that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then as far as standards go, and it's either slash and burn. I mean, again, there are some of these things that you have to shoehorn certain points of access and whatever else into, but what does that look like for Firebase?
Yeah, standards are absolutely important, especially when it comes to web development. We have really taken that to the extreme. So the entire idea from Firebase came about years ago when I tried to store data on the SIA network. And to do that, you have to download the SIA blockchain, which is about 30 gigs right now. That's done peer-to-peer, so it's going to take you a while if you have a hard drive. And then beyond that, you got to acquire SIA coin, create contracts, and that whole process, you're 24, 36 hours in, again, just to store one file. And so we kind of said to ourselves, hey, can we streamline this process and make it easy? And if we make it easy, how are people going to interface with our service or platform to actually store and retrieve data? And so we looked at the different standards out there, and we pretty much settled instantly on the Amazon S3 compatible API. And so if anybody's ever built an application in any Amazon Web Services, DigitalOcean, you name it, you've likely worked with object storage before. If you think you haven't worked with object storage or Amazon S3 before, if you've watched Netflix, you use S3. All data for Netflix is stored on S3. And so S3 is simple storage service from Amazon, second service they launched in 2006. And it's kind of the de facto gold standard of cloud native object storage APIs today. And so Amazon launched S3 in 06, published the full length API specification and standards of how they operate their service. And then everybody from Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Oracle, you name it, they all have S3 compatible APIs. And so you have larger clouds like Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. You also have one-off players that run centralized storage offerings like Wasabis and Backblazes of the world. But the key point here is they're all standardized on the S3 compatible API. So that's exactly what we did. And so on Firebase, you can create an IPFS bucket, you can create a SIA bucket, and regardless of what bucket or data the network is going on, it's all S3 compatible. So now you have a scenario where Web3 technologies, and we're adding more networks as we go, of course, all these newer Web3 technologies, which don't have any standardized APIs necessarily on the storage side, they all now have a standardization through a file-based layer, right? And so this opens up possibilities where out of the box, you can use Web3 storage with 15 or 17,000 plus SDKs, application tools, frameworks. I mean, all the way from Node.js weekend JavaScript developer up to like enterprise Veeam, Commvault, MSP enterprise backup software. So it kind of runs the gamut, and that kind of, that's by standardizing on that API standard has really opened the door for kind of Web3 gates to kind of overflow a bit.
That's awesome. I think some people would say, okay, well, that's Web 2.5, and you're not really innovating, and but it seems like such a pragmatic thing, like it's totally necessary.
It's absolutely necessary. If anyone's a fan of NFTs, nearly every NFT, at least for a period of time, was stored using a centralized server, right? And so you'd open up the metadata as NFT, you'd have an HTTP link. If Amazon or wherever the web server that's addressed to goes down, then your NFT is now gone, and now we call it a rug pull, right? And so using protocols like IPFS and a planetary file system, being able to kind of pin data, but maybe that person does not want to have their laptop running 24/7. They need possibly a middleman or that 2.5 layer to keep their data online and available, but they don't necessarily have to go through that provider to do it. They can go to the IPFS network directly themselves or the SIA network directly themselves and fetch that data. The same thing holds true for Arweave. The same thing is true for Filecoin. I think we're going to see more of these services. Certainly, we've seen some more on our radar. But again, going back to the Coinbase grandma use case, if everyday users can't do it and they can't drag and drop and do it, it's never going to catch on. So these middle layers are absolutely required for ease of use.
That's great. So I'm kind of curious then, there's clearly a need for innovation, right, in some of these areas. And with standards, there may be a need for new standards to be created. Clearly, it seems like with object storage, probably not, right? You're just going to be yet another orphan in this decentralized cloud space, trying to fight for your standard to just not be adopted and 5 years from now run out of runway. So
yeah, possibility. The one thing I would also chime in on that is we have a saying internally, every Web3 developer was previously a Web2 developer in a previous life. And so they're going to bring those standards that they're used to over into their new light when they're looking to build a new app, whether it be a decentralized application or what have you. So we think they will be around to stay, at least for a while, on the storage front, too.
Awesome. So I'm interested in having that aspirational conversation, though. I mean, this is Web3. This is cryptocurrency. We're allowed to be kind of renegades here. And if you can't be here, then I don't know why you're in crypto. But I'm interested in, you know, where is the opportunity for the new standards to be created? Is there one? Is there a need?
I think every abstraction is creating its own standard, right? Like, for example, like even Akash was built on Kubernetes and as a foundation, but it's a new standard altogether. It's a new interface that's being adopted by other systems. So we are essentially, a protocol is a new set of standards, right? And it's by doing a protocol, I think you're already creating that. I don't think we had to go out of the way, and a lot of the interfaces, like, so for storage, what Joshua was talking about, yes, they have a beautiful S3 standard. S3 is a global standard for object storage, right? Like any API that's doing object storage, I think needs to have S3 because the ecosystem is so mature, and S3 is the first Amazon product, right? So it's been around for 15 years. So if you were to attract a Web2 developer, by introducing a new standard, that standard has to be a radically improved version. And storage is commodities, right? So you're not introducing a new standard to improve a commodity. You can introduce a new standard that offers additional value through additional value, right? To productizing a commodity, but you can't just put a new standard on top of a commodity and expect people to adopt. Right?
Sure, yeah. Well, and to be fair, some people would say that the compute cores and RAM are a commodity too in today's world.
Yeah, and to show you how this goes back and forth, all of the APIs, databases, infrastructure layers that we run, it's all on bare metal hardware servers in various data centers around the world, but it's all running on top of Kubernetes as an orchestration platform layer, which Akash is largely built on top of, right? And so standards, we adopt them internally ourselves when building things. So they're definitely around here to stay.
Correct. So like for us, like to attract compute providers, if you go create our own like orchestration engine or like, you know, scheduling, which we don't have to because there's already amazing Kubernetes, right? So that means there's a whole like barrier for adoption. So I think creating new standards, you got to ask yourself, what are you improving radically? Like, yes, a marketplace needed a new standard, but because there was no marketplace before. So we created the Akash marketplace as a new standard from a tenant standpoint, but from a provider standpoint, there's not much to innovate there. I mean, except for like adding new features like IP addresses and storage. Yeah, we had to do work there, but we're not fundamentally changing Kubernetes. We are adding to Kubernetes.
Yeah, and to push that a little further too, I think storage standards are pretty firm, at least in the Web2 world. Same will go for Akash with kind of Kubernetes, winning the Docker Swarm wars. I think identity is a standard in the Web3 space that we'll see evolve, and there's a few projects working on that that I think be very interesting to kind of continue to follow and see how those can be intertwined and link with compute and storage products and networks moving forward.
We're working on one too, so.
Yeah, it sounds like though, but what I'm hearing from both of you is that when that nut is cracked finally, it will still need to have typical sort of access standards that it conforms to in order to make sure that the web continues operational into Web3.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, we're a couple minutes out. Let me just ask both of you just really quickly, because first off, audience, these are some pretty sharp gentlemen, pretty sharp individuals. Give them a round of applause right now before we finish up. Yeah. But wait, there's more. Lightning round. What are some trends that you see coming up? I think most people here would agree. I view you both as visionaries and as working towards something that's better. What do you see coming down the pike?
The new trends, I feel like AI, generative art, and Web3. There's a sexual tension between generative art and Web3 that is still like, it's just looming around, right? And we're going on with super high support for generative art on AI and Akash, so look out for it. But I think, I don't know if you played around with any of these like avatar apps, but I highly recommend you do so. you can generate a whole NFT series in a matter of hours using AI. So I think you're going to see evolution in terms of NFTs and how AI is going to influence that when you have like art pretty much a commodity with like GPUs at this point, right? So that's a new trend that I'm really excited about. And second big trend that's taking a center stage, mostly from the Ethereum world, is really interoperability. Interoperability has been on the back burner for the longest term, but with Cosmos IBC showing that yes, you can have a highly interoperable, high-performance network that's very, very secure. And we have like hundreds of chains now that are interoperating on the IBC standard from Cosmos. That's taking a center stage. I think Cosmos is one of those ecosystems that haven't been like exposed heavily in the last bull run, but now that things are a lot more silent and things are there's a shift of focus towards protocols that are actually delivering. So I would keep an eye out for Cosmos and interoperability as a trend. Yeah, those are my two picks.
Awesome.
The two trends for me, I would say first, artificial intelligence, like Greg said, for sure. I'm a huge car guy, and I love following the progress of some of these, vehicle self-driving systems, and that's, largely AI and neural net driven. So I think that's something to keep our eyes on. I think the second trend, I don't know if that's a great term to use for this, but I think that the second trend we're going to start to see is actually a lot of projects start to be looked at a bit more closely in regards to what value they actually provide, right? And so that's one of the reasons why I really got into decentralized storage, was that this is a coin or token that can be used to actually store and retrieve data, and same can be held true for Akash. And there's a lot of white papers floating around out there that never really deliver, and I think we're going to start to see some of those projects fade by the wayside. And those are largely decentralized projects, but we do sit 3 or 4 blocks from FTX Arena here, so I think people are starting to wake up a little bit into regards to like what people are actually building, and does this actually contribute some way to society.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Round of applause for decentralized cloud panelists. Thank you so much for your time.
I love that last question you asked. It's very important for us to be visionaries in this world that we're in. You guys are good. Yeah, it's important because when we talk about all these new technologies converging, right? We talk about AI, we talk about all of these different technologies. It needs to be underpinned by a new system. And we're seeing blockchain become that system in many different ways. So up next, I have Fazul. And Fazul is the CEO of Nugen Universe, I'm sorry, and Brito Financial. Very altruistic man. He's here to help the underserved. He's got a bank, which I think is really interesting because you need both worlds to merge. You need the old technology and the old systems that we've used to be able to merge with what's coming. And I love to see people build bridges. So take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. My name, as young lady said, is Fazil Jabbar. I'm the CEO of Nugen Universe and Brito Financial. In today's life, many people are looking for massive opportunities that will help their lives when we're talking about financial aspects. At Nugen Universe LLC, we have the right opportunities that might help when we're talking about financial freedom. As they say, every opportunity has the power to change your lives forever. It might not be an overnight change, but it will be an opportunity that will be lifelong effect. What do we have at Nugen Universe? We have the Nugen crypto breakthrough in the banking system, cryptocurrency, the real game changer, market opportunities for Nugen, the six pillars of Nugen ecosystem, Nugen magnum opus. Let's talk a little bit about our first one, Nugen crypto breakthrough in the banking system. Banks stand as one of the crucial destinations in our everyday life to meet the financial demands as and when required. Their role in today's fintech world is tremendous, and the sector has witnessed a massive change in the last decade. Do you remember the last time when you stepped in the door of these fintech institutions? Online banking and mobile banking have made us seldom visit the banks today. Through these institutions, we are performing incredibly well. The future of banks is still a question mark currently. This is because experts firmly believe that there will be no physical banks present after 25 years from now. The conventional banking landscape is in urgent need of adopting futuristic technology to meet the whole new rising demands of their customers. Also, the loopholes, such as the lack of resiliency, efficiency, and transparency, are a great blow to the system. So what's the only solution? Fintech institutions that adopt the cutting-edge technology of blockchain will be the ultimate winner. Cryptocurrencies are the saviors that come to bestow a brand new identity to the fintech realm. They are vehicles with great prospect. Next, the cryptocurrency, the real game changer. Cryptocurrencies are the future of digital assets. Because of their excellent traits, they are secure, borderless, transparent, immutable, ultra-fast, and most importantly, have a decentralized nature. Acknowledging the potential, these assets, some of the real-time institutions have adopted cryptocurrencies to offer users an assorted range of perks. But the hard truth is that there are quite a few stumbling blocks. To join us off, it's included limited crypto assets, less/no option to earn interest through a lending staking, lower trading limits, location barriers, higher commission fees. Wondering how to get rid of these limitations? Here comes NewGen. NewGen, the real crypto breakthrough in the banking system. NewGen is a phenomenal infrastructure that empowers people all across the world to use cryptocurrency in their day-to-day life to meet the essentials. It yearns to assist businesses in establishing a relationship with customers in the easiest, affordable, and environmentally friendly, sustainable manner. To make our dreams a reality, we partner with renowned fintech institutions to take Web 3.0 banking solution to new heights. Indeed, NewGen Universe is a one-stop solution for crypto enthusiasts, everything and everywhere crypto. The third one, market opportunities for NewGen. According to Cryptocurrencies in Retail, Consumers Adoption Report 2021, about 63% of shoppers are ready to use cryptocurrency for shopping. The adoption of cryptocurrency is getting mainstream, and we are glad to see people adopting them so quickly all over the world. Thanks to DeFi for opening the doors to new avenues. And in the same report, the region-wise breakdown of crypto consumers are given. South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and South America show great numbers. These are the spectacular opportunities for NewGen. We leverage the space by making them utilize crypto assets for their everyday life and provide seamless Web3 banking solution. Let's now proceed to the fourth one, the sixth pillar of NewGen ecosystem. Our ecosystem is comprised of NewGen Coin, a fast, affordable, and secure utility coin of NewGen platform. NewGen Energy Coin, a sustainable energy-based coin. NewGen Realty Coin, a real-world land/property coin. NewGen Oxygen Coin, a coin to transact with carbon-negative merchants. NewGen Travel Coin, a coin to experience hassle-free travel and stay. NewGen Exchange, a platform to buy, sell, and trade, stake, and withdraw crypto assets. And the fifth one, which will give more emphasis and more significance on what we do with NewGen Universe. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the NewGen Magnum Opus. We give life to our mission vision through the following products and services. This comprises of the following: NFT Marketplace, NewGen Verse, NewGen Crypto ATM, Brito Financial, BMG Global Bank, NewGen Blinks Pay, and NewGen Crypto Cards. Let's quickly see them one by one to have a better understanding. NewGen NFT Marketplace. NFTs are the talk of the town construct in the present crypto space. So we will roll out an exclusive marketplace for NFTs all across the globe. The platform will feature rare and branded NFTs, where users can purchase, sell, trade, hold, and mint NFTs securely. The platform will operate with the sole objective of supporting skilled artists, creators, and adding real value to the buyer's portfolio. NewGen Universe, second, is the incredible product of NewGen that incorporates the hot trend of metaverse. This exquisite blend of NewGen and metaverse technology bestowed users with an immersive, virtual, and realistic experience. There is no end for entertainment, as it will include a virtual city with roads and streets, landscape with perks, gardens, offices, shopping malls, nightclubs, game zones, vacant plots of land for real estate, and whatnot. And it does not end there. NewGen Verse will have 9 unique worlds, encompassing Vegas City, Water World, Wild Forest, Space Z, Snow Fantasy, Desert Safari, and Mecca. It's a surprise. We have revealed only 7 worlds, and the last 2 will be a big surprise, which will be revealed in the near future. NewGen Crypto ATM. We will partner with a variety of stores in the United States and the world to open crypto ATMs within their premises. Through these ATMs, users can cash out cryptos and NewGen coin depending on their requirements. NewGen is immensely glad to provide a high degree of payment flexibility by accepting both fiat and crypto. Brito Financial. This is one of the exclusive ecosystem in NewGen. We have just acquired Brito Financial, a trusted and prestigious financial capital to bestow advanced and seamless Web 0.0 banking solution. These full functioning fintech institutions will operate in various parts of the world. Our NewGen Brito ecosystem will include Brito Bank. We are immensely glad to roll out our first bank, Brito Bank, in the United States, while the same will be launched in the United Kingdom, Slovakia, and Canada. Brito Finance Company is a Philippine-based lending platform where we will provide loans to people who are in need of financial assistance at a very low interest rate. Brito Pay, a secure payment system to send, receive, and pay for online services. We will collaborate with real-time merchants and integrate Brito Pay in their website to provide a simplified payment solution. Brito Exchange. It is a crypto exchange that allows users to buy, sell, trade, stake, hold, and withdraw crypto assets. We will introduce an indigenous utility token, the Brito token, to further support the operations of the exchange. Brito Remittance. We will introduce our remittance service across different countries, particularly currently in Jamaica, the UAE, the Bahamas, Barbados, Bermuda, and Brazil. BMG Global Bank. This, again, is a privileged bank to offer a very excellent service of tradition and crypto services to meet the latest fintech essentials. Impressive rates of return for deposit, affordable rates of interest for loans, investment services, online banking, premier banking, fund management, and access to debit credit cards are some of the exclusive perks. NewGen Blinks Pay. NewGen BlinksPay is a feature-rich wallet that is developed in association with BlinksPay. Users can directly add funds from their credit card or bank account and can use them to pay for merchandise or to buy coins from our company. NewGen crypto cards. Similar to our traditional credit debit cards, we will offer user crypto cards to which they can add their crypto funds. It can be used either online or offline to avail their desired products or services where cryptocurrencies are accepted as payment. Out of all, NewGen Coin will be an impressive mode of payment. The projects and program that we cater and will cater for at NewGen Universe will indeed make a difference in the crypto world. We are in search of substantial breakthrough that will somehow alleviate the chances of poverty and to create better future for mankind. Thus, as we will know, cryptocurrency is the future of money. And at NewGen Universe, we are the new generation and hoping to change the mankind's future. Thank you and have a NewGenistic day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is the future.
Did you guys get free stuff from the room downstairs? Please say yes. There we go. We have a girl after my own heart. Anybody here have like a house full of free things that they got from conferences? It's kind of a problem. We have to Marie Kondo and purge a little bit. I wish the blockchain could help with that, but I'm sure someone will tell you some idea about that at some point. But next up, I do have somebody who has a really great story, a really great history, and I think that, you know, it's important to not just look at projects and the technology, but absolutely the people behind them always matter. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Jerry Lopez of PhilCoin. It's a philanthropic way to use the blockchain, and he just wants to change the way that giving happens. Give it up for Phil, you guys.
Hello, hello. This is pretty loud. Well, first of all, thank you guys for being here. I'm very excited to have a few minutes to share our story, where we're headed, what is the purpose of humanity meeting blockchain. As a lot of people don't know, in the beginning, Bitcoin in itself was a giving opportunity that was given to all of us that a lot of people have lost sight of. Back in 2009, a lot of you might not know this, but Bitcoin was actually given away by a group of gamers that started mining the token, and they saw that there was value behind it. So what they did, they started transacting amongst each other, creating transactional history, taking the time to start sharing it, getting the eyes of people like you and I to look at this white paper, understanding that there was something behind that that could really make an impact on humanity. And we've been so focused throughout the years on how great the technology is that we really have forgotten the principle why blockchain began and why Bitcoin began. And through its inception, the entire opportunity was to create sovereignty, that transparency that people are looking for, that's peer-to-peer, that we don't get from the banking systems. So as we look along what it all represented, the biggest question is, why are we right now having so many problems with adoption? And I think everyone that's here will be very keen to understand that what I'm sharing with you guys, it's a reality that whether we like it or not, we're gonna live it until people come together to really understand its purpose. So let's look at it from the perspective of the very first one. Some people have taken advantage of the technology to maximize their own personal wealth, as well as others are having a major power struggle. So from the beginning, they saw that it was so easy to do so much with it that people said, wait a minute, this is an opportunity for me to do some crazy stuff and become a billionaire, become a millionaire right out of this because there's not enough education on it. But people are excited about it, right? So that's the number one thing. Number two, the lack of education in the space was another problem. And how the space can actually make a difference if engaged and executed correctly. We have all these great people, you know, Binance themselves, streaming live for us right now, trying to educate people, trying to help people. You have all the influencers like BitBoy, you know, Mooncow, all these guys trying to make a difference. But even so, there's not basic education for the average person to know how to really make a difference with blockchain. So that has been also a major problem. But as an executive, as an owner, as a founder, as a philanthropist for the past 20 years of my life, this to me hit home. There's a lack of accountability in executives that are making decisions behind some of these major companies that we see that are trustworthy. So, you know, we try to trust, we try to be understanding of the innovation behind what it represents, but sometimes it's hard to do that with the transparency that we're supposed to be having. We're not having it, hence the reason why we've had so many issues with adoption. And right now, we've seen some fallouts happening, and you know, it was just like in this other event that I had, that we were just at in Malta. They asked me the question, hey Jerry, what do you think of the bear market? What do you think, you know, how you seeing this bear market? And I was very candid and I said, well, I don't think it's a bear market, I think it's a purge. I think this very bear market has become a purge of all these products, all these projects that have real no utility, that have been so volatile, that are being purged out to give new companies that are coming with integrity to really build an ecosystem, to build communities for the long haul in blockchain. So I see this bear market as an opportunity market to really make a difference, and that was my answer to that. So based on these, you know, problems of adoption, I think we're here to help change that. So what have we done? What have we done, and what is it that we're trying to do to make a difference? A lot of people have asked, what is PhilCoin? What is this Phil app thing? And to be very candid with you, we've built the first philanthropic super app called the Phil app, and we built it and we designed it with the end user in mind and helping the end user empower themselves while they utilize this app. And the cool thing about the app, if you look at the app, in this little video, it's a pretty robust app. Just think of this app as an incubator. So, you know, NFTs, Web3, metaverses, education, gaming, communication, and you go inside of this app and you earn PhilCoin for using it. You earn cryptocurrency for using it. But the best part I love about the app is that at the end of it, it tells you, guess what? You've earned all this. Now you got to go to the donations tab, and from what you earned, give half of it away directly to one of these 500 or 1,000 charities that are there and give it peer-to-peer to them. So what did we do? We caught off the giants, and just like Bitcoin, it became peer-to-peer. Wouldn't it be nice for you to just give directly to someone that you know is in need and you know that it's going directly to them? How many of you, by a show of hands, would like to know that your donations or what you're doing is going to the right people? Am I right? Well, that's exactly what we did. We cut out that middle person, and we're making sure that that is going directly to the cause that you want. And you know what? You want to know what the best part about that is? Is that you're giving from what you earn, which means just for using the app, you earned, and you're actually giving back. So now watch some of the things that this app does, which is the cool part. And how does this work? How many of you are keen to education? How many of you believe that education is important? Raise your hand. You guys with me? Okay, what if I were to tell you that we have the first soft skills training education ecosystem in our app that is accredited in the United States, that your actual credits can be transferred to your university, and it's for free? Who will get excited about that? I will get pretty excited about that, right? So we're doing that. If you go through the school itself, you will be paying close to $3,000 a year, but because of our over-decade relationship with Success Training Institute here in the United States and the program that they have for scholarships, we are able to do this on the app for free globally for people who want to get soft skills trainings. And for those of you who don't know what soft skills are, those are EQ, not IQ skills. They're EQ, and a lot of that is not being taught in schools at all. So that's one of the things that we do. How many of you, obviously, we're off social. We like Instagram. We like Twitter. We like all these great platforms. We are building our own platform that pays you to be social. How many of you would like to just be paid for having your content up on an app, and then for you to put your own content to donate? Let's say you guys want to help your neighbor that you know that she's a single mom with 6 kids and she's struggling, and you want to surprise this lady, and you go ahead on your social media page in our app, say, I want to help my neighbor, and I want to go ahead and surprise her, and I want to record the whole entire thing, and I want to give back to her. Whoever wants to donate, I'm raising $1,000 to buy her groceries. And you go ahead and do that right through the app, and then you go ahead and put all that content on our social app, and you did it all by sharing. Because nothing came out of your pocket. You did it just for sharing, because we're the ones giving onto you so you can give onto others. That's that part. Then you have the referral program, the same thing. This is not an MLM, this is straight referral. You go ahead and give, we give, you give back, everyone's happy. We have a referral program, we have a chat. We have a low bandwidth ecosystem that you can chat. Right now, how many of you knew or don't know or didn't know that you're actually paying for WhatsApp? Did you guys know that you're paying for WhatsApp? Raise your hand if you knew you're paying for it. Well, did you know that for every 3 minutes of talk time, you're actually utilizing 1 megabyte of your data? That's correct. You can Google it. It's all public record. For every 3 minutes of talk time, you are utilizing 1 megabyte of your data. On our chat app, you're actually getting 7 minutes of talk time for the same 1 megabyte. And you're getting paid for using it, because the more time you spend on the app, the more you earn. We also have staking. How many of you know staking? Everyone knows staking. But you want to know what the best part about our staking program is? It's completely non-custodial. What does that mean? That you can unstake anytime you want, no penalties, no fees, because we don't want to have control of what belongs to you. We want to give to you to create that principle that happened in the beginning with Bitcoin by creating the largest community of philanthropists around the world through blockchain. So how do you do that? By giving people freedom to be whoever they want to be. That's our staking program, fully transparent and non-custodial. And last but not least, everything that you do becomes extremely transparent because it's all on the app and you know where everything's going. So with that said, one of the things I always ask myself is, what does everyone earn? The philanthropy token called Philcoin. So this mega app has a token called Philcoin, and this token is built on the same principles as Bitcoin. We want to make a difference in the blockchain. A lot of people ask me, well, since you're giving so much, how is Philcoin making, or how is the Philcoin Foundation making any money? How do you guys make money as a business? Because everyone is focused on the business principle and the business aspect of what anything blockchain can be. But a lot of people have forgotten the most important part about blockchain and about humanity, that the largest commodity on earth are human beings. There's 8 billion people on this planet. And if human beings are not moved by something that has happened or something that needs to happen, well, guess what? You're not going to have the traction you need. So what do you want to do? Cater to the people, cater to the needs of people, and automatically anything you do in life, anything you do for life, will actually be reciprocal to you based on the principles of why you're doing it. And it's hard to understand that sometimes because people are so focused on the money, but we have telco partnerships. We have a community in 76 different countries with over 200 million people that are coming on board this second quarter of this year through our inner circle of people that we have around the world and through our ambassadors. We have a group of ambassadors that are my accountability organization that holds us accountable as the founders. So we're all about people and making people become who they are. The app also allows the users to earn while they use it. They also can be bought in some of these major exchanges. We're already on 2 centralized exchanges, plus we're on a decentralized exchange. And a lot of people ask us, why are you not in Binance yet? Why are you not in Coinbase yet? Why are you not in these places yet? The reality of the thing is that we want to make a difference as we go along with what we want to do. So at the end of the day, guys, this is where we at. Where all of this is what we use and we give back to people around the world. You can swap inside the wallet. You can do amazing things. You can even buy it with your Visa or MasterCard. At the end of the day, guys, what are we trying to do to make a difference in the world? We want to alleviate environmental issues. We want to be able to give back. We want to be economically and politically correct with people. We want to be social. We want to make a difference around the world. And that's what the Phil app is, and that's what PhilCoin is. And we are the first ecosystem to do that simply by changing the way giving happens. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you guys enjoy the presentation.
You guys, philanthropy is important. I think that, sometimes when we make money, the most important and probably the best investment you can do initially is to just give some of it back. Like, we have no idea this law of giving and taking, or whatever they call it, of this law of reciprocity that happens. So if you guys are making money in this space, I think in order to keep it, we need to be a little bit generous. So up next, I have Austin Bunson of QuickNode. I met Austin a couple years ago because he came to the Blockchain Center, and this was when there was not a lot of industry happening in Miami, but this is what happens when people come together, when they meet each other, and when they continue to build together. So Austin, if you want to make your way to the stage. Yeah, so you guys make sure you stay in touch with your local communities, and Austin, please feel free to talk about QuickNode.
Hello. Who is bored? Well, it's about to get a whole lot more boring. My name's Austin. I co-founded a company called QuickNode. We do blockchain infrastructure. So I'll start with a simple question. Does anyone here have any experience writing code? No. All right, great. 1 person. Sweet. 2. Oh, 3. All right. 3 of 50. So this is for you 3. I hope that you enjoy it. All right. So what is QuickNode? QuickNode is a blockchain infrastructure provider. What that means is we provide fast and scalable access to read and write from 16 different blockchains. Put a different way, it's kind of like your email provider, right? If you use MetaMask, you can change which server MetaMask points at. QuickNode provides servers for 16 different blockchains. And we're trusted by many, many very, very cool companies. If you use Adobe, you could be using our product underneath that. Twitter happens to be one of our customers. Coinbase, OpenSea, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short, we're kind of a big deal. So what exactly do we do? What is core RPC infrastructure? Why is it important? How are we different? Well, let's start with the simple case. Let's say that you actually are building your own blockchain-enabled product, and you need to read or write from said blockchain. You might need to manage those servers yourself on some cloud provider like Google Cloud or AWS, which would mean that you need to keep the blockchain in sync. You would need to perform the initial sync, keep the client software up to date when there's hard forks, and make sure the hardware meets the requirements of the blockchain, because the blockchain is always growing. So you could do that and spend, 2, 3, 4, 500,000 a year, or you could just use QuickNode. Basically, there's no more hassle. All you have to do is take the URL from our interface, drop it into your code base. If you're using a library like Web3, Ethers, or ETH.RB, and you're good to go. So you might be thinking, all right, cool, this is great, but why should I use you if I can get a faster RPC myself? Well, we actually did a benchmark against every single competitor in the industry. We showed the top 3 here. And we're actually basically 2.5 times faster. So if you're rendering, let's say, digital horses in a horse race, and latency is something that matters to you, you should use QuickNode. So that's our core business. That's what we spend a lot of time optimizing and making available, to the tune of almost 8-9 billion requests per day. So to put that in perspective, that's more requests than Google does search queries every single day. What else do we do? Well, we also provide indexed data solutions. And so indexed data solutions are basically when you don't really want to build a huge, what's called ETL process, or extract, transform, and load, to suck a bunch of data out of the blockchain and basically organize it. So the first thing that we'll talk about is indexed data, right? So let's say you're building a blockchain wallet, like, I don't know, Coinbase wallet, for instance, and you want to see every single ERC20 token that exists in someone's wallet. Without our index solution, you would need to scrape block by block from Genesis to now for every single token and put that into a database and store it by wallet. But with our service, all you need to do is send in an address, and you get, very simply, all the tokens in that wallet. Or let's say NFT data, right? And this is where Twitter uses us. Let's say you want to find all the NFTs owned by a particular wallet, or let's say you just want to verify ownership of a particular NFT. We provide simple RPC methods for these pieces of information. Great. So let's keep going, right? You know, QuickNode is an infrastructure provider. And one of the things that we do is real-time alerts. And this is actually something we haven't shipped yet, but it's called Quick Alerts. And basically, Quick Alerts allows you to monitor any kind of event on the blockchain. So you want to know when, I don't know, Vitalik sends Ether to some address, you can monitor Vitalik's address and get a notification sent wherever you want. You can also build significantly more sophisticated sort of alerts, like, oh, I want to know when a new NFT contract is created. So you can try to front run everyone that wants to buy that NFT and buy it before anyone else. And so if you are a developer, which I know there are at least 3 of you, and you want to try this, just find me and I will hook you up. We also have a GraphQL API. And if you have ever used, let's say, Magic Eden, you probably have used our product unknowingly. So we have a GraphQL API that gives you all sorts of NFT data, including historical prices, market insights, cached NFT images, and a whole lot more. Great. And last item. This is actually the one that I'm most excited about. So we built a marketplace for extended APIs, right? So within QuickNode, you get all the core RPC services, you get index services, you get alerts, you get the NFT API via GraphQL. But what about every single other piece of infrastructure that exists in the blockchain space that is not part of QuickNode? So we built the marketplace so that you can get more infrastructure integrated directly into QuickNode. And so you can think of it as like a universe of infrastructure at your fingertips. It's all single-click installs, such as the cross-mint NFT mint API. And so let's say you want to create your own NFT collection. You could write a smart contract, deploy it on Solana or Ethereum or Polygon, make sure it gets audited, then start a mint, et cetera, et cetera. Or you could just use this API. It will be one call To create your NFT collection, you just say, I think it's CM Mint Collection, and then you pass it the name, the description, and you're good to go. The smart contract is pre-written for you, so it gets copied and deployed to the respective chain. And then you can mint NFTs as you go. All you need is an image URL and a set of attributes for each NFT. So this is one very, very cool add-on developed by a partner of QuickNote. Another one might be gas price estimation, right? So maybe you've sent a transaction and it hung around for a really, really long time. We actually have a partner called Block Native that uses machine learning to predict the gas price for the next 5 blocks. So, theoretically, this is something we could have built, but we thought integrating a partner into QuickNote was the right decision here. So you can use Block Native and figure out with a very high degree of certainty or confidence what the price will be for gas at the next block and the block after that. Now, again, my favorite thing about the marketplace is actually that it's an open API. So if any of you 3 developers wanted to create your own add-on and sell to the more than 125,000 developers registered on QuickNote, you could absolutely do it. We have an open API that's super easy to integrate with, and I'm happy to talk to you after. So that's it. That's my spiel. Thank you for sitting through this paid ad.
Give it up for our local Miami celebrity, Austin Bustin, you guys. Another emphasis, by the way, on how it's important to be able to write and read the language of this new world. I said it before, but I'll say it again. The next illiteracy could be the inability to code. Maybe for the people that are older, you don't have to worry about that as much, but if you do have the influence over young people and you want them to be employable in this next job market, it's important to be able to read and write the language of computers, and that's essentially what coding is. So, up next, I have Joaquin Mueller. We have a little bit of a switch in the schedule, so we are going to let him come on up and finish. They have a pretty interesting booth on the floor. The last time I checked it out, there was a lot of activity there for X Metaverse Pro. It's an international company based in Malaysia, but Malaysia, Miami, kind of the same.
Kind of cool.
All right, take it away, Joaquin.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I bid to you all. Firstly, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And it is my pleasure to introduce myself. My name is Joaquin Mueller, and I'm the spokesman of X Metaverse Pro. Since 2020, there have been countless DeFi concepts and applications. In fact, DeFi Concepts Assistance has also benefited numerous projects, realizing the phrase, debut is the pinnacle. The proliferation of websites, applications, and social media platforms has led into a significant increase in the dissemination of information in various formats, such as written content or video. This has had a significant impact on society. Applications such as YouTube, TikTok, and Cub, amongst others, are extremely popular and responsible for the vast bulk of market traffic, alongside being the most important source of income. X Metaverse Pro was launched to break the monopoly brought by social media platforms. In addition, the metaverse has shown an explosive trend. Products and services in the fields of NFT, DAO, and finance rapidly emerging one after another. The metaverse development relies heavily on the 4 pillars of digital asset economy: production, exchange, storage, and circulation. And because of this, the demand for digital currency asset management is growing stronger. On top of that, the introduction of Web 3.0 has resulted in new expectations in asset management, stability, and expansion. While this is happening, the market's fundamental assets need improved accessibility, transparency, and programmability. The vast majority of encrypted assets have these features from a purely technical standpoint. Moreover, when seen from the point of view of asset volatility, the performance of the vast majority of encrypted assets needs to be balanced. Take, for instance, the stable coin connected to fiat money. Its value and inflation risk move in tandem with Federal Reserve policies. The X Metaverse Pro protocol implements steady yields and compound rewards to hedge risks, combat volatility through effective deflation, and meet critical conditions for a sustainable and robust economy. Governed by DAO, the project is initiated by like-minded partners. Members of the team come from all around the world. Let me ask you this. What is the one thing that unites everyone on the internet? Their love of technology. Most of them are engineers. The team focuses on technical matters, and code development is taking place at a more vigorous pace. The team regularly participates in hackathons and development events to draw in high-quality projects and outputs for the X Metaverse Pro ecosystem. X Metaverse Pro is an innovative ecosystem that takes advantage of the blockchain traceability, immutability, and anonymity properties in an effort to realize Web3. This new model is anticipated to have a profoundly transformative effect on the industry. To begin, because the blockchain is distributed, it is not required to have a central obligatory function control. This allows for the effective removal of third-party restraints and an infinite number of nodes jointly dominates it. The second benefit is that it's both traceable and tamper-proof, which helps to preserve the system's operational security fully and enables users to take part in the benefits that may be achieved once the consensus method is used in conjunction with it. Furthermore, the ecosystem integrates multiple investment opportunities, including XMeta Exchange, XMeta NFT, XMeta GameFi, XMeta Copy Trading, XMeta Social Trading, XMeta Copy Portfolio, and the development of their native token, XMeta. For your information, the XMeta token serves as the platform governance token for staking, voting, and making transactions. Being a native asset on the X Metaverse Pro network, this token is eligible for various role-based benefits. The only way is to become a founder member, but making significant contributions to the platform and community. Before I end my speech, I urge you all to join X Metaverse Pro virtual community to explore the infinite possibilities of the future of finance. And I want to give special thanks. I want to give special thanks to all the people watching through streaming. And I really hope you enjoy X Metaverse Pro World. Thank you very much.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Ready Player One? No? Yeah? Okay, if you haven't seen the movie Ready Player One, you have to watch it. It's pretty interesting, and it's a depiction of what the metaverse could turn out to be like. But I think the moral of that story there is to make sure that you have the right people that are building it. So the next company up is, this is Diego Di Tommaso. And this is another international company. So previously it was Malaysia, and now we've transferred over to Italy. But they're building here in the United States. And this company, I really like the name of it. It's called Over the Reality. I hope you guys are not over the reality, but if you are, you can ask him about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. So let's see. Oh yeah. Okay, so what we're going to talk about today is the new feature we are releasing that is called Map to Earn, and we see that as the gateway to the augmented reality metaverse. And I will explain you why we believe that this is such an important piece of infrastructure. So, first of all, what's that augmented reality metaverse? So it's a fusion between what is the physical and the virtual world that is enabled by geolocalized AR. So the idea is really to edit the physical world. It's a place where you can own assets, you can play, you can meet people, and you can earn, because this project is powered by Web3, so people own assets. And finally, we see this as the new way people will interact with information. So we will move from a 2D world to where we consume information, to a world that is augmented with augmented reality assets. But why augmented reality in the first place? So the first observation is that we will not spend most of our life just with some occlusive headset in our faces. I mean, we are physical beings, we live in the physical world. Secondly, our brains are actually wired to process 3D information. And you can kind of get it when you see, for example, people like Apple that are making so many efforts in showcasing their products in AR. Why they do that? Because when you see something merged with the physical world, you get a much stronger impression of that object. I mean, we really, our brains like to consume that kind of information. And finally, if we think also about what are the means to actually get this kind of information. So right now, for VR, you have VR headsets, and for augmented reality, since we don't have smart glasses yet, the means that you can use is mobile phones, I mean, smartphones. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, there is order of magnitude more smartphones out there than headsets. And finally, smart glasses are coming. I mean, rumors are that the first quarter of 2023, Apple will release their smart glasses. Probably will be passed through, but still, I mean, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen more and more in the next year and a year after. So, but how do you build an augmented reality metaverse? What are the building blocks of this metaverse? So, in our vision, there is 3 main building blocks. So there is the OVR lens, or the spatial ownership layer. There is the mapping layer that I will focus on. And finally, you need some software to publish content in this metaverse. I will focus on the first 2. And so let's start from these spatial domains. And in this example, you see a comparison between spatial domains in the Decentraland and on OVR. So with the Central or any other VR metaverse, you basically have a virtual map, totally unlinked with the physical world. While with OVR, what you basically have, you have a map that is one-to-one to the physical world. So you really are talking about that specific geographic coordinates. And regarding the experience, again, to give you a sense of that, so this is an occlusive VR experience, for example, the Decentraland, and on the right side, you have our own experience, so this augmented reality, so this fusion between the virtual and the physical world. And just to reinforce the idea of what are these OVR lands, so these are spatial domains, and a good comparison is the web. So in the web, you buy a web domain, and since you own it, you can control what will be the internet page that you publish. In OVR and in augmented reality metaverses in general, you own geographic coordinates. So you're not gonna publish on 2D on the internet, but you're gonna edit that geographic location that you basically own. And finally, now a question, okay, cool, but why don't we see all of these use cases for AR right now. Why the only use case that was successful lately was Pokemon Go. And the reason why is quite simple. There is a big barrier to create this augmented reality metaverse, and the barrier is localization accuracy. So if you're building a system like Pokemon Go, you don't really care about where assets are. But if you want to, merge the physical and the virtual, edit it with precise way, you need a system that goes beyond the precision of GPS. That outdoor works quite fine, maybe 4 meters, something like that, but indoor, where we spend most of our life, actually GPS doesn't work. So we need a system to actually locate assets in space that is not GPS, and we need a system that is not owned by Google, Niantic, or Microsoft that actually are working on that, because otherwise, basically they become the gatekeepers of this metaverse, and they were gonna extract the value from users like they are doing already today. So the solution to this is what we call OVR land mapping, or map to earn. And basically, we built some AI technology that creates 3 kinds of outputs. So one is a 3D point cloud of the location that was mapped. Second is a nerve simulation, so neural radiance field simulation that basically hallucinates the location, creates a digital twin. I will talk about more later. And finally, we have algorithms to precise geolocate assets. So if I want an avatar to be seated exactly there, with this system I can do that, because I can go down to 20 centimeters accuracy, both indoor and outdoor. But so how do you do this? So in order to create this map, we create a system that just needs normal smartphone. So no LiDAR needed. $100 smartphone will do the job. And finally, this mapping system is enabled by a crowd of people, of community members that want to engage in this community, and will get some value out of that in form of owning the map, and also in form of NFT, tokens that we will use to incentivize them. And this is an example of the output that you can get. I did it personally, it took me 3 minutes of taking pictures. And as you see from these pictures, I generated a 3D point cloud of that location. So now I want something, I don't know, an avatar exactly seated on that table on the right will be exactly on that table in reality. And this is a simulation of a digital twin that also we can generate from the same data. So I take just few pictures, but from these pictures, neural networks can actually simulate other views that were not seen before. And if you think about that, this is also about generating a digital twin of the physical world. And this is very powerful because it solves a very big problem of AR. AR is cool, but it's not accessible from everywhere, especially if you do geolocalized AR. But if you build a digital twin of the physical world, you can have a remote experience that is exactly the same that you can have in the physical location. And to understand better what I mean, I'm going to show you the same location of before, but where I navigate freely inside the space. So this is the wall hallucination of this neural network I was mentioning you. So as you see, I built a digital twin of this location. And all that took to me was just 3 to 5 minutes taking few pictures of this nice place in Laguna Beach. So why is it important that we build this in Web3? Of course, because who is going to own this data? So it takes job to do this. So you need to go in places and take pictures. So since we are in the Web3 paradigm and we have the means to allow people to own that, we decide to build that in Web3. And people, when they do this mapping, they actually generate an NFT that they own. They can sell it to us as a company. They can sell it to other people that want their place to be mapped, and maybe they are not there physically. So it's just an NFT, and you can move around freely. But finally, why is this important? Because if we think about Google Maps have 1 billion monthly users. So this gives you a hint on how valuable is the 3D structure of the world, and why we should build an alternative to these big companies to actually own this data. And finally, now I think you understand that we have the crazy idea of mapping the world. And yes, we are big dreamers, but of course we know that we cannot map the whole world. We cannot do the same that Google does. But this is not our focus. Our focus is mapping famous locations in the world And the way we're going to do this is by leveraging what we already have in our platform. So we have a community of people that participated to a game like Pokemon Go and physically went to 1.6 million locations to collect tokens and NFTs from other projects. So these people are play-to-earn people, are people that are doing that to earn inside the metaverse. So we are going to give them another opportunity to earn in the metaverse instead of playing mapping physical places. And finally, there is another big problem. Where do we send them? What place do we incentivize? Well, up to now, we sold 860,000 of these spatial domains I was mentioning you to. And if you think about that, this is the wisdom of the crowds on what are the good locations in the world, because people voted paying with their tokens on what are the good locations. So we will start incentivizing the best, the most important venues in the world, and those venues will be able to be augmented very precisely and also to have a digital twin. So finally, where we are now, so this is the path to this creation of this metaverse. So we started selling the lens, as I mentioned you. We have the SDK for creating the asset that is already running, and we are just launching this week this mapping layer in beta. Right now it's in alpha, we have 300 people testing it, and this week we are finally ready to go open to the public. So just a few numbers of where we are right now in terms of development of our company. So we have 940,000 registered users, 1.6 million locations explored, as I mentioned you before, 600,000 downloads of the app, 860,000 lands that have been sold, 35 employees, all proudly based in Italy, and we generated 12 million in the last 20 months. And finally, I will do something that you should never do in a presentation, but I think is good to showcase you what is the platform now, since I just talked to you about the future until now. And here we go on what we have built so far. So here you will be able to see the mapping layer, the layer on the world that I was mentioning before. So the world divided in hexagons. So this is the hexagon that we've been selling. This is the mapping interface. And so this is what you generate, the 3D point cloud, and this is the NERF, the neural render simulation that I was mentioning you. Then also we will see that we have avatars. So we create for you photorealistic avatars from a single picture of your face, and you will be able also to actually customize these avatars with digital clothes. The interesting thing also, these avatars map your facial expressions, so it's a very nice way to create events where you meet other people. And here are just some examples of AR experiences. This is a treasure hunt that I was mentioning you before, or objects that you can actually project in AR. This is assets from other metaverses that we integrated. So this is, for example, Sandbox. If you own a Sandbox NFT, you can actually play with it in AR. So we're really into this vision of merging the metaverse through the NFT standard. And finally, this is an occlusive experience. So for example, this is concerts that you can build on our platform. So this is what we have been building so far, and thanks a lot for your attention. Here we have a QR code. So if you want, for example, to test the alpha version of the mapping, you can just do that by subscribing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Tell us one more time where we can find you online if we're interested.
Sorry. Oh, yes, of course. To find us online, just please go on the website, overthereality.ai, and you will find all the social there. Please use the official ones because, you know, we are in the wild west of crypto. Everybody wants a piece of you. So, yeah.
That's a great lesson, you guys. Make sure you type things properly into searches and make sure you type them properly when you're in the browser bar as well, because you might end up at the wrong website. And then you would actually be over the reality of it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so up next, I'm going to welcome Wendy-O back to the stage. Who follows Wendy-O? Yes. If you don't, you guys really should. She has the largest following for a female on YouTube. Really does a lot of great news updates, so if you want to stay up to date with all aspects of the industry. Now, she is going to, grab a microphone. She's going to welcome up her panelists, but this one is called Mainstream Adoption of Blockchain and Web3.
Thank you so much for the amazing introduction, Erica. I'm excited to chat with you guys about this because we've got some really, really amazing panel guests. Gentlemen, come on up here. So we have folks from Polygon, Ava Labs, Hedera, and Philcoin, and we're going to be asking them some maybe controversial questions. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to sit right here, so I'll give you this mic. Also, before we get started, big shout out to everybody who is watching this virtually in the metaverse via Binance. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, set alerts, etc. So before we get started, I would love for everybody to introduce themselves, tell us where you work, what your role is about, and let's get into it.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan Kuehl. I work at Polygon Studios on the partnerships team. And I manage some of our large, what we call entertainment partners. So I manage the Meta relationship, the Starbucks relationship, the Reddit relationship, and many others across entertainment and gaming. And I'm based in Miami, and it's great to be here today with you all.
Hey everyone, John Nahas, Vice President of Business Development at Ava Labs, supporting the Avalanche blockchain. I oversee growth in 3 main focus points: wallets, assets, and applications across 6 verticals. So from your most traditional TradFi institutional capital markets, enterprises, exchanges and wallets, DeFi, NFTs, and gaming. I'm based in Los Angeles, been with Ava Labs for a little over 2 years since mainnet, so yeah.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for joining today. My name is Brady Gentile. I work at Swirlds Labs in support of the Hedera network. I'm a director of marketing with a focus on Web3 ecosystems on Hedera, and I'm based in New York and excited to share a little bit about what we do today.
Hi everyone, I'm Dunstan. I'm one of the co-founders of Philcoin. So this is one of my portfolios, and my main focus is on business development and working with governments and regulators.
Amazing. Okay, should I start with the hard questions or the fun questions first? We'll start with an easy one. So how do each of you gentlemen see gaming projects incorporating blockchain technology, especially NFTs? Because I feel like every single project up here is affiliated with something along the lines of this.
Sure. So, I mean, a lot of people talk about digital property rights within games. You can buy and own the assets, and that's great. And there are a lot of games that we work with that are doing that. One area of development within gaming that I'm very excited about is what I would call the tournament layer. So this is really from the perspective of the gamer, the ability to play with gamers who have more streamers and maybe play in gaming tournaments that have larger prize pools. So when you win a game, you get an NFT. It's not so much with an in-game asset, but this is an NFT that represents a trophy, and they can use that for token-gated access to games or to tournaments that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get into. So if you're a gamer, maybe you're a Twitch streamer, maybe you're a YouTube gamer, you're trying to build up your following and build up your branded content media business, the ability to play with other gamers that have large followings represents a significant opportunity for you to increase your following and increase your distribution. So the ability for tournaments connected to token-gated experiences and to build that as a tournament layer across many different games, I think is really interesting. It's not to say that your PFP, maybe it won't be, you won't be able to use, the PFP you bought within a certain game. There's a lot of really cool use cases for that as well. But I'm just particularly excited about the ability to help people grow their media businesses through the token-gated access element.
So, I mean, taking a step back, right, looking at gaming as a whole, I think has the largest opportunity to bring the most amount of new users into Web3, right? We're talking about mass adoption of Web3 here. These are mostly men, 18 to 35, but gamers are very connected to their ecosystems and the things that they do, right? So whether it's in-game assets, loyalty, NFTs, there's a million ways in which to unlock things that previously weren't there, right? We've seen pay to play, where we used to buy games, and then it became, free to play, and then play to earn. And I think what we're going to start to see is kind of free to play to earn, where things build upon each other. So the game developer has a Web3 component where people can start to build on top of games. I mean, on Avalanche, we have some AAA games such as Shrapnel, Ascenders, and many others coming out, particularly on our subnets, which are app-specific chains. The benefit there is, most time what we've seen, at least in what the studies have shown, is gamers don't care about blockchain as much, or crypto, right? I don't want to say they don't care, but they're gamers first, right? And crypto people tend to do a thing where they build things for crypto people, right? We build crypto apps for crypto people who speak in crypto language, and it's very exclusive, and you're not bringing more people in. So with gamers, first and foremost, you have to build something that they want, something that'll make their lives or games better and easier. And then if there's a way for them to kind of peel into a larger ecosystem, I think that's better. But I think gaming on the whole, whether it's gaming or even like something like payments, right? If you use Venmo or PayPal, you don't care if that app is using ACH or Fedwire or SEPA in the background. You just know that you're clicking a button and your money is moving faster, easier. We need to build the same functionality, and I think Web3 gaming started off with your kind of play to earn, and it's growing, and as time goes on, I think with more developers and some really cool things coming up in this space, you'll see much more adoption and much more innovation across the board.
Yeah, I'm going to echo what John has said in regards to mainstream adoption of gaming. Yes, there's Web3 gaming. They focused on blockchain first and NFTs and assets first, and that was great for the crypto communities, but it wasn't really attractive at all, and if anything, drove real gamers away from it because of the number of scams and rug pulls and everything else that they see in the space. And when it comes to adoption by sort of AAA games, as John mentioned, it's behind the scenes. Like, no one cares sort of what back-end infrastructure is used, what database is used for, Medal of Honor, for example. They just care that it works. They care that the experience is great. If you look at the way that players are using assets in games today, there's a Steam store that has just lists and lists and lists of assets that are for sale for in-game items. And it looks like an NFT marketplace, but it's not NFTs. And I'd almost love to see a gaming company decide to use blockchain on the back end, give players that amazing experience, not even tell them it's blockchain, and then come out later and be like, oh yeah, by the way, that's blockchain. Like, I think that would actually be, they would start to realize, oh, there's actually value in this. I get it. And so, excited to see very, very much so AAA gaming start to adopt this. That market, I think, is the largest. It touches the most number of people, and they honestly shouldn't even really have to know that they're using blockchain on the back end.
Yeah, so gamers, hackers, and coders were the early adopters of the blockchain technology of Bitcoin and so on. But foremost, I started off as a professional gamer and been playing been part of World Cyber Games and so on. Representing gamers itself, most gamers would actually like to have fun games. Like, the early blockchain games were horrible, but it doesn't mean, I don't invest in them, I'm not part of them, and so on. So what we are going to look at for gamers is that at the end of the day, we need games that are fun. We need games, however, many gamers also like the community of the games that they play. Like, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, and the reason why I'm in was because of the community, the people there. We're all having fun together. So crypto is interesting because just like games, there's a community. But there's a current problem right now. Most crypto communities are very caustic. They're toxic. And why they are so is because all they are looking at is how much my NFT would gain in value. But what they should be looking at is, why not we help some of these games that we are, NFT games that we are in, help them form partnerships with the networks that we are in, so that the NFTs can become interoperable between different games. I think that is something that I'm excited about.
Yeah, just to one of the common criticisms you see is that, you'll see this in the media, gamers, hate NFTs or something to that effect. There'll be some, post about that. And our CEO of Polygon Studios, Ryan Wyatt, actually stood up the gaming vertical at YouTube before anyone believed that would be a huge part of their advertising business, a huge part of their creator business. And when he had initially joined, he did an interview on Bakelist that I found really insightful, because you saw a very similar criticism of mobile gaming. People were saying, that's not real gaming. Mobile gaming isn't real gaming. There has to be great graphics. There has to be this and that. I think I'm excited about the tournament later, but to get back to the fundamentals of what we need and what I'm seeing in terms of 1,000 seeds being planted, and what I'm seeing kind of on the front lines at Polygon is game developers just trying to create great game loops and like focus less on the financialization. Once you have like a great gaming loop, people will be interested in living in an experience in the game, and then you can then people will be interested in the NFTs there. So that's like more of an art than a science. So once we get that down, and so many games have been funded, you look at the Sensor Tower data of the billions of dollars that are spent in in-game purchases, but without blockchain, I think it stands to reason that there's going to be. I'm still very bullish on gaming. Despite that, I think it will be very similar to the mobile gaming. You'll have a couple big winners, and that will start to bring mass adoption. I think you can start to expect to see that over time.
Before we talk a little bit about interoperability, I just wanted to chime in and say that mobile gaming is very important. Very, very important. Because when you look at the masses, like me, for example, I'm a mom. I don't have time to hop on and play any type of video games, but I do have time when I'm at the nail salon to hop on my cell phone and play a game of Bejeweled or whatever that may be. So when we're talking about adoption, mobile gaming is just as important as PC gaming, etc. But I do want to talk about interoperability. How are we going to be able to build connected systems and not have too many vulnerabilities? We've had so many bridge hacks that have happened across so many different chains, and it's going to be important for interoperability, especially when you're talking about building communities, because I want to play on your chain, but I also like the game that's on your chain, but I like the in-game items that's on your chain. How can we bring this together in a secure way to where the average person like myself that's not super tech savvy is going to feel comfortable playing but not know that I'm using the blockchain?
Yeah, and I'll admit this is, a super important question. It's outside of my immediate expertise, but from my understanding, it is important to increase the validator set that's involved in this. And I've heard more, that's like some of the conversations I've had with our engineering team around this issue, but a little bit outside of my expertise. I'd be curious to hear from the rest of the panel.
I mean, I think what we've seen repeatedly is a failure of security and decentralization, right? A lot of these bridges rely on multi-sigs with a couple people that are in charge. Couple people could take down the whole thing. Secondly, we continue, or people in the space continue to reuse the same kind of architecture because it's easy to mint on one chain and burn on the other, or lock or whatever. Thankfully, on the Avalanche side, we've had the Avalanche bridge now for a while, and it's been humming along with Ethereum and now with Bitcoin as well. And it uses a completely different technology. So we use an SGX enclave technology. A lot of it is done off-chain. We have wardens that are trusted parties. So the thing is decentralized, but it also just uses a completely different paradigm than what's being done currently on-chain. But I will say, I think what matters, right, is we all believe, or we should believe in a multi-chain world. Because no single chain is ever going to be able to handle everything. Whoever tells you that is completely just gaslighting you. That's what maxis say because they're fighting over crumbs rather than looking at the larger pie. But the benefit on the Avalanche side is, I think, first of all, Polygon and us share this. We have a focus primarily on the EVM, the Ethereum Virtual Machine, right? That's kind of become the standard for smart contracts. Other chains use other VMs. But with Avalanche, the notion of subnets is you could deploy your own VM. It could be an EVM, it could be a Rust VM, it could be any kind of VM. And within the Avalanche ecosystem, we're coming up with something called trustless messaging, where you can message amongst all of these different chains, right? So you can have an Avalanche ecosystem that could have 50, 100, 200 chains with different virtual machines, different use cases, different assets, different asset types that all communicate within that kind of network with itself. Outside of the ecosystem, of course, we're going to continually, I think, build better systems, more secure systems. I think we're still pretty early still. Bridges in general are early. And for something that is so early, I think they have been transacting hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. Usually when things start off so small or something so new, not so much value is put on it until it's been tested out. But this industry does ascribe to the move fast and break things, and there's rugs, and there's a million issues. And I think it hardens us. But at the same time, I think the good players will rise to the forefront.
Yeah, I think from a user perspective, the idea of assets going between different chains, that needs to be obfuscated. So from a UI perspective, I think it is a UI problem. And they shouldn't have to know that their asset is being migrated on the back end to some other chain to allow them to take that asset into another application or another marketplace. But on the back end, the idea of auditability, like audits on these, whatever development is done to create bridges is incredibly important. And then I think the space is going to evolve. To your point, there's innovations on how these bridges are working. So on both Hedera and I believe Avalanche as well, there's a concept of state proofs. And I think state proofs are going to be a game changer in the entire space once all these different chains adopt that, and allows for the type of interoperability with security that the space really needs. And that's it, yeah.
Regarding interoperability, the main focus would be different businesses, different games working together. But actually, I would like everybody to see that blockchain is still a nascent tech, and we are interfacing on the back end. It's like we are looking at the codes. Like even when people interface with MetaMask and so on, they are looking at block explorers, which most of the retail people don't understand. So if you want a gamer to get it, we need like a cover on it. We need a UI. We need an interface on top of it. So that's the first part. But the main focus that we are having problems now is the backend tech are not communicating with one another. Like the different blockchains, even though many of them are EVM compatible, the bridges are our biggest vulnerabilities right now. So one easy way to set it aside would be, instead of letting the asset go on bridges, we could just have wrap assets on the other blockchain itself. And when there's a transfer, it will be a final transfer between this wallet to another of the same blockchain wallet instead of across the other blockchains.
All I know is that I'm very, very excited once all systems are interoperable and I don't have to get so stressed out anytime I'm doing any type of bridging, because let me tell you, I know a little bit about crypto, just a little bit, and I get so nervous every single time. I want it to be like this. But I think this might be my last question. Let's talk about TPS. Let's talk about how important that is for, I see everybody smiling too. Let's talk a little bit about TPS. Is that a valid metric? And what are your guys' thoughts on that? Because we've heard a lot of very interesting claims from a lot of different projects boasting about their TPS, transactions per second. My chain is better, we do it faster. But talk to us about it.
Yeah, I think it's certainly an important metric, especially from user experience. And we've been talking a lot about gaming and adoption at scale. And if you think within the context of a game of how quickly you need to transact, if you win an NFT within some sort of battle or within some sort of thing, and how quickly that could ruin the user experience if it doesn't reach finality. I think it's also balanced with it needs to be contextualized with other metrics like decentralization and security, the classic trilemma. But I think all of those should come together. And depending on the application and the use case, it's something certain to dial into, but should be balanced with everything.
So I'm going to take a step back to the last question real quick, because I know this panel is about mainstream adoption, and we were talking about, myself, about EVM, and we were talking about bridges, and that's not mainstream adoption, right? Like, if anyone was listening from a mainstream audience to that last question set, all of our answers would have failed, right? We would have all confused everybody, and no one would have known anything. So moving on to TPS, I think it's a completely bogus way to look at things. I think this industry has a problem, and it's with fluffing numbers and making up wild assumptions and assertions without them being proved. And I think as an industry, what we've seen over the past several weeks and this past year is we need to hold each other to account. And I think what's probably needed is an independent third party to create an apples-to-apples metric as much as possible to really say, yes, these are transactions, no, these are not, right? Yes, this chain can supposedly do this. Avalanche boasts 4,500 transactions, Hedera boasts a lot, Polygon boasts a lot. None of us have ever reached these numbers. Let's be very clear. No one has ever come close to 1,000 transactions per second. No blockchain is doing the work that Visa is. If they tell you they are, they're lying to you. But these things get put out in the media, and mainstream media picks it up, and people hear, oh, look at this. And they confuse TPS with what's really important, which is finality. I can do 100,000 transactions per second, hypothetically, one day. But if it takes 2, 5, 10 seconds to finalize, it's useless, right? I can jam so many transactions in. Doesn't matter. What matters is finality. The second the transaction hits the chain and is done. You know, I'm proud that Avalanche is the fastest chain in terms of, you know, finality from the second a transaction hits the chain and is not. But again, in the crypto space, we talk about crypto things to crypto people. We talk about TPS, we talk about finality, we talk about all these things that are hypotheticals. No blockchain has ever been put under the strain necessary to test any of the hypotheses and any of the assumptions that anyone has made. You know, I could say that Avalanche has unlimited TPS because we don't have a single chain model. We have a horizontal scaling solution. We have multiple subnets. We could be running 10,000 blockchains, each doing God knows how many transactions, right? So I think I take it back, right? What matters is, does it work consistently? Is it secure? Has it had any issues? And is it decentralized? Because we've seen how much decentralization matters. If all those things match and all those things work, then we can start to debate who's faster, who does more transactions or not. Until then, I think we're just really going toe-to-toe on hypotheticals.
I agree with John to a point. TPS is not a good apples-to-apples comparison, but you can break out TPS into potentially more relevant metrics based on the type of service that's performing the TPS. So for Hedera, for example, we have a couple native services on the network, one called the token service that does tokenization, and another called consensus service that does data writing with timestamps. And both of those services do extend to 10,000 TPS. And you know, we have Avery Dennison, which is a mainstream large organization that has a supply chain platform called Atma.io. And they're running that supply chain platform with over 3 billion SKUs on Hedera using the consensus service and writing data to the ledger at incredibly high speeds for all of those products and SKUs on the network. And we actually have hit 1,000 TPS as part of their process of backloading that and regularly see that high transaction throughput. But you know, is that relevant to the network effects of ecosystems that are driving TPS on a network? And I don't think it is. It doesn't. You know, that metric would require looking at maybe daily or weekly or monthly active accounts. So there's all these different metrics that you have to look at and combine them to be able to get a more holistic view of the health of a network and the performance of a network and the ecosystems on the network. And so it's important to look at these sort of a bit more objectively and sort of fine-grained tuning of each one.
Yeah, I think TPS is actually just a buzzword that most of the early protocols, when they start getting investors in, when they start doing their ICOs, their raises and so on, it is a buzzword for them to get investors in. And at the end of it, it's all architecture, the backend architecture of the different blockchains that are important. Like, for example, Avalanche has a good architecture for gaming companies, blockchain gaming companies itself. While there are ledgers out there that are good for transactions across different financial institutes and such. So at the end of the day, it's not about the TPS that's important. It's about whether or not the blockchain companies, whether or not, you know, the games and so on, they know which blockchain they want to work with, which are some of the infrastructures. But as what I said just now, because this industry is so nascent, many of the people that come in are startup owners. They come in not knowing anything, and many of them then come on stage claiming to be experts. Because when they claim to be experts, they get funding, right? Or that, you know, they build a shitty game, and then like they take some mobile game, reskin it, and then, you know, I'm gonna raise some funds. And now I'm a startup owner. So at the end of the day, whether or not it's TPS, whether or not it's the architectures that we are using, we need to be a bit more honest with one another. Like even the major protocols have to be honest with, the projects that comes to speak to them and to see how they're gonna work with the major protocols, like Polygon, like Avalanche and such.
I want to add to that too. I mean, the right tool for the right job. It's like if you have decentralized storage, the TPS isn't going to be high on that, but they're providing an incredibly valuable service for the ecosystem at large. So, yeah,
it's true. I agree.
With that being said, Thank you all so much for participating and answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, go Wendy. Good job, guys. If you guys are watching online, please leave a comment on what you think about some of these different topics that have been discussed on mainstreaming crypto adoption. The next up to the stage, crypto conferences are interesting because sometimes they become like a pitch competition, right? And really it's about informing people. So it's important to understand what projects are capable of, but definitely education is at its core. So I am welcoming up Altcoin Daily and Aurochs. How many of you guys watch Altcoin Daily? Yay! They do a really great job at making content understandable for the average person, which is what we should all aspire to do for people. But this talk is called FTX Falls and DeFi Rises. Go ahead, Austin.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. I'm honored to be with CEO of Aurochs, Yorgi. Yorgi, how are you doing today, man?
Good, how are you?
Absolutely. Big things going on in crypto lately.
Yeah, a lot of darkness, but hopefully the future looks bright.
Just to start it all off for the audience, how'd you get into crypto and what is Aurochs?
So I've always been in tech, and in 2006, my partner got us into crypto. Made some bad calls back then, but then we realized that there was a lot of fragmentation, just data was all over the place. It was very early on. It was like Bitrex and some of those now, I guess, smaller exchanges in retrospect. And we decided to apply some of the traditional finance side to it and create this all-in-one trading tool, which has data from all the different exchanges, all the analytics, and kind of like a Bloomberg for crypto, basically.
I want to get a show of hands from everybody out there in the audience. How many of you were affected or heard about the FTX fall? Everybody. Everybody in crypto, everybody in finance. Yorgi, what was your take on the situation?
I mean, we didn't see FTX falling itself. I mean, FTX is a huge company, but we didn't see that centralized authorities were taking advantage of kind of the unknowns of what was going on behind the scenes. They were leaning out, they were over-leveraging, they were trading against users. So it was coming, but the fact that it was coming from FTX was just mind-blowing, especially after they were going around saying that they had $1 billion to invest and acquire companies, and all of a sudden they didn't have $1 billion to do anything. So it was a pretty big loss, to be honest. But it opened up fields for other companies.
So what's the solution to all this? For the people watching at home, streaming right now on Binance, for everybody in the crowd, from your point of view, what is a solution that arises?
It's going back to the core values of crypto, decentralization. I mean, Bitcoin in 2008 was founded because we didn't trust middlemen, or Satoshi, I guess, didn't trust middlemen. We wanted to eliminate the middleman, centralization, and we actually went complete 180, took cryptocurrency, which is made for decentralization, and now centralized it. With absolutely no regulation, no accountability, no nothing from these centralized authorities. So now we're seeing outflow of crypto from centralized exchanges, a lot of development in the decentralized finance field, and going back to those core values that made crypto great.
So core values for DeFi. For CeFi, do we need more regulation, different regulation?
Yeah, I think if you want to act like a bank, if you want to loan assets that belong to other users, even if they give you the permission, if you want to act like that, then you need to be regulated like a bank. It's that simple. Decentralized authorities have a lot of control. They're using users' funds, whether legal with or without their permission, and that's a bank. There's no difference from that than a banking institution. So they need to be regulated, whereas decentralized finance, there might be some regulation there that might be necessary, but in reality, DeFi is everyone's acting as their own bank. So they know how they're going to send money, they know who they're going to send money to, and at the end of the day, they always have control over their assets. So with DeFi, the regulation, if it does come to fruition, it needs to be in a way that allows the explosion of development and adoption and everything else that comes along with it.
So crypto today, post the FTX, is at a pivotal moment. A lot of people are relating this to the internet bubble burst back in the early 2000s, late 90s. And a lot of people that watch my channel, Altcoin Daily, are asking, what's next? Where do we go from here? specifically, where do you see the next few years? How do you see them playing out?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a pivotal moment for centralized authorities, in my opinion. Now that we're seeing this shift to decentralized finance, and as you mentioned, it's kind of like the internet.com burst because companies were insanely overvalued. I mean, FTX's valuation, what was it, like $10 billion? And a lot of other companies were valued at an insane amount, just like in the dot-com burst. But then you had companies such as, I think it was like WeVane or something, WebVane, which was like the early version of like Uber Eats. But they were so early, they were so overvalued from VC investments and everything that they couldn't recover from that dot-com burst. So some of these companies were just overvalued. Now they're having problems, but then you have lower valued companies that are working a lot on the technology, a lot on the decentralization, and that's really where we're going to see a huge push in the near future.
Georgi, I want to throw you a curveball, okay? Elephant in the room, DeFi isn't perfect. There's many critiques to it. What are some of the problems you see in DeFi, and how do we get past that?
Yeah, so there's several of them, right? The first one, obviously, Luna was decentralized finance, and it crashed and burned and probably caused a lot of the contagion that's going on right now. But in reality, a lot of VCs did zero due diligence on Luna. If they had, they would have seen that traditional finance mechanisms built into it, things that have led, the 1980s crash and a lot of other things that have happened. And Luna literally took those mistakes in traditional finance and applied the blockchain. So it was basically a Ponzi scheme, and these VCs invested in them without doing their due diligence. Now with DeFi, though, the transparency and the flexibility that it has allows us to eliminate those and see exactly what's going on the chain and make it to where everyone is able to track assets, see what's going on behind the scenes, unlike what happened with FTX. So VCs need to control, act as the gatekeepers that they are, to eliminate these DeFi protocols from taking a foothold in the entire crypto industry. And at the same time, by funneling the good DeFi projects into the spotlight, now all of a sudden you have that transparency, you have that flexibility of what makes decentralized finance great.
Yeah, a critique I see with DeFi, and also the value prop, it's sort of a double-edged sword. With DeFi, you have more anonymity, but sort of by definition, less accountability. So is that just how it's going to be from now on, or should things change?
No, I don't think it needs to change. It's just the accountability needs to be on the people that are creating this protocols. First, we need to make them accountable, and then we need to make the VCs or any large investor that's coming in and spending hundreds of millions of dollars, or I think it was $1 billion of Luna that was acquired by, I can't remember which company it was. Like if I'm putting $1 billion in a company, I'm going to do a lot of due diligence. So we need to be careful about the anonymity, but it's one of the positives of decentralized finance, because if it is a protocol, if it is a software that is transparent and has been built upon real use cases and real utility, then it should not be a problem in it.
For me, with my friend group, I'm the crypto guy, meaning people text me up, hey, buy Bitcoin right now, and I always have to tell them, I don't know, man, just learn what it is first, and dollar cost average. I think a lot of people in the audience, maybe you guys are the crypto guy in the friend group, people watching at home, streaming. And a big flaw that my friends tell me is, well, the UX UI is better on CeFi. I don't really know how to use the DeFi stuff, so that's still a big pain point right now. How do we get past UI UX for decentralized finance?
Yeah, I mean, look, decentralized finance is early. Even Bitcoin is technically decentralized finance. You're sending peer-to-peer transactions. Even if we take Bitcoin as part of the equation, it's only been around for a decade. And if you look at the internet, for about 3 decades, it was just a complete mess. I don't know if people remember, but back in the early 2000s, even in early 2010, it was like impossible to get online. You had dial-up, you had all spam. You still have spam and hacks going on. It took a long time to make that user experience better. But there are companies that are now realizing, hey, if we want DeFi adoption to take place, we need to spend a lot of time on the user experience to mimic user experience that looks like a centralized service, but in reality it's completely decentralized. So giving the users all the data necessary, like their charts, USD prices, eliminate, like I don't want to go to CoinGecko just to get the contract address of the token that I bought, import it into my wallet to finally be able to see it. And then sometimes it displays a US dollar price, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know when I bought it. I don't even know if the transaction that I sent actually went through. Like all those things need to be improved by mimicking the DeFi or mimicking the centralized experience. And there's a lot of companies that are doing it in a decentralized way. FIO, for example, FIO blockchain allows you to basically have memos for every transaction. I don't know how many times I've sent a transaction to someone, and then like 2 months later, I'm like, did I just get scammed? Where did this transfer go? Like, who did I send this to? But FIO, which we're going to be working with closely, allows you to have memos, like just like a banking system, where I can just type in a memo. I know what transaction that is, so I go back 10, 15 months later, I know who I sent that money to.
You are coming out with a DeFi wallet. To me, that means non-custodial. Is that correct? And how is the Aurochs wallet? What problems does it solve?
Yeah, so we actually released internally about 2 weeks ago. We're doing a full-on release this week. It's actually live on our website. We haven't really talked about that yet, but people can check it out. And what we did is we literally looked at centralized products, Coinbase, Robinhood, all the centralized wallets out there, and applied the same mechanism on the front end while decentralized in the entire back end. So you can see your entire portfolio chart, which is missing from probably every single other centralized wallet product out there. You can have the tokens that are auto-imported. You see live price feeds for them. We're now adding like gasless swapping, which is like eliminating the need for having ETH in your wallet. And those little things, I mean, they're little. Like they're just very simple things that we added, but overall it makes that entire user experience so easy.
Right now, obviously, the juggernaut, at least in this last year, was MetaMask. People also find a lot of problems with MetaMask, although it was sort of has the first mover advantage. I guess you kind of named a few things, but acquiring users, what's the game plan to let people know about it?
Yeah, I mean, MetaMask did a great job. They were the sole wallet out there for, I don't know, what, 3, 4, maybe 5 years for Web3. They paved the way. But right now we're seeing, both MetaMask and some of these other wallets, they're just kind of reskinning the same thing over and over again and re-releasing the same thing. What we're doing is just taking a complete 180, getting the product to, again, be as centralized as possible on the interface, but decentralized on the back end. And we think that this is going to drive more adoption because now not only can we potentially capture some of their users, but we can capture the new incoming. Now, all of a sudden, people are withdrawing cryptocurrency from all these centralized exchanges, but they don't know where to go. And if they do, they don't know exactly what's going on with them. So by capturing that new influx of users, it's going to speak volumes for not only our product, but then it's going to allow more people to take advantage of decentralized finance in a whole.
Yorgi, I'm going to put you on the spot again. In this next year, and this is just for fun, but in this next year, 2023, give me a prediction. Nothing to do with price or anything, just how do you see the crypto market in general, whether it's DeFi, regulatory, whatever, trending?
I think it's going to be a very hard situation. FTX leveraged, celebrities, influencers. They put their logo on a Miami stadium. They did a lot of things that made it look legit. And now with that collapse, people are not trusting crypto. The general public has lost their trust. So we need to work ourselves out of that hole. And I think the way to do that is through decentralized finance. By telling the general public, hey, you control the assets, no one else does, it reinforces that trust. DeFi products need to open source their products, make it obvious that we're not doing anything sketchy. There needs to be audits, ongoing audits, and one of the things that we're doing actually is we're on track. We've been on track for the past year to go public on a national stock exchange. So we're exploring, like NYSE and things like that, and we want to go public around the start of next year to give more credibility to DeFi as well. We'd be one of, if we make it in time, we'll actually be the first nationally stock exchange company listed, and that will allow us to bring even more credibility, because at that point we have a lot of things to do on a yearly basis, do audits, do answer to investors on the public markets, which is a lot more work than in crypto. So by bringing that trust, we want to spearhead this new evolution of decentralized finance.
That's huge.
Yeah.
I'm glad you saved it for Decentral. Maybe you announced this on your website, but to drop that big news. I've seen you at the conference today. Are you going to be here tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I'm actually on a panel at 9:30 a.m., I think.
When people come up to you, because super approachable, very nice guy from, when we just met today, but just to save everybody the first question, what is one thing you wish more people understood about Aurochs?
The technology, honestly. Like my background is computer science. Our overall goal has been tech first. The innovation that is decentralized finance is just incredible, and we're just moving ahead with technology. That's the only way you can succeed in this business. If we go back to 2017, 2018, some of the giants now in like Compound, Aave, some of these huge companies, what they did was they developed, and then eventually released the product, and now they're billion-dollar companies. So Aurochs is taking the same stance. We're developing new innovative products, and then the user is going to see that when they actually interact with our platform. So we're taking this in a very professional manner where we're not the meme coins and we're not the overnight companies. We've been here since 2017, and we're going to be here. This is my last company I'm ever going to work for. So our entire team is dedicated to the growth trajectory of decentralized finance and the future, because, DeFi is the future of finance, period.
As we wrap up, we have a few minutes left, and I encourage everybody in the audience, come up to us after, both of us, ask questions. But you gave us sort of the roadmap in the next year, potential stock exchange listing, other UI, UX developments. Looking 5 years down the line, what is the goal? Best case scenario, where do you want to be in 5 years?
We basically want to, a lot of people, when you ask them what does decentralized finance mean, a lot of people say, the openness and transparency and everything else. And although that's great, for us, it's the automation. The fact that you can code a banking system, everything that a bank does, push it to the blockchain, and acts 24 hours a day, that is what really gets me going. Again, I'm from the tech side, so it's really the main thing that I like. I think in 5 years, we'll be able to replace some of the traditional finance sectors in just a year of development. Everything that's going on in traditional, like, for example, Uniswap's automated market, it's insane. It replaces market making on even traditional finance side. Like, NYSE and NASDAQ could potentially write their own, and all of a sudden, market makers aren't needed anymore. So in 5 years, that's what we want to do. We want to innovate, take what's out there in traditional finance, apply it to decentralization, and create a future traditional finance field, basically. That's all powered by.
Georgi, my brother and I on Altcoin Daily, sometimes we like to end our interviews just big picture, not necessarily crypto questions. So for you, a book, a podcast, or a movie that you read or watched in the last month that you really liked?
Well, of course, y'all's Altcoin Daily YouTube channel.
You're a watcher?
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Honestly, the main thing is I just read more of the technical blogs. So, for example, one of the most ingenuitive things that I've gotten involved in is Flashbots. A lot of people don't know the ins and outs of Flashbots. I really recommend everyone read it. It's going to come into play more and more over the next, maybe 2-3 years. It is probably the most life-changing thing that's going to happen to Ethereum network in the next decade.
Where can the audience, besides at this conference, where can they find you?
I'm kind of hard to find. I don't have social media anymore, but you can find me in our Discord. If you go to our website, ghettorocks.com, there's a Discord link at the bottom. Join it. I'm available as much as I can at this point, but I'm very interactive with our community because the first thing that we learned is your community is going to bring up the issues that are plaguing them, and those are the issues that need to be solved. So anyways, join our Discord. I'll be available in there.
Thank you. Round of applause for Yorgi. Thanks, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
So if you guys don't already follow Altcoin Daily, he's got 1.2 million followers on YouTube and 1.2 million followers on Twitter.
We're a team, me and my brother.
They're twins, apparently. So don't let them fool you. All right, so up next, I have G. Lopain. He is the president of Smarterverse. Don't you guys wish that we lived in a smarter universe? He's been building in the metaverse since before Facebook bought Meta, and you'll definitely want to listen to his talk because he's going to be talking about how the metaverse can be simple, accessible, and fun for all. And, like I said, if you haven't watched Ready Player One, I think it's available on Netflix.
Thank you so much. How are you guys? Welcome to Miami. My name is Gianfranco Lopane. I am the president and co-founder of the Smarterverse. Oh, clicking's not working. There you go, it's working now. Now you can see my face. We're a company based here in Miami. And actually, we are a subsidiary of DATCHA, NASDAQ DAT. In 2023 will be the year of the metaverse. Mark my words. And I'm going to show you how all of you guys down here in the stage and in their homes, they're going to be part of it and actually going to own part of it. Back in 2017, when my metaverse career started, and actually I've been into the space in the last 10 years of my life, but it wasn't until 17 that I started building on the metaverse. I have a master's degree in marketing, so I just want to combine my passion, which was crypto back in the days, and the metaverse and marketing. So I'll say, how can I create something that I can run ads across all the metaverses? And back in the days, it wasn't even Decentraland, which is the biggest decentralized metaverse out there, because they came out in April 2018. We call it more VR and AR. So it wasn't until end of 2021, beginning of 2022, that we created this awesome technology, which we can run ads across all the metaverses at the same time. With just a click of a button, it was great. But there's only one problem in the metaverse. And you know what the problem is? There's no one there. No one in the metaverse. But why there's no one in the metaverse? It looks cartoony. Right now, who wants to live in Flintstone world? Like for the regular people, you know, it's not appealing to go to the metaverse just looking cartoony. So do you want to do business in the metaverse looking cartoony? No, me neither. Second, it's really expensive to buy land. You have to have tens of thousands of dollars just to buy a piece of land, and then you have to spend more money just to building on that land. Do you think the regular people can do that? No. Third, it's really hard and confusing for the average person. You know what's the question that I always have every single day? How can I get to the metaverse? And you know what's the worst of all? Do you really want Mark Zuckerberg to own the metaverse? I know that answer. It's no. It's because, to giving him some credit, he did great stuff in Facebook back in the early 2000s. He created a good company. But why we want to have someone and just give you away more than half of your income to him just for the sake of it? That's not the goal for Web3, actually. And that's why we decided to create the Habitats Metaverse. We're making the metaverse simple, fun, and accessible for all. Our value proposition as this metaverse, it will look like the real world. It will be almost photorealistic. It will have weather, rain, sun, day, night. You will see birds, your grass gonna grow. Also, it will be useful for social, business, and also communication platform. And you will own your privacy. The content that you generate in our metaverse is gonna be your content. You're gonna own the content. You're gonna own the revenue of that content. We're not taking any single penny of you. And because we want to be mass adopted, we're not doing just for VR. Everyone has a phone in their pocket. So we're creating also an app that you can go to the metaverse, which is the metaverse. But the best of all, you're going to receive a land and a house for free, which this house will be your information, will be your account. And look how pretty it is. Does that city look like familiar to you guys? That's Miami. So Genius City will be the first world of the Habitats Metaverse, where we're going to have a lot of parts of Miami. We're going to have Wynwood, Design District, downtown, Brickell, all those fun places down here in Miami. And you will choose houses. You can have a ranch, you can have your modern, you can have your colonial house. So we're opening our world in March 2023. And we anticipate to have over 100 artists, also musicians, because we're going to have the Wynwood, which is the design district, and also the music district. Also, it will be a 3D social networking, which it will provide the next social media. Meaning that instead of scrolling down, everything's going to be immersed. Well, it's kind of small, but if you scan the QR code to the left, you can get your free house and your free land. If you're an artist or a musician, or you want to have some commercial spaces, just sign up in the right QR code. I'll give you some time to do that. You have any questions about this metaverse so far? Music. That's a good question. He asked, how's the music going to work? So there's going to be various ways it's going to work. So first of all, if you're a musician, we're going to create like a meta space for you where you can have social gatherings. It could be private, it could be public. So let's say if you're a DJ, you can play your music, or if you're a band player and you have your people around the world, you can just call them and you can play the music all at the same time. So we can create that for you, and more than that, we can personalize it to yourself. So I recommend you just to scan over there and sign up for that. Any other questions? Oh, no more questions. Thank you so much, guys.
Give it up. So I came down here just in case you guys had any questions, but there are none. But up next, we have a break. So instead of the break, you have a little treat, which is going to be Wendy and I chit-chatting about a bunch of stuff in the crypto space, of course. So please join us. Wendy, if you want to make your way to the stage, I'll meet you up there. Wendy. So if you guys are watching online, drop a comment in the comment box.
Smash the like button.
All the cool things that you're supposed to do.
Should I go ahead and say, welcome back to the O Show, everything crypto and NFTs every day. I'm your host, Wendy O. This is my amazing guest, Erica. Yes. Make sure to smash the like, subscribe, set alerts, etc.
Yeah, set alerts. If you're watching on DCentralCon or if you're watching on Binance, make sure that you just maybe ask some questions. Hopefully we can get them relayed to us. I don't know. All right, so the topic of this conversation is going to be the future of the industry, surviving. I can't read my own handwriting.
FTX.
Surviving beyond FTX. I think that what happened in that scenario is there's scammers in every single industry, you guys. It just so happened that we had one in our particular industry, but he definitely had a lot of important people that allowed him to do what he needed to do.
So yeah, I don't think it was just him though. And I'm not going to take responsibility from him because, as we know, people can make bad decisions and they do have the option to step up and to say something to stop things, but that's not what happened. And unfortunately, well, it's actually a good thing, and we can kind of segue this into regulation, is because regulatory bodies, legal entities will just say how bad crypto is all the time, but realistically, when you're using a public open source blockchain, you can see everything. You can see when somebody's doing something naughty, as opposed to the traditional finance industry. You don't know when your stuff is getting leaked via the banks because they have data breaches all the time. You don't know when somebody's stealing your money. They don't know when we don't know when they're taking our money and loaning it out and who they're loaning it out to. It's all done behind closed doors. But in crypto, we can kind of see all of that.
Do you have any particular regulations or maybe particular bills that are being passed right now that you like and you're in favor of?
As of right now, the only thing that I'm doing is I work with the DCTA, the Digital Currency Traders Alliance, and we're really trying to help push positive regulation through. Some of the gentlemen on the board, they've worked to help push positive cannabis regulation, which is important. So that's what we're working on right now, but a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing be put out is kind of predatory. And we're also seeing a lot of people scream and cry and we're like, we need regulation, we need regulation. But the caveat with that is all these companies were almost all licensed and regulated to operate in the United States in some capacity, or one of their shell companies was. And the scary thing about that is you can be licensed to regulate and to operate in the US. Things can go bad and you just file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and all that does is it hurts customers, it hurts the industry, it hurts everything.
Has anybody here been burned by the whole Celsius thing?
Celsius, Voyager, FTX? Well, it's the list goes on, but at the same time, one of the things I do is I look at every time I do something in crypto, I look at it with extreme risk. When you're sending a Bitcoin transaction, there's risk there. When you're sending an Ethereum transaction, there's risk there, because if you miss one little digit or you accidentally click on a interesting link, that can automatically change some of the addresses in the addresses that you're sending, so it goes somewhere else. And crypto is still hard right now, so I assume risk with everything.
So let's talk about some practical tips, because I'm noticing that the phishing bots are getting much, much more advanced. I don't know if you guys have noticed in your emails or your text messages, but those suspicious links, they're looking more realistic. Do you have anything practical that you want to share with people so they can avoid getting hacked in that type of manner, or any stories?
Yeah, so one of the most important things that I like to tell my audience is that have 2 cell phones. Have a cell phone that you use for day-to-day stuff, and then have a cell phone you use as a burner phone. The reason why we want to use a burner phone, and I know it sounds like dangerous and mysterious and that you're doing something bad, but realistically you would want to use a burner phone that is not directly related to you any way, shape, or form, and you're not actively going through emails, you're not looking at text messages, because all you need to do is click on something. And if you have your MetaMask there, if it's not backed up by a ledger, if you're doing anything on that phone that could put you at risk, it's a lot easier for people to get your information. So having a burner phone is probably the most important thing you need to use if you're going to be using crypto. And please try not to keep large amounts of crypto on your burner phone.
Yeah, I mean, $200, you guys can buy like an iPhone 8, which is still a pretty usable iPhone. Get 2 numbers. If you don't want to get 2 numbers, there are Google Voice, which is free. There's so many different free options, or like let's say $10 a month cell phone, like online carriers, right? Where you don't actually have a line, but what you have is an internet number. And that internet number works for almost every service. You can sign up for things like Signal, for WhatsApp, using that internet number, communicate to people using those apps, on Telegram using that internet number, and never have to reveal your actual phone number. SIM swapping is something that, if you guys don't know what SIM swapping is, it's pretty much when somebody calls your phone carrier and they say, hey, I'm this person, I got a new phone, can you port my phone over into this new number? I mean, it's something that I personally know people where they've lost millions of dollars and maybe even hundreds of $millions at this point, considering the price appreciation. And that's something that can easily be solved by calling your phone company and telling them, hey, can you put an extra protection on my account that we can't swap numbers, we can't do SIM swaps unless I'm there in person and have an ID. Obviously, there are still ways that people can be socially engineered to not protect against that, right? I mean, you give somebody $50 in a poor nation, they'll do it for that money, and I honestly can't even blame them, but you have to protect yourself. You can't really expect anybody else to do that. You know, cybersecurity is one of those topics that is really, really undervalued. But as the world moves increasingly online, it's cybersecurity that has to grow, and we really have to take more heed to that. So any other practical tips, just cybersecurity-wise?
One of the things that I like to do also is I'm just very cautious. I don't click on things. I know that there's something called a sandbox. You can copy pasta some of your links in to verify that it is, you know, a real link, a good link. But another thing too is a lot of my audience members, they love to hop in DMs with random strangers on the internet. And I'm just like, dude, would you, like, if a stranger walked up to you, would you like spark up a conversation with them? And if you do, are you going to tell them your date of birth? Are you going to tell them how much money you have? Are you going to tell them how much crypto? Are you going to send them personal information? I doubt it. I wouldn't. I would be a little bit weary if somebody approached me in person and asked me those questions. And I think it's important to carry yourself the same way you would on the internet as you would in person. And in addition to that, I guess we can kind of talk about the importance of self-custody and how hard it is. And it's hard for a reason.
I do want to share one more thing on privacy and security, but beforehand. So if you guys have Telegram, right, there's a bunch of privacy settings that you can change, so people can't call you unless they have your phone number, they can't add you to group chats, they can't see your phone number unless you add them as a contact. I think that it's important for, in almost every single app you have, don't allow them to have access to your contacts. There's always an on and off button for that. It's something that you opt into. And if you can help it, if you don't need to for that app, turn that off, right? Kind of help people out. But I have a friend personally, there's a bunch of, like, I'm not very public, but in Miami, I'm well known for the work that I've done here. So I run some big chat rooms, a lot of events. If you guys want to know what's going on in the city, there's this website called Erica, ERYKA.Miami, and it's a full list of events of everything happening here during Art Basel and beyond. So if you're ever here, you'll know what's going on. But I had a friend who lost $20,000 because he gave all of his crypto to a fake Erica. And I'm like, dude, why don't you just give me the money? Like, what's going on here? And obviously, he thought he was sending me money, but it was to a fake person. So always call, always confirm. It's better to err on the side of skepticism. And, you know, we can say that when it comes to things like emails, chatbots, like websites. We've said that for a long time, but now it seems like we have to err on the side of caution when it comes to some of these regulated companies that we're supposed to trust, right? When you see Tom Brady and Giselle, I mean, I was there at Crypto Bahamas. I saw Sam sitting right next to Bill Clinton and Tony Blair and Giselle. And when you see Tom Brady, who's supposed to be the GOAT, saying, like, are you in the commercial, right? This is supposed to be someone we're trusting. When we see this guy sitting with the former CFTC chairman, the former legal counsel of some of these big organizations, we now, you know, we're just in this frame of the world where, you know, there's a reason why people have invested hundreds of millions of dollars into securing gold vaults, right? And that's because this is an asset that only exists in one place and it cannot be replaced. Like if someone hacked into your bank account, they can just put more money on there on the ledger. And that's why this topic of self-custody is important, because these are digital assets that only exist in one place, and if you lose them, that's pretty much all you have.
I mean, we came from this place as humans first began to evolve, that people would fight. They would fight for their rights. They would fight for their right to eat, all different types of things. It was...
You guys know what time it is real quick? Sorry.
Somebody, anybody.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But we came from this time where people would actually do their own research and they would go out and they would actually do things. But I feel like America, especially Americans, me myself included, is like we're so lazy now. It's like we expect the banks to do things. We expect our parents to do things. We expect the government to do things. And the way that, like, look how that's worked out for us. We have become complacent and we've just expected everybody to do everything for us, and we haven't taken responsibility for our own actions. And that's why we don't have mass adoption when it comes to Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrencies, because it's hard.
And that's the thing too, is that, like, you know, this is what I loved about Bitcoin, and this is why I got into it during the Ron Paul movement, was because it brought personal accountability back to the individual, right? It was like, I am in charge of my money, and okay, maybe I'll lose it, but at least I know that nobody else can take it, right? And so for me, just talking about maybe like Bitcoin and altcoins, we are at a Web3 DeFi, metaverse conference, but like it's all about what problems are important to you that need to be innovated upon, right? And for people at this conference, it is content creation. How can I more accurately monetize for myself and my audience? It is how can I take away some of the market share from these companies that are the largest on the NASDAQ, but yet they provide a free service. Like that is a problem to solve. And but for me, the reason why I got into this industry and really became a vocal voice for blockchain and Bitcoin was because there are problems with the money system, and solutions are created when there are problems. Solutions are created out of a need, and the need was how can we create a more pure money system for the entire world. And out of that, because it was open source technology, because everyone can view it and copy paste it, we now have all these solutions for other industries. So I'm not a Bitcoin maxi by any means. I mean, obviously, Bitcoin is most important to me, but the altcoins have a lot of use cases.
Well, and Bitcoin maximalists, they always get mad at me, and I will fight with them on Twitter. I don't care. But the cool thing about altcoins, you can call them scams. You can say whatever it is you want to say about it. But without altcoins, Bitcoin wouldn't be where it's at today. We wouldn't have Lightning Network. We wouldn't have these apps. We wouldn't be able to buy Bitcoin easily on exchanges. We've got so many different exchanges now. I mean, there's a caveat with that, of course. But without altcoins, there's no competition, because what else could have competed with Bitcoin? Gold, cash. There's already problems with those systems. So we needed to create something that was going to bring positive competition in and force people to think for themselves and to decide what works best for them.
Definitely, you guys. I mean, I don't ever want to hinder innovation. I don't ever, the reason we like free markets, we like competition. So it's important for altcoins to continue to exist and to continue to solve important things that need to be solved. I mean, earlier on the stage, we had those guys that are revolutionizing the way that we deal with data when it comes to the medical system. I mean, that's something that the medical system has innovated so much in being able to treat people when it comes to emergencies and healthcare issues that happen quickly, right? Obviously, there's medicines that have existed since the beginning of time that help us when it comes to longevity and long-term health. But the Western medical world has done very well when it comes to saving people that are in emergencies, right? But we haven't really innovated when it comes to the way that healthcare places accept data. Why is it that we don't know where our data is floating when you submit it to some new doctor, right? So there are so many different places where people can take projects and build. And my suggestion to people is always, whatever industry you're in now, whatever you're passionate about now, you need to take that and see how the blockchain, how a public, transparent ledger that is really efficient, you need to see how that can change your industry instead of maybe trying to affect other industries. But stick in what you're passionate about, because I do think that that altcoins and the blockchain are going to revolutionize almost every vertical of business that we have. But it's just a matter of you guys getting involved, because this really is the future. And when it comes to things like the metaverse, like AI, all of those, like the Internet of Things, 5G, all of the ways that technology is going to grow, it needs to be underpinned by a better, we'll say, governance system, and this is what the blockchain is providing.
Self-regulation.
Awesome, you guys. Well, that is up for mine and Wendy's little fireside impromptu chat. I hope you enjoyed it. And we are going to invite Michael. You guys, I want you to really give it up for Michael. Michael is one of the organizers of this event.
Yes, please give him a big round of applause. Please, Michael. And just so you guys know, before I get off stage, DCentralCon is probably my favorite crypto event. So please give the organizers a big round of applause for bringing us together in this bear market.
Okay, you guys, up next on our panel, we have bringing IP into the metaverse, intellectual property. I have my own opinions on IP and how important that is and how necessary it is, but it is a topic. So bringing IP into the metaverse, some lawyers probably, right? We have some IP lawyers? No? Okay, take it away.
Hello, packed house, I see. Bringing IP in the metaverse. Welcome to Miami, DCentral 2022. My name is Murray Hicks. I am the CEO of Metaverses World. I also run a Web3 consultancy, helping brands transition into Web3. I'm joined with Stan and Jeff. Guys, do you want to introduce yourselves and just say a little bit about your organizations and what you do there?
All right, so I'm Stan, head of strategic partnerships for Ready Player Me. Ready Player Me, in case you haven't heard of us, is a cross-game avatar platform. We are integrated into more than 4,500 different games, apps, virtual worlds. And in a nutshell, what it allows you to do is to create an avatar in one place and then use it as your persistent identity across all other places. And then in the context of what we're going to talk about, then the avatar becomes the rails of content because it goes everywhere. So excited for this talk.
That's right. Jeff?
Jeffrey McGannis here, one of the co-founders of Crowd Create. We are a Web3 marketing agency and advisory. We started in 2014 and then went full blockchain in 2017. So in the world of IP, we've been helping both Web2, Web3 brands figure out strategies on what they can do now in terms of getting that IP into this next wave of the future and utilizing the technology. So.
Fantastic. Both of these guys work for fantastic companies. I actually work with both of them in different capacities, so check them out. But as you know, so Web3, Metaverse, and crypto is pretty new to the masses. I often say that if we make the comparison between where we are now with Web3 and crypto, we're pretty much somewhere between 1996 and 2001 in the internet when people are saying, it's a fad, why do we need email, etc. You can see where we are now, it's prolific. But as we see the adoption of Web3 and crypto and banks really kind of taking it seriously, we want to kind of move towards mass adoption. Obviously things like FTX don't particularly help, but on one hand, it does help because it brings in regulation, people have to make mistakes, and we move forward. But we need brands to onboard, and we need IP to come into the metaverse, and we need to be able to help brands transition, protect, and kind of unleash that IP in new ways that they can't really do as it exists with Web 2 right now. So for this mass adoption to happen, it can't just be for the early adopters, for the crypto bros or the techies. And as with any new market, it's important for brands to really come in and experiment with this new medium and not just create Web 2 in Web 3 as it exists right now. So we really want to see real interaction, value, and utility, excitement, and innovation from the way that brands bring their IP into the metaverse. Just rinse and repeating what they're doing right now is not really going to create that engagement level that we need. So everything that you see in Web 2 right now will eventually make its way into Web 3. So whether it's your online grocery shopping, or whether it's your everyday banking needs or your food delivery services. So for this adoption to kind of take place, we need kind of user-friendly terms and we need less jargon, right? So loyalty, rewards, access, this type of terminology instead of the Web3 terminologies that we see all over the place at the moment, because it has kind of negative connotations. So I wanted to ask you guys, and you've already told us a little bit about your organizations and what you do. If you could just touch a little bit on how do you guys help companies bring their own IP into the metaverse? Jeff, we'll kick off with you.
Yeah, almost using the term IP, what is IP? And starting off with the original Web 2 side, you think about Mickey Mouse. And from this mouse has spawned an empire of just Disney magic, amusement parks, movies, cartoons,
merchandise. And so when we work with companies, we think about IP as content that can be consumed by your user. And that's the utility that we see right now. And so when we talk to our clients and everything from automotive companies that are looking to bring their car to market, the IP would be the car itself. And so one of our clients is Renault, the automotive manufacturer. We help them. You know, a lot of people, when you purchase a car, you don't really have that engagement or that kind of fun experience of customization, driving it into a metaverse and whatnot. So what we did help them is, you know, first to go from Web 2 to Web 2.5, and the Web 2.5 for us is for using influencers to get the word out there. And then the Web 3 side is actually taking this car, putting it into virtual metaverses, getting customers to engage with it, play with it, you know, have a bit of pride and ownership in the IP, which is the car that they would eventually buy. So that would be one of the use cases that we're doing right now.
We have a slightly more narrow, if you will, approach to it because we deal mostly with identity through avatars. So the way we, obviously we don't have your coverage, you're kind of covering a lot of verticals, whereas with us it's just more narrow, you know. But the way we think about it is, so we need to help those brands basically get control over their destiny in the virtual world that's coming up. And this is actually not my expression, this is something that someone from a major fashion brand under NDA told me during our first conversation, how do we get our destiny back in our hands? So in the world of Web 2, you have the small feudal states where like they control a lot of demand, but they also have walls. So there is nothing coming in and out without the, you know, the goodwill of the monarch, if you will. And that goodwill is not cheap. So, you know, where this goes.
So this whole notion of interoperability
So
is
what
critical.
what we bring to the table is the ability for a brand to basically leverage their own existing community, their own existing Web 2 infrastructure, like sell at your own storefront Web 3 content, and we'll give you the rails for that content to go to many different games and apps, which is a completely different economic model. So it's like the open economy of today versus the feudal state of some centuries ago. We kind of landed in a very weird place with Web 2 when you think about it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I also think that the whole notion of simplifying the process is really important because, you know, if a company has to go and buy a parcel of land in an environment for $1 million, now that doesn't really enable you to experiment and innovate because, you know, not many people have the budget to drop that kind of cash on you know, that type of thing. So that's something that we've been looking at as well by introducing what we're calling Metaverse as a Service, which is a very pre-packaged, simplified way to onboard brands and like hold their hand and give them that kind of white glove service and simplify it to the extent that, you know, just like they would set up a Facebook page or an Instagram page or manage their Google Analytics, that type of thing. So I think we need to do all that stuff. Talking a little bit about real world examples. What are some of the best, kind of most innovative, but importantly value-driven examples that you've seen of brands bringing IP, or not just IP, but bringing that kind of emotion and customer journey into Web3 and the metaverse? Any of you can go.
I was literally just outside and I saw this video where they took a Bored Ape and they put it into a 3D environment, and this was a piece of video that's going to be content locked only to NFT token holders. So in terms of bringing IP and using your IP, any creator could just content lock video, you can content lock communities, and just defining what is the metaverse, you know, both in games, both from a virtual, you know, player standpoint, So the possibilities are limitless on what's being built in terms of what's being done now. I mean, the simplest ways are just go to Decentraland or go to the Sandbox or, you know, pick up a Discord channel and start bringing in your IP and your content that people can only see if they have an NFT. You know, one of the great examples too is Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher. They created the Cool Cats video series that you can only get access to if you are an NFT holder. So.
Seen anything around, Stan?
My example is slightly different because it originates from, let's call it an old school IP. So we did a project this summer with Tommy Hilfiger, a small brand, some of you might have heard of it, where they wanted to reinvent their approach to Web3, but in a way where they want to leverage their own community, because whatever we want to think about it, the Web3 community, especially as it is today, is not as big as we would like it to be. This is not mainstream. And by the way, if I hear the word normie again, I just turn my back to the person. But what they did was they built their own Web 2.5 website, in a sense, where they start with the virtual experience, dress up your avatar, which is interesting. People were engaged. It's something new. They go through it. And then they leverage their know-how of Web 2 and how to sell and how to promote, and then expand from there into physical outfits, into metaverse use case, and so on and so forth. And that, for me, is a great example of how a traditional brand can on-ramp itself, and more importantly, its users, its fans, into what is shaping up to be Web3.
Yeah, that's a good segue into my next question, because we were talking earlier about like that whole Web 2.5 and how brands can strategize about how to dip a toe and experiment into the metaverse, but do it in a way that matches their risk appetite and in a way that makes sense to their customer base and actually to their business internally, so that they can actually execute against it. It's all well and good having concepts of, you know, Web3 and crypto and being like pushing the boat right out there, but if you don't have people inside that can understand how to deliver that value, both sides of the fence, to the brand and consumer, it's kind of useless. So I wanted to kind of ask you guys a little bit about the strategies that you guys see working. And you mentioned the partnership with Tommy Hilfiger already, but you know, I think partnerships are a good way for more traditional brands to partner with Web3 native brands, if you like, or crypto native brands, and you know, kind of piggyback on that experience that they have.
That's certainly one way to go about it. We've seen a number of collaborations, especially in the fashion space, like our friends at DressX, The Fabricant. You know, they gained a lot of notoriety around their collaborations with established brands. So that's definitely one way to go about it for a traditional brand. The other way would be to build something cool and unique themselves, or acquire and do it, like Nike. I mean, the other example would be Adidas. We actually worked with them as well, who are paving their own way, in a sense, in the space. But ultimately, when we think about Web3, it all goes down to ownership, right? That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, in terms of, you know, Web 2.5 and onboarding users, the moment you tell somebody, oh, you need to download a MetaMask and do this and do that, you already cut off a large, you know, portion of your user base and your population. And, you know, keep it as simple as possible in terms of onboarding these users. And there's some great platforms out there where it's invisible what technology is being used on the back end, because most people don't want to geek out on the technology and understand, you know, smart contracts, NFT, and whatnot. So we believe that, you know, to bridge that Web 2 to Web 3 needs to be as simple as possible. Most people understand a basic login. If you go to nft.coach.com, you know, Coach Wallet did an integration where you just have to fill in your email address and password, which most people know about. Or even if you're at a restaurant, you swipe your credit card the same way you get rewards points. Now these can be NFTs and loyalty and whatnot. So just simplifying the process, and we've seen a lot of great products that are out there that are doing that. It'll help people, onboard IP and users. So, agreed.
And I want to add something to what Jeff just said. I kind of touched on it earlier, but I think one of the most important things we can do as an industry, as a community, is to drop the stupid jargon.
100%.
Like we just need to stop with that stuff. It's not funny anymore. It's not special anymore. Like, stop it. Make it easy. Make it simple. Give people good user experiences. Like, if we have to borrow an example of Web 2, no one cares if the DCentral website was built with PHP or Ruby on Rails. It just works. Same thing with your Gmail. Same thing with your PayPal or whatever. If it's not easy, they're not coming.
Yeah, the whole simple. You don't know how your phone works, but it makes sense, right? So, I think when we talk about kind of mass adoption and like, my kids play Roblox all the time. They're 6 and 8, and I quite often make a joke that my 6-year-old has more daily active users in her server than Sandbox and Decentraland have. But I think once we get to the point of like, what's going to help us kind of cross that chasm to mass adoption, right? So for me, it's not necessarily virtual worlds or metaverses or these types of experiences, but it's the introduction of Web3 tech into daily life. And what I mean by that is, like an NFT is basically, obviously it's a non-fungible token, it's a smart contract, but that has so many applications in the real world, from buying a car to buying a house to going to a concert to buying an airline ticket. Are there any kind of use cases that you guys kind of see in the real world where you think that companies can leverage this technology, not from a philosophical perspective, but from a technical perspective, to help kind of bring their IP into the metaverse and Web3?
Yeah.
In terms of easy to use, simple, I've yet to see the players that are, or let's use Zoom, right? We mostly hop on these video calls on a daily basis, and the idea to limit that Zoom or content lock it to only certain NFT holders. There are some available platforms out there, but it is still pretty clunky to do that. Or to token gate the use of a video. If you were to watch a YouTube video and maybe a content creator wants to allow that content only to their user base. I know there's platforms that are available, but I have yet to see one that's kind of readily available and used right now, and I just hope this next build phase and the quietness of the bear market will allow the builders to be able to start building those products that are very used. So.
Yeah, so Jeff, you speak to a lot of different companies in your business, not just crypto-native Web3 companies, but also traditional Web2 companies. What kind of questions are they asking? What kind of vibes are you getting from those guys in the market when you're having these early conversations?
That's a great question, and just like Stan said, drop the jargon. And the moment I enter a room, and specifically with very traditional Fortune 100 brands, the moment you say NFTs, you're going to see eyes rolling. And if you want to explain it as a marketing experience that engages your fans, increases loyalty, for the most part, right, in the world of marketing, you want to sell products. And what we've seen right now is one of the best use cases for metaverse is to replicate the retail shopping environment. So we know of companies that are taking Best Buy electronic stores, and now you can actually see, hold, almost touch a laptop. And so that point of purchase, we do feel that it brings real use case to the metaverse, because you're actually buying things. You can buy cars, you can buy homes. You think about Matterport, did a great job during COVID to be able to do open house just virtually, and that cut down a lot of travel time. Zoom cut down a lot of travel time. So what we see and we're focusing is like delivering true measurable ROI to our clients, backed by dollars on these metaverse experiences.
That whole experience of like touch and feel the laptop sounds like something that should be developed in Unreal Engine 5 on a photorealistic metaverse. Sorry, Stan, I cut you off earlier. Jeff was replying to my question about mass adoption, and when I gave the example of concert tickets and airline tickets, houses and stuff. Sorry, I think you had something to say there?
To me, it's on a very basic level. Anything that requires proof of is a great blockchain technology use case. Just that's it. Proof of presence, proof of ownership, proof of membership, proof of purchase.
Yeah.
Great. But not everything needs to be on the blockchain. Much like with the early internet.
That's true. We don't always need to use technology for technology's sake. Are there any areas besides kind of wearables that you guys are working with brands in Ready Player Me?
Again, we're a little bit, specialized because it's things which are on the avatar, but very recently we did, because the thinking is not exactly as a wearable in the physical world, but for example, L'Oreal entered the space with a set of, they're basically bringing IP and know-how through some of their brands. So Maybelline introduced some makeup looks for avatars, which is pure expression, and they look in a way that is not exactly everyday use in the physical world. Same thing with hairstyles through their L'Oreal Professional brand. They're probably the #1 experts of hair in the world. So they added stuff that is super difficult to achieve. You would have to spend like 2 hours, at the hairdressers to achieve that. And then in the metaverse, with an avatar, it's like click done.
Interesting. Yeah, we're actually in talks with a tattoo-based NFT project at the moment.
Those guys have been chasing me for a while. Technically, we need a little more.
Yeah, so when I first heard about it, I was like trying to wrap my head around it. But once I went on the site and we had a conversation, I kind of just got it immediately. Like everything you can do with the real world, like why shouldn't you be able to get a tattoo for your avatar? And then once we even go beyond that and we start to get into AR, for example, and we extend outside of the metaverse and you're wearing some AR glasses, you could have a tattoo on you right now that's kind of moving. And I can only see it when I've got my AR glasses. That's really cool.
Yeah, and it ticks all the boxes. It's art, it's culture, it's community.
Right.
It's all of those things. So it's screaming blockchain, basically, when you think about it.
Right. One thing that we've really noticed as a business is that Web3 tech and philosophy is a real game changer when it comes to like ownership, security, and data. I think brands and consumers, we're all consumers here. Everybody, we were talking earlier about when you go on the internet, the first thing most people do is make sure that they've got an ad blocker installed. It kind of got to that point where you're just trying to protect yourself from being advertised against, which is kind of somewhat counterintuitive for everybody. Nobody's really having good experience. It's painful for everyone. So I think that brands and consumers are really crying out for a new way of targeting and engagement and reaching new communities, etc. To move away from this whole Facebook and Google ads model, where basically you're the product at the end of the day, and you're just being like absolutely attacked with anything. But you don't want to sign up for anything. Obviously having crypto wallets and digital wallets and control over how you own that data and who you give that data to as a user kind of flips that whole model on its head and moves to a whole exchange of value model where the user has control, and in order to give up your data, a company needs to give you something of value. And then you kind of like go into this unofficial partnership because you kind of somewhat agreed on that. So my question is, how can kind of brands leverage this model, this new way of thinking into their strategy as they look to kind of bring their own IP into the metaverse and their own strategies and their own customer journeys? Yeah?
Yeah, in terms of brands and IP, and of course, you think about someone that's a gamer and you visit a website, you probably want to see gaming-related ads. So what we've seen, and also some technology, is how brands can target hyper-specific wallets, and you see that in the form of airdrops and targeting. You know, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, they're into a certain amount of culture, and then you have the developers that are into a certain amount of, you know, just interests. And so for us, we think that, and we're also recommending a lot of these brands do it now so that you can start interacting with these wallets, because those wallets give you a lot of insight. It's your payment activity, it's where you are, proof of attendance. Also, you know, the other use case, you know, it's phenomenal in terms of, you know, where people go to school, that they even went to the school or worked at the company that they said through their wallet. And so just in terms of how brands can do it, it's relatively easy to set up, you know, proof of attendance, you know, NFTs, and I think for the most part, it's we don't know what you don't know, just experiment with it, and at the end of the day, if you're genuine with your use case for whatever those NFTs are, we think that things usually work itself out.
Yeah, any thoughts on that, Stan?
The way we think about privacy is, again, through the lens of ownership. So this is Web3, right? Web3 is about ownership, ultimately. Like, brands are owning their destiny, in a sense, and users are owning also their assets, if you will, because this is the important bit. Like, you own stuff. You buy an outfit, in our case, for your avatar, and you own it, so you get to go places with it. But then again, like, ease of experience doesn't come for free. There are no solutions. There are trade-offs. Like, we kind of keep forgetting that. So my Google Maps works great for me because it knows where I am. You know, so that's useful information to exchange between me and Google.
Yeah.
Same thing, like a lot of people love the convenience of Alexa. Alexa, order me whatever. Yeah, but like Alexa is listening, you know? So in order for Alexa to hear you, you agree that she would be listening, and she may hear some stuff, you know, here and there. But we all agree to that. So I think what's shaping to come is, or my hope is, that brands realize that they need to communicate better, that in this new iteration and era of the internet, they bear more responsibility to communicate. What are they doing with the data? What kind of data are they collecting? And ultimately, users would have to have more ownership and agency.
That's right, yeah. I also think that, you know, the vast majority, you say metaverse or you say Web3, people think VR, they think goggles, they think Ready Player One, right? And certainly my experience when I speak to like my parents. But I think once you start to introduce this notion of Web 2.5, if you like, which kind of transitions this period of mixing the physical with the digital. I hate the term digital, but I guess it's all we have right now. But we were, in our virtual world, we were talking about having a food court where you could go in, just like you described the journey of buying a laptop. You could go into Whole Foods or McDonald's and pick from the menu. You could actually talk to somebody in your avatar and then have that delivered via Uber Eats, Deliveroo, or whatever it is, the localized section in your world. Or if you're buying a hoodie for your avatar in a virtual world or a marketplace, having the ability to have a discount code or that actual hoodie delivered to you in real life, but actually having, so we're kind of merging these two worlds together. I think that that's something that's going to really help bring this notion back from this whole science fiction standpoint to like, actually, no, this is the evolution of the way that things are going. And even down to the point where if you're a worker working on a factory line in a car manufacturing plant, you know, the metaverse could go so far that you could actually sit in your living room and put on your AR on your VR goggles and operate that heavy machinery. So yeah, I just wondered if you guys had any thoughts around that whole mixing the physical and the digital aspect, and just any thoughts, examples, you know, where you see that going, or anything in the near term.
I think it's the way to go. Like, again, in our case, your avatar is your identity, an extension of your physical identity, if you will. So if there are like experiences that you can bring over, if you're spending a lot of time in a virtual world for one reason or another, you will want to bring over things that make you happy.
Yes.
One of the things I dislike about people bringing up all the time Ready Player One, not me, one, and Snow Crash, which is the other, example people love to use. Those are dystopian stories. Those are not happy people.
That's right.
People
and we
keep
want to have
forgetting
people.
those are pieces of entertainment, someone's fantasy put on paper and
100%.
then put out there, and we took it for granted for a very long period of time.
Okay. So I think we're at time. We've seen the clock tick down a bunch of times. Thanks for coming, everybody. Check out Crowd Create. Check out Ready Player Me. Check out Metaverse's World. Thank you. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Okay. How many of you guys think that crypto is volatile? Yeah? No? Okay, it is volatile. That's what they say, right? But in reality, when you look at market caps, which is the total circulating supply of something multiplied by the price, I would say the market cap of Bitcoin right now is probably, let's say, $250 to $300 billion. And to put that into perspective, you see something like Apple, right? Apple's worth $2 trillion. You see something like gold, which Bitcoin is meant to disrupt, and that's worth about $10 trillion. You look at something like Meta/Facebook, and I think they're at, well, they used to be at 700 billion, but now they're at like, I think 200 billion. So taking that into perspective, volatility is kind of like a fraction. That top number moves. When the bottom number is smaller, you see bigger swings in percentages. But I will say that for traders, which we are about to welcome to the stage, volatility is a feature, it is not a bug. So first, I'm going to introduce Michael. Michael, if you would make your way up here. Michael likes to hide, you guys, but Michael has planned some amazing conferences, including this one, so please give it up for Michael. DCentral Con is awesome. And the rest of the panelists want to make their way up here. Come on, guys, it's okay. I know you like your computers, but...
Don't be shy.
Yeah, so please, we're going to save some time for questions on this one, hopefully. So this is about markets, volatility, and trading. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing? Alrighty. We're going to go ahead and kick it off. Before we get into kind of like trading volatility and everything, once again, I want to let everyone know this is not financial advice. If you lose your money, it's your money. If you make money, great for you. But I want to introduce our amazing panelists. So Tom, why don't you go ahead and kick it off? Rug.
Yeah. Whoa. Somebody wanted me not to introduce myself. I'm Tom Crown. You can check me out on YouTube. I do a lot of trading content. I'm just a crypto nerd. I love charts, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
Can we get an extra microphone? But Marin, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Marin. That was really loud. I trade based on astrology, and I founded something called Astrace, which does that as well.
And also we have Wendy.
So I'm Wendy O, and I'm a mom, and I like to trade volatile markets because they're fun. But yeah, I do a little bit of swing trading here and there, and that's actually how I was able to grow my platform, was posting charts and content on crypto Twitter.
And also for everyone that doesn't understand kind of like what we do as well, is like the industry does leverage trade, all these different financial tools that are going to be on there. But in terms of kind of like the volatility that we've seen this year, just kind of like 2022, I mean, even past month or few months alone, in terms of kind of like sentiment, in terms of your communities and kind of like how you see the space right now, where do you think it's going to go? Is it going to be more volatile that's going to be leading up to it? And if there's any catalyst that you feel is kind of like within that area within the next few months?
I'll hop on that. We've lost quite a few market makers in crypto, and if you're not aware, market makers are extremely important because they make sure when you're trading or buying something that you're able to buy it for market price and there's not a whole lot of slippage or scam wicks. I'm sure most of you have seen those scam wicks, which are fun to an extent, but not when you get stopped out. So as far as the volatility goes, we're going to see a lot more of it happen. And one of the things that I'm practicing is no action is an action. And I'm not trying to trade every single altcoin, not trying to take every single Bitcoin trade. I'm looking for more longer term swing trades and accumulating for now, hodling until the next run.
Those, I call them the Darth Vader, was it the Darth Vader freaking wicks? Because they'll literally just wreck longs and shorts.
And they'll make you cry.
Quick squeeze.
You call your mom and cry.
Darth Maul, there we go. It's literally just kind of like a quick, literally like not even a minute burst of basically ups, downs, and it liquidates shorts and longs. And people don't understand that if you don't have to take a position, don't take it. Like if you feel like it's too comfortable, or I mean too risky, and you're sitting there and you're literally just looking at the charts day by day, or kind of like even within certain time frames, to just protect yourself, because at any moment those wicks kind of come in. So next one is, we've seen some market makers really fall this year, and it has really affected a lot of the communities and kind of like the industry as well. Now, do you think that there's going to be more algorithmic trading that's going to be happening pretty soon, or is it basically the ones that are still left kind of like how does it?
Yeah, I'd go pretty far too. It's just the people that are left. I know that a lot of retail, is confused and therefore just not at all engaged. I know myself as like a very retail trader. Like, there's too much going on. Like, the no position is a position. Even if I think that I have a read, it just feels very uncomfortable in a market where it feels just a bit like unsteady. So I'd say for now it's mostly the people that are left. I think that we're not seeing like retail euphoria entering. So for better or for worse, it's a much, much less engaged market.
Yeah, we also started seeing volume drop off a lot too.
Yeah.
And that's when it's really risky, because literally when volume drops off, a spike of volume can just really, crazy extend positions. I think the other day you can kind of like see a lot of the, like especially like the market goes up, like Litecoin pump like what, 40% or something like that. And from there, you start seeing people get stopped out for every little single trade. If you're looking at like a short-term time frame of like 5 to 10 minute marks, or even 15, 1 hour, I would say as well, people are getting liquidated so quickly, shorts and longs. So the next portion I want to kind of go into as well is that with the volatility within the market, how do people stay safe? Like, what tips would you guys kind of give to them to say, hey, look, you need to review some of these things before going into a position?
Well, first of all, having a plan, knowing what you're doing, planning out where you're entering, exiting, if you're going to be doing a short-term trade. I think another thing people kind of gloss over is you don't need to use leverage. We get caught up in this, I need to be rich by dinner. It doesn't happen. The more leverage you use, you're just asking to be wiped out. You can trade spot. In fact, that's all we traded for years. We didn't really use leverage until maybe 2018 it became popular, and it's a faster way to lose money. Leverage has a purpose. It's just not typically used by new traders, retail traders right away. It's a hedging tool. It's not a get-rich-quick thing. I think my advice for people would be get rid of the I'm going to be rich by dinner thought. In fact, like, go the other way. Be like, I'm going to try to get rich as slow as possible. I know it sounds bad, but what happens is you're taking less risk, and you're less likely to just lose everything, and that's really the cardinal rule of trading is if you lose all your money, you can't keep trading, so you're out. And that's all you need to avoid, and leverage gets you there, so risk off.
Tips from you guys as well?
I would agree with the leverage statement. I don't think that with the low volume and with the dynamics, I wouldn't feel comfortable touching that. I'd say for the majority of people, no position is probably the best position unless you really think that you understand where things are going and you can, I think with the amount of risk that one can take, it should be enough where you can sleep comfortably at night. And at this time, I would say that perhaps that's lower for everyone just in general. And that like you can just watch and observe. It's entertaining. You don't need to be the person that's like being the entertaining one. Like, I don't want to get caught up in this. Like, I'm just going to watch for now, which is, I think, valid, even if you think that we bottomed or something. There's always another trade. There's no need to be too preemptive.
I wanted to add, like, she said, if you feel uncomfortable, you can't sleep at night. That is the biggest tell that you're taking on too much risk. You should never feel that way. Like, you're going to lose trades. And if you have this image that you're never going to lose trades, that's not how it works. Like, the best traders in the world lose. The difference is the best traders in the world know they're going to lose, and that's calculated into their plan. I'm going to win, let's say, more than 30% of my trades. And that's all we need to be profitable if you have your risk reward calculated out. It's built in. And if you can't, you're nervous about it, you're sweating it, you're thinking about it, that means you're doing something wrong. You should deleverage or reduce position size until you're like, I'm not really that concerned about the individual trade outcome, because that is not how any of it works. It's a marathon.
So I have a little bit of a long answer here. One of the things I scream about on my socials, especially YouTube and TikTok, is coming up with a trading or investing plan. I do not care what you guys do with your money. All I ask is that you consider using disposable income and that you have a bullish plan and a bearish plan. That basically means how long are you going to hold for? When are you going to take profit? How long are you willing, or what percentage are you willing to take a loss at? And I put out a video on my YouTube channel the other day why I sold all of my crypto. And it got close to 100,000 views. And the amount of hate that I'm getting in the comments, and I'm going to explain why this is important. There was a particular exchange that was rumored to be insolvent. We are in protect your capital season. Any crypto exchange, no matter how licensed and regulated it is, could go down at any given time. And if your funds are stuck on that exchange, guess what? Your funds are gone. You might be able to get some of them back in bankruptcy court. That could take like 10 years. Look at Mt. Gox. But what I did is I analyzed all the positions that I had on that particular exchange. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and sell a couple of these positions for a loss because they're active trading positions. I cashed out, I sold some of my moon bags, which means I own those bags free and clear. And then I removed all of my Bitcoin, my Ethereum stables, and a couple of the bigger moon bags off of that exchange. And the reason why I did that was to mitigate risk. The name of the game is protecting your capital. We don't know how long this bear market is going to be. We know that we're going to get regulation. We don't know when it's coming. But part of being responsible for your own actions and investing in trading is also being able to take a loss. It's okay to take a loss. If you don't have any losses, that means that you're holding too long and your bags are probably going to zero. And the idea of you never lose unless you sell is moronic. It really is. Because what you're doing is you're in crypto to make money, to improve the quality of life for yourself, your family members, or whatever it is. And if you're going to hold till zero, it makes absolute no sense. So having a trading or investing plan is going to be crucial. Coming up with a bearish and bullish plan is also going to be crucial, and not talking in absolutes. And sometimes we have to make erratic decisions to protect our capital. And at the end of the day, it wasn't fun for me to lose money, but it was also a good learning opportunity for myself and for my audience to talk about what loss is and to normalize it. Because we see so many people on the internet, oh, these gains, these gains, these gains. But they're taking losses also. And Tom or Maren, what is the ratio, or what is the percentage of profitable trade, or the strike rate? Isn't it like 60%? That's
like
a good
none.
one.
Yeah, 60 is like very profitable. That's like, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have a 60% strike rate, that means a little bit over half of your calls are correct. And we just don't talk about it enough. And I think it's important to normalize taking losses. But you can also take losses in a controlled environment. If you're taking a 20% loss, I think that could be potentially good, because if you were not going to take that 20% loss and you're still holding that coin, and the company files for Chapter 11 or the project goes down, then you're going to get a zero. Then you're going to get 100% loss, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, and there was a few topics that I wanted to kind of point from there too. Is like, especially with risk, if you feel, you have to manage your own risk, because if you do not, don't expect to make money. Honestly, like, markets go up and down every single day, and if you don't have a strategy for it, there's going to be market makers that actually hunt stop loss positions, and we kind of like know of the exchange that we're talking about that hunts stop losses, and it hurts the industry, because like everyone that was so over leveraged and going up to like 100x, 125x on some exchanges and stuff, you're going into a very, very risky position that you're just kind of like leaving yourself open for these market makers to be able to swoop in, take it really quickly, and then bounce right afterwards. But another topic that I wanted to touch on was like education portion. So like there's not a lot of kind of content to where a lot of people are really understanding the full levels of risk. Where do you feel, for you guys, where do you feel is like the biggest lesson that they should really look into before they even start trading?
I think that basic financial literacy, understanding order books, inflows, outflows, just seeing like an entire generation of young people find out about trading and crypto through TikTok specifically was, of course, like endearing and great to see interest, but also a little bit terrifying because I know that I, for one, was encountering information on how to use leverage before I knew at all what any sort of risk mitigation, stop loss, like how to calculate your trade, like just everything was about gains and 100x. And I think you should be able to understand how exactly an exchange or a trade works, who's on the other side of it, if you're using an AMM or like how that's being, you should understand the workings of what you're using. And it doesn't need to be too complicated. I think that there's still things on exchanges that I don't understand and therefore I don't touch them. But a lot of people are entering into a system that they are prey in rather than like at all interacting with the system. So I would just hope that now that we are in a little bit less of a euphoric period, that there's more, a little more tiptoeing before just fully going all in. And I think particularly like, I say this as someone who's like on fucking TikTok, like don't learn how to do anything through that app. Like it's gonna be all just like 15 seconds. YouTube is better for that. So don't trust anything financial on there that's a guide of any kind.
Make it all back in one trade, huh?
Oh, no, no, no. That's where you're going to go, oh, I've done that before, and I got that position got liquidated.
Yeah, especially whenever new traders come into the space, I would always tell them, like, they would ask me, Michael, you know more about, crypto and kind of like trading a little bit. Like, what would I kind of like give to them? It's like, dude, if you never traded, don't just go in spot. Just literally just do spot trading.
Paper
and then,
trade.
Yeah, or paper
Yeah.
trading, right? So spot trade, paper trade, whichever way. Play with a little bit of amount, see if it's good, and then from there it's like, are you overvalued? Are you super risky? Like even from like some of my friends that are really first time getting into the space, I will tell them just place in $100. If you feel like you want to trade full time, go in there with $100, see if you can make it to 110. Right.
I did that for my first trade on Bybit. I put it into XRP, and I didn't even know what 50x leverage meant. So it was immediately liquidated before I even got the notification that I had a trade. I got an email saying, your position has been liquidated, like before I was like, well, I learned, so.
Another thing that I want to talk about too is there's a lot, like most of these crypto exchanges, they have demo platforms within the exchange. I think it's a fantastic tool. Like, it's a great, great tool. And like, there's a lot of people on the internet that'll give you shit about it. They're like, oh, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're doing. Why would you paper trade? Guess what? If you do not feel confident, maybe if you're tired or you're hungry or it's late or you're feeling emotional or something happened, those are things you want to put in your trading investing journal. But it's okay to not take a trade and just do a paper trade. Why do you want to do that? Because you want to get the experience. You want to be actually able to enter something and to time it out and see if that worked. And what you can do is you can use that paper trade and you can gauge your emotions, you can gauge the amount of capital you use, you can gauge the way the market was, you can write all these things down, and then you can go back and hold yourself accountable for it. Or maybe go back to that part of your journal and say, you know what, this trade ended up working out well because I did X, Y, and Z, and then apply that to a trade that you actually have capital on the table. And that's okay. We're here to make money. You're here to protect your capital, not to lose it.
If you're ever 100% profitable, you are going to get that loss. Like there's no trader in the world that is 100% profitable every single trade. So just how she was saying earlier, take losses. Try not to have it to where it's super deep cuts into your portfolio. I think like in terms of traders, whenever they do their first trades or so, they use probably like 5 to 10% of their portfolio. And even for that, that's also risky as well. Some traders are like, hey, YOLO, I'll go in 100x freaking all in at once to try to make it back. But
that never works. Like the people that I've literally never seen anything like that work. Like you have to be fairly boring, in my opinion. Like even the success, like it's gonna all come crashing down. It just doesn't work.
Here's something funny. Last year, after DCentral Miami, we had an after party at one of the places with Zed. And I think you guys saw this meme going around, but this guy got liquidated, a hedge fund manager got liquidated outside of the club on the ground, holding a laptop. And I knew who he was too and everything. And we're like, what happened? He's like, he had his whole entire portfolio basically all in one trade. I'm like, you over leverage greedy? you over leverage yourself, you're going to get wrecked at the club. So
You will lose. Like, that doesn't work.
I mean, like and also too, setting rules. And I want Tom to talk about this a little bit more too, but set rules for yourself. Like when I travel, I don't take trades. I don't, because I'm busy doing so many other things. I'm tired, I'm fatigued, I'm hungry. I'm feeling all of these emotions, and guys get emotions too. I know some of you guys in the crowd are like, no, I don't feel anything. No, everybody has emotions. It's part of being a human. But it's important to be in tune with your emotions, and that's one of the rules I have. I do not trade when I travel. It makes no sense. I get wrecked.
There's always another trade, like literally always. Like there's another day, so like, chill.
What are some of the rules you have, Marin, though?
Similarly, like if I don't feel 100%, I just don't make a trade. Like it's similar with astrology. Like if something's coming up and I just don't want to research it, I'm not going to talk about it. Like if there's a trade coming up, I don't have a read, I'm not going to take it. No big deal. So I have to feel like I'm in the right state of mind. And as someone that was traveling, insanely moving, like absurd situations over the past, I'd say like 3 months, I'm like, I haven't really even looked at the market intensely, which is fine. If I'm not like zoned in on it, I don't need to make a trade, and I don't feel FOMO. Like literally this never ends. Like you'll get your shot. And for me, I risk much less. Like I'd say under 1% of my portfolio every trade, because not that I wouldn't mind risking more, but I don't feel the need to. I would rather do little by little over time. And I also don't like to take too many positions because I feel much better just tracking like only ETH and Bitcoin. That feels much better to me. I can understand the price action, know that there's volume there. But I think mostly the general one is if I'm like tired, like I'm not going to be trading past like 8, 9 p.m. I'm a morning person. By then, no, I'm not going to open my laptop. You cannot get me in. So knowing yourself and when you're most mentally on point, I think is for anything, honestly. Like you shouldn't be engaging in anything unless you feel mentally competent. If you're hungry, tired, probably not.
Another funny thing was you actually called it when it was on one of your tweets. You actually called it on a certain date, and FTX failed that day. So
yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about that and kind of like how you came to that?
Yeah, I mean, it was an eclipse, and eclipses tend to be the pivotal events for the year anyway. Like any year, just every 6 months under that season tends to be chaotic. It was so many, you could even just say like textbook, if you're looking at astrology, there's certain more intense alignments. It was just so many of them stacked that I was like, I mean, some people could have shorted. I'm like, I'm not even entering. Like, this just looks very chaotic, and it felt just, yeah, it was, I don't have due diligence to go into FTX's back end and predict like, oh yeah, it was FTX or whatever, but I was just like, guys, unstable, so yeah.
Yeah, and literally FTX had it to where Alameda could not get liquidated. So it was up-only market for so long, and kind of like now we're starting to see the market kind of rebound back to where it's kind of like leveled at, before everything happened as well. And a lot of funds, even like if you look at like June, July timeframe, like a lot of funds were, affected by the Luna crash and kind of like the whole ecosystem, Celsius. So from that point right now, do you think we're at the bottom or close to the bottom? And if so, not financial advice, but how far are we from kind of like having this all over with?
I'll be vindicated. I'm going to be vindicated at 10K, and I can't wait for it. And $750 Ethereum. Again, not financial advice. I have bids set there. If it doesn't happen, I'm okay with it. But at the same time, I'm really still leaning on this 4-year cycle with Bitcoin operating and the 85% correction. I don't think we've seen the bottom yet. It's a gut feeling I have, and on top of it, we still don't know what's going on with Genesis. If we lose Genesis, it's a really, really big catalyst for the market. Really, really big.
Yeah, there's nothing that looks as extreme as that eclipse coming up, you could say. So it's not like I'm expecting another like 80% from here drawdown or anything, but I don't like the astrology of March, so that makes me tentative over. And I would see this being just like a crabbing situation. Like I don't think we have the volume or the interest to go hugely up in a recovery and then hugely down again. But I agree. Like I feel like enough people are waiting for 10K that like there have to be a couple other shoes to drop. Like it's not like I don't know. And then I think 10K as well, somewhere around there. But I don't think near, maybe. I'm just sitting back.
What about you, Tom?
I mean, if I knew that answer, I wouldn't be here. Nobody knows. That's what makes them bottom. No one knows. People in hindsight will say, oh, I knew it, and I called it. It's just not reality. But what you can do as an investor, this is still trading, but it's kind of an investor approach, is probably what I've heard Wendy talk about many times. I know I do this as well. Is you don't need to know the bottom. If you have capital, you can layer orders, and the ones that fill are a gift, and the ones that don't, it's just, you cancel the order and get your money back. That way, your capital is at least kind of scaling into the low. I mean, this requires belief, though. You have to believe that, Bitcoin and crypto are going to succeed and they're going to continue growing. That's really not a question in my mind, but it has to not be a question in your mind to approach it this way. That is really the only successful way I've ever seen anyone attempt to time a bottom. It just doesn't work. If we're all looking at 10K, maybe it'll be 9, maybe it'll be 11. It's never going to be clean.
Yeah, everyone's always like, I can time the bottom, I can find a way to do it. If you can, reach out to me. Just let me know. So, but also for that too, I don't think we're close to anywhere near towards the bottom yet. I mean, even if we did wick down another 10%, how is that going to affect me compared to the 65 all the way down to
Yeah, agreed. I'm like, I don't really care. Like, come on. It's yeah.
Now it's so much of a discount, and you also have to look at kind of miners too, and miner capitulation. It's not profitable right now. Well, now it's getting back up there, but it's almost at the point where, hey, if you're turning on your machines, you're losing money to mine, which means that there are going to be miners that are going to be having to say, hey, look, we have to shut down operations or sell our Bitcoin. So that's the part where it's going to be a little bit of a catalyst to what I see, in terms of it might have another dip, but hey, another 5% down, another 10% up, whichever way, it's not going to be too much of an effect because we already gotten down 85%. So.
But do you remember when the miners capitulated? I think it was back in 2018, and we were not supposed to break that $7,000 area. I was sitting at an OTC desk, and the owner of the OTC desk told me, if we lose this, the miners are going to capitulate. They're going to shut off. Sure enough, like a month later, we ended up breaking that area. We dumped to 3,400, 3,200, and we ranged there, and it was absolute hell on earth. So, I would love for 10K to be the bottom. I don't know if I'm right or not, but at the same time, always prepare for the worst, especially if you're trading and investing, and especially if you're somebody who's very interested in altcoins, because I don't think we've seen the bottom yet. And on top of it, we have a lot of firms that have taken out collateralized loan on their Bitcoin so they don't have to, cash it out. And that's something that's dangerous too. They have margin calls and they have liquidation areas. So if a lot of these firms that were taking them out at, at higher areas, they're going to have to continue to add more margin. And if they can't do that, then what happens?
Those margin calls. But also, before we're about to kind of kick off the panel to finish up and wrap up and everything. But for everyone that's watching on Binance, CoinMarketCap, DEX tools, be safe. And also at the same time, what would you want to have as a final note to kind of let them know in terms of tips or anything you want to kind of be able to let them know? Because there are going to be people that are right now actively trading and also watching. So on Binance.
Trading and investing plan, make a moon bag, never bet against the market. The market does not care about you any way, shape, or form. It doesn't. I know that society has made us think that, we get a second chance and whatnot, but the market does not care about you. So please consider taking profit, have a trading or investing plan with a bullish and bear scenario, and understand things can always get a lot worse before they get better.
Mary?
Yeah, I'd say major thing is if you feel the need to trade this right now, have a plan. Why are you entering here? When would you feel comfortable exiting? End of story, execute. Also, if you're in capital preservation mode, then no trade is likely going to be the best trade. I'm standing by that. I'm just going to wait this out right now, not because I don't feel like the market will do certain things, but because I'm not willing to risk that capital currently, and there's not the volume that makes me feel comfortable. I would say rethink leverage. You probably don't need to be doing that, and it's a great time to learn from what the market's doing because that experience of just watching it, even if you're not taking a trade, will serve you well. And be careful with following anyone else right now, I would say, because they likely aren't secure either, that even if they feel like, oh, we're bottomed, we haven't, whatever. It's just a lot of talk, a lot of energy that is negative judging, and I would say it's okay to sit back. There's no rush in any of this, so have a plan if you are going to enter, but if you aren't very secure and then have a certain amount to risk, there's no need. You can just watch.
Great thoughts. Be patient. Be picky. Like, let the market come to you. Don't chase. Don't. It starts going up. You're chasing up. You're chasing down. You're just gonna end up like buying high, selling low. Be picky. Say, I don't want this unless it goes to this level, and then you have to stick by it. You can't just change your plan in the moment. It's a cycle. And people just get caught up in it. Be demanding.
It's like at the store. If you get something at a discount, be like, I'm not buying this unless it's waiting for here, right? It's a lot easier. And for that as well, like, what I think in terms of like everyone should know, especially if you're trading, is that just be careful. Like if you feel like you're over risked, do not place the house on one bet, because most likely the market makers and their algorithms are there. Like the markets are 24/7. There's no one that can sit there 24/7 actively trade and be remotely sane, right? You're trading against algorithms, you're trading against bots, you're also trading against firms that have a lot more capital. So for you, make sure that you preserve it. And I'd rather take a 5% loss than to take a 50% loss. I'd rather take a 5% profit than be greedy and take a 100% profit. And also for that too, it's like we've seen a lot of big firms kind of over leverage and within overnight gone, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars left the ecosystem. Where did it go? Nobody knows. But also on top of that too, I want to give clap for the panelists and everyone.
Clap for Michael and DCentralCon for putting together this amazing conference in the bear market. Bear markets are hard, guys, and also
It's not a bear market, it's a builder's market.
it's a protect your capital market, but also to give yourself a round of applause for being here and being interested and not capitulating and just being here. It's important.
Well, on that note, guys, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the panel. Hope you guys enjoyed. And for the ones that are tuning in at home, please make sure you smash the like button, subscribe, and all those thingies. So, good to go.
So you were saying that this is financial advice? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You make money, give me a cut, please.
Yes.
You lose money, I'm not here.
Awesome, you guys. Well, that was a great panel. I hope you guys have some ideas on where price projections will go. To see a $10,000 Bitcoin is not that crazy, so I would keep an eye out for that. Now, we have one last panel for the day for you, and it's an exclusive encore with NFL Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champion Warren Sapp. We have a special edition bonus, and this is Ramel Connor, who is a former lineman and crypto entrepreneur. But we definitely have my favorite Seth, Mind Your Biz Estrada, coming to the stage. And this is an encore where they will be talking about NFTs, technology, crypto, and all of the likes. So please do not try to dip me this time. And if you guys are watching online, leave a comment, engage, because you've got some Hall of Famers here on stage.
DCentral Miami. How the hell are you?
Hello. Hey, hey, hey.
All right, gentlemen, I think the ladies off the stage, we can be seated.
All right.
Oh. So, day one, DCentral on the books, but it's not over yet. We're coming from the Alpha stage. We just had a little chat with one Warren Sapp. Thank you for coming over to the encore. Let's talk a little bit about NFTs. Wait a second, no. Talk about football. Or we can talk about football, then NFTs. Whatever's your pleasure.
However you serving it. Let's go.
All right. So we just talked a little bit about that Super Bowl win in '03. We spent a little time. A very intimate little venue there. Intimate room. We talked about bringing you way back that season, what the change was for you at that time. And what I'd like to do is just kind of continue that convo, but talking about where we ended off there. This NFT series that's meant to encapsulate that achievement and meant to help be that bridge for people who may not be familiar with NFTs but are familiar with football, people who maybe aren't familiar with football but know NFTs.
Love NFTs.
Yeah. So that crossover.
Yeah, we're bridging the gap with a good team and a great story and a 20-year anniversary. Kind of everything coming together and the 19 games and, the last team that left NFC or AFC championship game and go straight to the Super Bowl and win it. So it's just a bunch of hard work jammed in, almost like that coin. Like jammed into almost perfection. It's something that you can keep and memorize for a very, very long time.
That's the hope. So as far as doing a collection that commemorates the 20th anniversary of that Super Bowl win, and I think it also coincides right with the 10-year of your induction.
Next year.
Next year.
Next year.
In 03 to 2023.
Yeah.
And 13 to 2023. We're looking at a 10 and 20, respectively. Right? It's both.
Hey, it's just some symmetry in the numbers. Sometimes the numbers let you know. Like my daughter, I'll give you a prime example. My daughter got ready to leave to go off to college. She got a master's degree now from University of North Florida. She got an undergrad at Mizzou. So she decided she's going to go to Mizzou. And it was right in the middle of all that little brouhaha, 1850 on the campus and everything. And I looked at the Lord, I said, Lord Jesus, please don't let me have to kill somebody about my baby. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things as a dad. You know, you don't want to see your kid off to school, then you got to go kill somebody about your baby. I land in St. Louis, and we get in the car to go on the visit. And the first sign I see says, Columbus, 99 miles. I said, okay. That's the first sign I got. I got 99 miles. I'm number 99. Okay. Driving along, I get to a place that says Warren County. I said, okay. Warren County, Missouri. Are you kidding me, in the middle of the country? And then the sign says Columbus, 76 miles. It's my college number. I'm getting ready to exit. It's exit 13. I played 13 years. I said, you know what? Let me stop fighting this. Let me stop fighting this. Hey, I know exactly how far the school is from the airport, and it's not that bad of a drive, and all the numbers coincide, and I even got to cross my own county. So sometimes it just lets you know when you're in the right place, and I'm that kind of guy sometimes.
Okay, let's talk about how that came about with this project too. I mean, because on the other stage, you mentioned that there's some things that you felt good about as far as the right team, right? It's not an individual thing. There are a lot of people that need to put their input into a project like this to make it really succeed, much like a team can only turn around, right, together, right?
Oh, everybody rowing in the same direction, we going somewhere. Everybody rowing in a circle, we sitting right here looking at each other. I don't like a team like that. No, that's not a good team. That's why the forces I have are pushing this all in the right direction and coming together to make something that we all could look back and say, yeah, that's nice.
We don't have a preview for this stage. Let's say hello to the audience that's on the Binance live stream. Thank you so much for having us on the live stream. We do not have a preview of the art for this stage, and there's a reason for that. Because that was for the small, intimate group.
Okay, all right. Well, then the people here, we just got to tell them how to go get a preview, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
all right. Now, I was about to say, I know you ain't got me up here. You can't even send the people nowhere to go get a preview. Where's the barcode at?
Well, the preview for this audience is that you're seeing right now, you're seeing Warren Sapp with the Moonwalkers group that has brought this NFT to life. They created the roadmap and created the artwork, sourced the artwork, have helped bring all of the drafts of the artwork over to Warren himself to get that seal of approval, that thumbs up. There isn't a piece of art yet that has gone without his approval.
No. and I thank him so much for that, because I am so bad at emails.
And you know, just for access, we do have the whitelist spots on the Moonwalkers website. So moonwalkerstoken.com, we have a new button for whitelist spots, Warren Sapp NFT Project 99. So Sapp 99 NFT at moonwalkerstoken.com on the website.
Bingo.
So we're opening up the whitelist spots for Warren's custom NFT launch. Every piece is custom made. It's not a cash grab. We didn't make 100,000 NFTs. It's only 1,000 NFTs to commemorate greatness. Transformational player at his position, and we're just enamored with him, and we love the opportunity to be partnered with Warren.
You want one of these?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I'm telling you. I sent them to the ringers. No, not that one.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that as well. There's been some some kind of warning signs. I mean, my parents would always tell me there are people who are examples in your life. There are people who are warnings. And I think we've seen that in the NFT space. Certainly in every profession we see it too, but in the NFT space, we've seen some that are great examples. We've seen some that are really great warnings.
Hey, man, sometimes what rocks your boat, what floats your boat, something for everybody. But this one's for everybody. I had a game your grandma would love. If your grandma sat and watched me play on Sunday afternoon, she'd be smiling and laughing along with me. 'Cause that's how I was. I took that from Tony Dorsett. I used to be a Cowboy fan back in the day, and Tony Dorsett said, I got a game that your grandma would love. If you sat your grandma down and watched me play, she'd be smiling and having a good time too. So that's what I wanted to bring to the game.
Well, I can tell you also from the last panel that we did just a minute ago, and the stories that grandma would love. I know my grandma, she would love to know that there was a struggle before you got what you wanted, right? That you didn't just, it wasn't just free. It wasn't just handed to you.
No.
And you mentioned in that season of 03 about how things got to a point where for you it was not, you could not handle it anymore. You couldn't just continue.
No, it was just the whole being of a Buccaneer.
So let's talk a little bit about getting to that point where you see a pitfall, you see a problem, you know you have to either sidestep it, you got to jump over it, you got to move around it, you have to work your way through it. What were some things that with this team here, the Moonwalkers team, you said, okay, we need to overcome some hurdles. And so we need to function with this team, need to trust this team to get around some hurdles. What was one little hurdle or one little obstacle you realized this team could help you sidestep, jump over, get through, work through?
The communication, because I told you I'm horrible with emails. And what they did was like, any way you want to get it to us, this way, that way, this way, however you want to do it, text, DM, however, just make sure we're communicating. And that was the thing for me, because when you so used to everything being a meeting at a time and set, it's not like that in the real world, you know what I'm saying? Everybody else has a schedule, you got a schedule. It's just being able to get that communication, and they made it so easy for me. You know, because most people, you got to talk to this person only, and that person got to talk to that person only. Well, none of that. It was wide open, free flowing, like a locker room. Really made me feel at home.
Okay, so communication then is what I'm hearing. That was the key. Knowing that you could just...
At any time, too. But I keep odd hours. I'm bad. And I'm glad. See what I'm saying? We keep odd hours. There it is.
Yeah, you're in good company here. Crypto degens do not sleep, so
yeah,
you're in the right place.
Hey, I thought I was when I was sending them messages and I was getting them back. I'm like, okay.
You got some people in the audience who are like, okay, Warren Sapp, one of us. They're excited now.
The conversion is complete. The conversion is complete.
Here. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I'm here with you.
So communication was a big hurdle that you saw needed to be overcome. And then with that communication, you mentioned that some of these designs, you felt like these spoke to you.
Oh, jumped out of the picture, off the email, and then the thing was I was trying to get them to close my mouth. And that's a hard one. That's a hard one whenever I'm out on the football field doing what I'm doing, because most of the time they get me, I'm yelling after hitting somebody or throwing them around, and I'm talking, and my mouth is never closed, so it was a tough one. Other than that part, I'm telling you, with them, after the communication, because I was horrible with it. I was the worst. But then when they came and then we went to bopping and weaving, everything was like a well-coordinated machine. It started running, and about time. It was on me, though. It's normally the head of the snake that goes the wrong way.
Okay, and can I ask for the benefit of the audience here, if you had to guess about how many teams, about how many NFT creator teams or projects approached you about doing something like this before?
I told you I hate emails. 30.
Okay. All right, about 30. But I guess 30th time's the charm, would we say? About 30th?
No. When you get something and say, this is where we want to go, you just stop talking. When you get something, you see something that you like, you're like, whoa, I kind of like that. Let me put my person that actually is real good at emails on this too, so we can actually have a real conversation. Because dealing with me, hey man, it acts up sometimes. I forget. You'll be all right. But he was persistent more than anything. Like, hold up, are we going here? And I was like, you know what? Let me lock in. Let me get B and get on this because I really like what they're talking about and I really want to get to it. That's what it was. The message was sent and I actually got it. I'm like, you idiot, here it is again. I'm like, go, put B on it. They'll communicate. It'll make everything all right, make it a lot smoother for me. And then I actually got to the pictures and the moving and the shaking, and that's what I like. You know, get me past the preliminary, and let me get to where we actually got something we're talking about that I can influence, because I'm not good at emails. Did I tell y'all I'm not good at emails?
And this is an interesting thing, right? I don't have 1 million Twitter followers, but he does. So I can't imagine how many freaking messages this man gets. It's probably unlimited.
I check twice a month on the 15th and the 30th, and I try to clean them out. I do, I really do. I really do. I come through on the 15th and the 30th. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Let's talk about then, I mean, so getting that communication going then, when you did see, all right, so Ramel is reaching out, this is a good fit. You felt that, you saw that, you knew that there was going to be something you could work on?
I wanted so much more of what he was giving me because it hadn't tipped my tummy with the taste of nuts and honey. I'm telling you, the pictures he was sending me, I'm like, I want a lot of this. Because someone told me a long time ago, it's not how you come in, it's how you go out. And it's how you are remembered from the game. And I'm like, my little girl asked for dinner at the wine at the dinner table now. My only reply is red or white, baby. So time is flying. Time is flying. I turn 50 next month, so time is flying. And he gave me a chance to immortalize myself, and why wouldn't I? I mean, and it looks so damn good. I'm telling you, he was doing good work. Because I've been, in the sports world, and we do memorabilia. Trust me, I haven't seen anything close to this.
Okay.
And I just left the big sports show in Chicago last week. Just trust me. My mother has every card they've ever made of me. These blow them out of the water.
Okay.
Out of the water.
Right. So, should we talk to Ramel and Crystal a little bit about the process? Okay. Let's talk to the tech guy. He's been silent because he's a.
Yeah, I've been silent, but first of all, I'm not. Sorry, Warren.
No,
I'm not directly, let's say, an NFL fan. I'm French. Sorry, guys.
Oui.
But and I'm the guy in the shadow also. I mean, I'm building the tech behind to be able to, let's say, put in the NFTs something Warren wants to see. So we are really glad that he took our approach of trying to have his point of view into the NFTs, his image, instead of just taking the history and trying to reflect what, let's say, the external world would see about him. No, here, in the NFTs, we have what Warren wants to, let's say, give. And this is really important. And I guess this is why that's such a good fit at the end.
Yeah, so knowing what you want.
You already know. Like fine wine, baby. Like escargot.
And that's what's interesting with the line. Each piece is custom and individual, and that's what I think was deserving of Warren, right? Other players, right? We have access to other players, but this is the premier player at his position. Now I'm a football junkie, right? Obviously I play football, but I'm a football junkie. I'm an encyclopedia similar to Warren. His recall on players, on stats, on dates is unparalleled. No one is close, right? And I'm a football junkie and fanatic. So for us, it's leaving an amazing legacy. Like you said, it's not about how you come in, it's how you come out. We want him to be remembered. We want his career to be remembered as the premier guy inside, because that's a man's job. When you play interior lineman, that's a man's job. You have a center coming at you, you have a guard coming and chipping you, you have another guard chipping you. You have a fullback coming out at the same time. At the same time, all these things can happen. Only a real man can handle that. So that is part of why we were attracted to work with Warren. For us being football junkies, this was it. This was the preeminent defensive lineman, let alone interior lineman. And we're extremely excited. And we want to bring really memorable custom artwork. And we feel it'll be highly successful. It's not something that we have 10,000 JPEGs, right? This is what we consider to be art. and we're super excited about it. It's been a great opportunity to share the stage with Warren, and we're really appreciative of Warren coming out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely appreciate you spending some time with us. Audience, one last round of applause for NFL Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champion, Mr. Warren Sapp.
NFT creator. Yeah.
And as we exit the stage, yeah, first off, you could, she's got the title belt.
Got the belt.
Champ is here.
And as we leave the stage, what is the best online source for viewers at home on the Binance live stream to find the project and to learn more about the NFT project?
So currently we have the Moonwalkers website, moonwalkerstoken.com. There's a link, it's SAP99 NFT. You can get a whitelist spot there. And we'll be launching Warren's website. This was the kickoff for Warren's project. So we'll be launching his website momentarily. But we'll leave information on the Moonwalkers website, which is moonwalkerstoken.com.
There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again.
Okay, you have made it to the end of the day of the world's largest NFT, DeFi, Web3, Metaverse, you name it, conference in the world. Did you guys like that last panel? Awesome. You guys must be in sports because you really got the crowd riled up. Now, if you guys don't have any plans for tonight, I will say that there's a great resource for you to check out to see what's happening in Miami throughout this entire week, and not only this week, but really what's happening in South Florida throughout the entire year. The website is Erica, which is my name, ERYKA.Miami. Like I said before, I've been running community in Miami for a long time, and so keeping people together, letting them know what's up and what's happening in the community has been something that's very important to me. So if you check it out, ERYKA.Miami, you'll be able to see all the events and add them to your calendar and all that stuff. There's discount codes that float around there on there as well. So, yeah, it's the end of the day today, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow. Unfortunately, I will not be your host tomorrow. Wendy will be, but it was a pleasure, and you guys please go downstairs and get some free swag before it all goes away. Thank you, Binance. Hey, everybody, can you all just say thank you to Binance on 3? 1, 2, 3. See you guys later.